HFS delegates, please join us in the auditorium. Our program will begin in just a few minutes. As a courtesy to our delegates and presenters, please silence all electronic devices. HFS delegates, please join us in the auditorium. Our program will begin in just a few minutes. Please take your seats. Our program will begin now.
Morning. John Elvis was my friend. We met in Baku, Azerbaijan. John was the representative of the Washington, D.C. based International Republican Institute that was chaired by Senator John McCain. I was the representative of the National Democratic Institute. John was 36 years old, a young, optimistic dreamer from Texas who went overseas to help bring democracy to the people of Azerbaijan who wanted to be free. He worked every day with the opposition democratic forces to prepare their candidates for the upcoming parliamentary election in a newly independent country that was led by Heydar Aliyev, the former Soviet Politburo member and KGB general. On election night in November 2000, the opposition won in a landslide. The international and local election observers knew this from their close observations and calculations on election day. But when the polls closed on election night, the official results said that the opposition did not win. The official results gave the opposition 0 seats. In the 125-seat parliament, the official count gave the government party all 125 seats in the parliament. What happened next was that the people of Azerbaijan knew that they had been robbed of their democracy, of their dreams, and they started to protest. First outside of Baku, and then closer and closer to the capital. People wanted their candidates who legitimately won to be represented in the national parliament. John continued to advise the opposition about what to do next. More protests. And the Azeri government was not prepared for more protests. On November 30th, 2000, 25 years ago next week, I got a phone call from somebody who said, "Please come to John's house right away." I went to John's, knocked on the door, and found John murdered. He had been stabbed more than 20 times. The government in Azerbaijan said that an intruder had come into John's house. Senator John McCain went to the floor of the United States Senate and demanded an investigation at the highest level. John's murder is still unsolved. And there is still no democracy in Azerbaijan. Some might say that this was a failure. Americans should stay home and not encourage their democracy in foreign lands. Xi Jinping would agree. Vladimir Putin would agree. What democracy gives us, what the very idea of democracy gives us, even in dark places where there is no freedom, are dreamers. Young people, old people, people of all description with ideas and energy who want to share those ideas, that energy, with others. And in the past 250 years, no country has done more to share and spread dreams than the United States of America. And just as there are casualties when Americans in uniform go overseas, just as there are setbacks, we have to keep working. We have to keep trying, because dreaming is better than not. And you never know where a dream is going to lead. After John's murder, I was called back to Washington by Ken Wallach, NDI's president, who's here. And I went to Capitol Hill to meet Senator John McCain. Nice guy. We stayed in touch. We became friends. A few years after that, I had the honor to introduce John McCain to Peter MacKay, Canada's foreign minister. They became fast friends. And a few years after that, Peter MacKay, together with John McCain, hosted the first Halifax International Security Forum. And we are all sitting here today, still dreaming. So I think John Elvis, and John McCain would be proud. Thank you. I want to introduce Evelyn Farkas, Executive Director of the McCain Family Institute, who will come and accept the prize on behalf of John Elvis's family. Evelyn.
Good morning. As Peter said, I'm Evelyn Farkas. I'm the Executive Director of the McCain Institute, which is an institute housed under the umbrella of Arizona State University, founded by the McCain family to continue the work and the legacy of the late Senator John McCain. Jack McCain sends his regards. He could not be here today, but he is here with us in spirit, as is, of course, his father. I am here to read a letter from the sister of John Elvis, Deborah Ambler. She writes, "Thank you for being here today to honor John Elvis as the recipient of the 2025 John McCain Prize. I am John's sister, and I, in this letter, accept the award on his behalf." John was a political science major at Texas A&M University. It was there that he was first introduced to Texas State Representative Kevin Brady. Impressed with John's knowledge, enthusiasm, and professionalism, Kevin invited John to join his upcoming campaign for United States Congress. John's work on the congressional campaign was quickly recognized by Kevin and his contemporaries for his leadership skills, adaptability, and commitment, which paved his way to work on other national, congressional, and gubernatorial campaigns. In the following years, John's strong belief in a democratic society took him in a new direction, which led him to the International Republican Institute and multiple overseas assignments. His mission in Azerbaijan was to facilitate democracy at the ballot box, inspiring the country's youth to believe in their ability to enact change through education and their rights to vote. Although John's efforts had an impact on the 2000 Azeri parliamentary election, the incumbent regime retained authoritarian power. And sadly, as a result of that outcome, it was John's final assignment and the end of his life. John wasn't born a leader, but he seized the opportunity to be one. But like many other men and women before him, he paid the ultimate price for the commitment to principle. John will continue to live on in the hearts and imaginations of countless friends and family that remember John for his optimistic view of life, adventurous nature, and for his contagious laughter. Rebecca ends the letter with a quote, "For John, being part of the process was an honor. For the rest of us, the honor was working with John." Thank you.
And I'd just like to invite now our panelists up for a conversation. Come on, Jane. America and the world, America in the world. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jane Harmon. I served in the United States Congress for 9 terms, about 100 years, and then escaped to be president and CEO of the Wilson Center, where I spent a decade. Some of you in this room know that the Wilson Center established a Canada Institute and an Arctic program under my watch, and I'm very proud of that, and you know the people who were involved. But it is fun today to moderate a conversation with 3 very good Democrats with a small d. Only one of them is actually a Democrat with a big D, but why are we fussing about labels? They're all responsible. They do good work in the United States Senate, which is now open for business again. And it is thrilling that this Codel is led by Jeanne Shaheen, who succeeded John McCain so ably as the head of it and many other things. So in case you missed it, yesterday was a huge news day. And I do want to ask about all that, but I want to ask 2 bigger basic questions first. And they are about that word up there, Peter's word, our word, democracy. How would each of you, let's just go down the row, and we'll start with Angus. Does anyone not know who Angus is? Everyone knows who you all are. Let's start with Angus. How do you characterize the health of American democracy?
I think we're in one of the most dangerous moments in terms of our democracy that I've ever experienced. We have a president who doesn't seem to respect boundaries, constitutional strictures, the law, and is determined to retain power. And I think it's important to realize that almost all of the dictatorships around the world started with elections. And then the electoral process itself was corrupted. I had dinner last night with a gentleman from Poland, and we were talking about Viktor Orban. They have elections in Hungary. They have elections in Russia, but it's a sham. And I have to be honest, I'm very concerned about the future over the next year or so. And we've seen our president already trying to manipulate those elections by something I've never heard of before, which is redistricting in a state in the middle of a 10-year decade. I've never known of that happening. It may have happened occasionally, but this was a systematic effort to literally rig the election in the next year. So I didn't expect your question, but my response is I consider this a very dangerous moment.
Thom?
Well, I expected the question. Look, first off, I start out with a philosophy that says nothing is ever as good or as bad as it seems. And I've been in the Senate for 11 years. And I decided to run for the Senate because there were many people on our side of the aisle that thought that we had a president that was taking the country in a wrong direction, not paying attention to Republicans, passing bills on a strictly partisan basis, and destroying the country. That was Barack Obama. And we recovered from it because what happened? The people spoke. I became a U.S. Senator, and I defeated an incumbent Democrat. Here's what happens when political parties overreach in the United States. They usually get thrown out. And so I'm not worried about the state of democracy in the United States. There are some people who think that on January the 6th, that was a disgraceful day. It was disgraceful for those thugs who came into the Capitol. But what wasn't disgraceful, and what proves that our democracy withstands stress tests over time, is that we left the chamber that day. We went to a safe location. We moved the people out of the Capitol. We went back into the Capitol, and we certified the election. That was a real-time stress test where people died. Police officers were in the hospital. We could have fallen apart, but we were all in a room together in one of the Senate office buildings having a discussion with, you would have thought that we would have been attacking one another, but we were talking to one another, and we were ready to go back into that chamber and certify the election, folks. If that's not a testament to the strength of our democracy, I don't know what is. It doesn't mean that we don't have our warts. Of course we do. But I'm telling you, I've decided to retire. But I'm telling you, I became a U.S. Senator because of the overreach of one party. And if we overreach, then we will probably be removed and things will right itself. Because I truly believe at the end of the day in the wisdom of the American electorate. It's proven itself to be resilient over the course of 250 years, and I think it will continue to.
Well, let me just follow up on that because I can't help myself. Those who participated...
That was off the cuff. If you give me an opportunity to prepare, I'd have come up with something else. But
well, we can all disagree agreeably, and let me just push back for a second. The people who committed the violence on that day were, in most cases, tried, convicted, and in some cases jailed. All of them have been pardoned. Do you see that as
I thought it was disgusting. I went to the Senate floor. I walked to every Capitol police officer, and I said, what the president did sucks. I disagreed with it. It was a mistake. You don't allow somebody to attack a police officer to get away with it. Now, here's the problem, and this is not what we're talking about.
No.
There were hundreds of people who were prosecuted who shouldn't have been. And that was an overreach by the Biden administration. There were people that got caught up in the moment. And arguably, they should have probably been fined, they should have been admonished, but they should have been imprisoned. But the ones who committed violence, they should still be in prison. I've called them thugs repeatedly. I've publicly said that I disagreed with the president on the day that the pardons were issued. Okay. What we're missing in our country is that people need to speak truth to power when their guy is in power. And that's what we're missing. When a president says that we want to nuke the filibuster, you should always say no. I said no to Trump 1, I said no to Trump 2. Some of my colleagues said no to Trump 1 who were on the Democratic side, and then they went to the floor and voted to nuke the filibuster. They probably knew it was wrong. Maybe they were undergoing pressure. Maybe they somehow rationalized that maybe this was a right and righteous reason to nuke the filibuster. But I'm telling you, you nuke the filibuster in the United States and you will change what makes our country great. It's the only democratic nation that raises the stakes on what it takes to get something done in Congress. And we should cherish that, and we should understand that we're stewards of that body. And whether you're a Democrat or Republican, you need to defend that because I think it's foundational to what has made the United States an exceptional nation.
Well, it certainly helped preserve the Senate as a thoughtful body. Peter and I served in the House together, and now he's a big senator. What do you think about the state of our democracy?
Jane bossed me around in the House and still does.
With pleasure.
Democracy is in great peril. Here is two things I'd say. Number one, the extremes that you mentioned, an overreach, that's sort of politics 101. We overreach oftentimes when we're in power. And restraint, I've come to see, is like an elusive quality in people with powerful positions. But what's different is that the norms that have been things that we've taken for granted, like the peaceful transfer of power, those are being challenged. And that was the significance to me of January 6th. You know, I was in the gallery. I was 20 feet from where the shot was fired. I was there when the doors were being beaten down. And I remember as this was happening, and I was seeing it happen, I was hearing it happen, I didn't believe it was happening. I did not believe it because it's the United States of America, and we have peaceful transfer of power. The norms are really being challenged. Angus just mentioned these redistrictings that happened in the middle of the decade. So the norms, that's what worries me, because we have to have some confidence in democratic norms, the rules of the road, so that when our party overreaches, the Republicans win, and vice versa. But the second thing that I think is on all of us is that a lot of everyday folks are wondering whether the fix is in, and they don't have the kind of hope that a democracy tries to deliver, that they'll be able to have a better life for themselves and their kids. And we're seeing that with the way the economy is working and the whole affordability issue. Where, you know, when I first went to White River Junction, I got out of law school and I wanted to go up there, and instead of working on K Street or Wall Street, I ended up on Bridge Street in White River Junction as a public defender. And my first salary was $9,000 a year. I got an apartment for $135. You know, a Peter Welch today could not go to Vermont and then hope to have a kind of career that I had. So I think that actually is on all of us, because for everyday folks, they're not thinking about the democracy or the form of government. They're thinking about how can they take care of their family? How can they get ahead? How can they have a little time at the end of the weekend to be able to coach their son or daughter in soccer? And the income inequality and just the capacity of people to have that aspirational hope that a democracy gives. I mean, fundamentally what a democracy is about is giving people agency, so that if they act and they're responsible and they work hard, they'll be heard and they'll be able to get ahead. So the two things, the shattering of the norms, where I think all of us who have I think all of us in any institution have a responsibility to carry on the values of that institution. We're custodians. Those of us in the Senate are custodians of the values of the Senate. Those are being shattered, the norms. And then secondly, the delivery. What is democracy going to deliver to everyday people? And again, that's on all of us who are in institutions. So it is a serious time.
So
Jane,
I just was
one
going
quick
okay.
historical point. Democracy is an anomaly in world history.
Right.
The routine, the basic structure of government throughout world history until relatively last several hundred years has been dictators, pharaohs, czars,
Right.
presidents for life. So we need to understand that democracy is fragile and it can go away. And it's gone away before our very eyes in places like Turkey and Hungary. Russia had a democracy for about 20 minutes.
Right.
That's generous.
Yeah.
But the point is, it's not, we all tend to live in a 2-year historic period, but you go back any length of time, democracy, as I say, is an anomaly, and it's something that has to be maintained and protected from generation to generation. It's not automatic.
Right.
And it's constantly under threat from the impulse toward autocratic rule.
Well, the U.S. democracy, if it still survives until next year, will be 250 years old, which is a huge milestone. And by the way, today...
But it's not very long in terms of human history.
No, it is not, but it is extremely long in terms of U.S. history. Today is the anniversary of the assassination of John Kennedy. I don't know how many people here remember that, but I do. And he was the person who inspired me to go into politics.
Me too.
And that was the end of innocence that day for those of us who were very comfortable in the 50s. But at any rate, let me ask a question about where we are. We are in Canada, a marvelous country. And Canada and the U.S. have had a few tensions recently. And I thought that I would give each of you a chance to say directly to Canadians who are trying to understand the tone in Washington, how should Canada interpret what is going on in the United States right now?
Well, first, I think it's important to define what a Canadian is, just so if you're curious. A Canadian is an unarmed North American with health insurance.
That's good.
Just so you know, I just want to get that clear.
But they're not the 51st state?
And we do have a
Okay.
problem in Maine with Canadians coming across the border and being nice and trying to give us free health care. It's something it's very annoying. No, seriously. Like any neighbors, there are always going to be issues back and forth, and we've been fighting about softwood lumber for as long as I can remember, and the whole issue of crown land and all those kinds of things. But there's no emergency between the United States and Canada. There's no emergency that justifies the imposition of these tariffs. It has disrupted the economies of our two countries. It disrupted the economy. I learned yesterday that the Canadian economy is very close to recession. in part because of the imposition of these tariffs, which have no justification, and are splitting neighbors who. But the deeper problem is the cultural break. The idea that Canadians now don't think of Americans as their friends and their neighbors, but as an adversary. And being from a state where we have people who go across the border to get their hair cut, and families are on both sides of the border, it's a sad day. And it was, if there was some point to it, that would be one thing. But there was no benefit to the United States to imposing these ridiculous tariffs.
Thom, we saw that very touching little movie yesterday about Operation Yellow Ribbon and the Canadians taking in everybody on 9/11. What do you say, since you are the certified R on this panel, about the conversation about Canada becoming the 51st state, questions about NORAD, the cross-border cooperation, in addition to the tariffs?
Well,
what should
kind
we
of back,
tell our
I think
friends?
those are symptoms, but I want to go back to and build on something that Senator Shaheen said yesterday, because I grew up in a family of 6 kids. And every time I've gone to a NATO summit or forums like this, I have to remind everybody that we are in a family of democratic nations. But like my big family, I literally have one sister I'm glad doesn't live in North Carolina, because I think she would campaign for my opponent. She is so liberal. But I love her. And I love all my brothers and sisters. And I know that if we were under threat, that we would come to each other's aid. I feel the same way about the NATO and our partners and allies. But we have to have a serious discussion, ladies and gentlemen. I have a serious frustration with the fact that over the last 20 years, we had a $2 trillion shortfall in people living up to their NATO obligation. We have, in some respects, those who have done that are responsible for what's going on in Ukraine right now. What would $2 trillion of modernization mean to NATO if we'd made the investment at the time that we said we were going to? Right? $2 trillion, $300 billion from Canada alone. A couple of years ago, Prime Minister Trudeau was in the Capitol. And I met with him along with some other Senate members. And I said, Mr. Trudeau, I've looked back over the last 20 years, and every prime minister has said the same thing. We're going to get to it. And they never got to it. Yeah. And as a result, there's a $300 billion shortfall in our mutual defense. Now, it's kind of interesting because and look, folks, I love these two guys.
What about me?
Well, I mean, we took a walk together in the gym this morning. But we've got to be honest. On the one hand, you know, some people look down the nose of the United States for not having the same access to health care as Canada. On the other hand, we've consistently met our obligation to funding our mutual defense for as long as NATO has been in existence. But I've heard other politicians in Canada say, well, we got to get to it, but we have these domestic policies that we have to work on first. Which one is it, guys? I mean, we've got to speak truth to our family members.
Yeah. Well, the Canadian Defense Minister yesterday said that Canada's reaching the 2% in March.
And that's lovely.
Admitted that Canada has been
That's lovely, but
can
we do a makeup payment for the 20 years of shortfalls as well? I mean, that's the discussion you have with family members that you care about. It's fine to say you're about to catch up, but it's not fine to look past a $300 billion shortfall and then sometimes criticize another country for not placing a priority on health care. Well, we could. If we were to cut, let's say, our NATO or our mutual defense budget by, I don't know, let's say we just get back to 2%, then we probably could address other health care issues here. Which one do we want? So I'm just saying, as family members, let's speak honestly with each other and bluntly. And at the end of the day, know that we're still going to be family. And if there is a conflict, we will win. Democracy will win. But let's be open and honest about this family problem that we need to deal with. Otherwise, another 20 years from now, we'll be having the same discussion. And the only thing that we've done in the meantime is allow some despot or someone else to invade another country and to prevent us from being able to project more power, to have more democracies, and free more people.
Well, on his watch, I would commend President Trump for getting many NATO countries, most now, to reach 2%, and some even
Yeah, and
like
I'm sorry,
Poland,
let me, Jane,
to reach a
and so
higher
that's
percent.
why, so if you have that frustration, and then you have trade deficits, I have a problem. I've been open with the president. I think it's absurd that we have a tariff on countries where we have a trade surplus. Brazil is probably the best example of that. But where we have trade deficits, why aren't we working together to create balance? Get the damn milk thing right, folks. I mean, I know that that's one ongoing problem between Canada and the United States, but instead of, why don't we just have a serious discussion about creating a balance of trade? Right? This is an immediate reaction to something we've been talking about for decades and we haven't addressed.
I have a terrible
Yeah.
imbalance of trade with the person that cuts my hair. I've been giving her
Yeah.
money for a long
Well,
time.
and oh, by the way, Congress
She's not
isn't,
giving me any money.
Angus isn't too good about talking to each other.
You need a haircut, by the way.
I know.
Peter, if you have a short comment about Canada, I want to get to the really big news of yesterday, just if I could.
Well, you know, what you're saying, Tom, is always true, that there's going to be bilateral differences and you work them out. But I do come back to the shattering of norms. I mean, first of all, the tariffs, I object to totally, since it's a power of Congress, not a power of the president. And we'll see what the Supreme Court says about that. But they're arbitrary. And you talk to folks here in Canada, you talk to folks in Vermont, New Hampshire, all of us on the northern border, and the people that have been doing their businesses for a long time don't know what the tariff is day by day, and it's incredibly disruptive.
Oh, I agree.
And yeah, but where there is the power of the presidency or of Congress, that has to be used wisely and with restraint. And it can't be having arbitrary impacts on people who don't know what the story is on Tuesday to Wednesday. So the kind of actions that we take and the manner in which we've taken do shatter the norms of comedy that we've had and so benefited by between the United States and Canada, and especially many of us who are in states along the Canadian border. So
Thank you.
That's a real issue. Thank you.
All right, so yesterday there was a lot of news. Some of it had to do with a so-called peace deal for Ukraine. And I want to read you, because I think the audience probably hasn't seen it, and I hadn't seen it either, a text that your colleague Mitch McConnell put out last night. Quote, "Putin has spent the entire year trying to play President Trump for a fool. If administration officials are more concerned with appeasing Putin than securing real peace, then the president ought to find new advisors. Rewarding Russian butchery would be disastrous to America's interests, and a capitulation like Biden's abandonment of Afghanistan would be catastrophic to a legacy of peace through strength." Any comments you'd like to make? Maybe we'll start the other way. Let's go do Peter, then Thom, then Angus.
Well, you know what?
About the Ukraine deal and whether Congress, let me add to this, not only a voice through a post, but whether Congress can take some action if it's unsatisfied with this deal that would be effective in perhaps changing the course of the proposal.
All right, Jane, you know, some people ask me what was the one thing that really surprised me when I came to the Senate, and I said, I like Mitch McConnell. That's a lot from a Democrat, and this is the reason I do. I think it's absolutely direct and absolutely, I support that. I think he's exactly right.
Okay.
I admire Mitch McConnell so much, I named a dog after him. I got a little dog around the house named Mitch. I'm disappointed with what Mitch said because I don't think it was forceful enough. Vladimir Putin is a murderer, a rapist, and an assassin. We should not do anything that makes him feel like he has a win here. Honestly, I think what Mitch said was short of what should be said. There is no way. Gene and I, after the Munich Security Conference, went to Kyiv. And then we went out to Bucha. And we heard the stories of the 30 days in Bucha, where Vladimir Putin allowed the systematic kidnap of children, rape of women, their daughters, in front of their husbands before they were assassinated. He did that knowingly. As far as I'm concerned, he did it. He allowed that to happen. He is a murderer. He is a rapist. He is a thug. He invaded a sovereign nation. There is no quarter for a human being like that. In fact, you can even question his humanity. So when I say I disagree a little bit with the so-called peace plan that's there, absolutely.
So what should Congress do about that?
I don't think that we should do anything except express to our president right now that any agreement has to be an agreement that the people of Ukraine want. I think about those people on the battlefield right now and wonder how demoralizing it could be to say, I'm giving my treasure. Let's face also, folks, over 1 million Russians have either gone into a buzzsaw and died or been injured so gravely they can't return to the battlefield. Vladimir Putin is a horrible human being. He is not the future of the Western world, and he certainly should be the future of an inch of ground in Ukraine.
All right. Angus.
My first reaction, literally, when I read it was that this agreement should be signed in Munich. It's a shocking
Chamberlain
capitulation.
appeasement, is that what you mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But there are two aspects, and Thom touched on the Ukrainian one. It's an outrage by the way, one of the provisions, and we don't know the official language, we're United States senators, we haven't seen this. All we've seen is reports. I think that's a problem. But Ukraine's been given until Thursday to agree to something that nobody's seen. But one of the provisions apparently is a general amnesty for those crimes that Thom just mentioned. Not to mention basically giving eastern Ukraine to the Russians and Crimea. And that leads to what I think is a broader geopolitical point. You think Xi Jinping is paying attention to this?
Of course.
You think Kim Jong-un is paying attention? I mean, this is one of the most serious geopolitical mistakes in my lifetime. And to basically what it does is reward aggression. It's pure and simple. There's no ethical, legal, moral, political justification for Russia claiming eastern Ukraine. It just isn't there. And I went back this morning and read the promises that the Russian Federation made in 1994 when Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons. Very explicit, we will respect the territorial integrity of Ukraine. So why should we think that something
in exchange for Ukraine
giving up their nuclear weapons?
Yeah.
But why should we think that a commitment by Vladimir Putin today is any good? It means anything whatsoever. And the security guarantee, which is still, we haven't seen the exact language, but it's very vague, and it says in case of a sustained attack, and we may respond. In law school, we used to call that an illusory contract. I will give you $20,000 and you may give me a new automobile. That doesn't mean very much. Yeah. And so this whole thing stinks, and it's an embarrassment to the United States. In your answer to your question, I hope that the United States Senate can and the Congress can take steps. I don't know what it would be at this point, but to try to slow this process down. And for the President of the United States to say that the President Zelensky has until Thursday to make up his mind is just outrageous.
The only thing the only thing I want to add is I do believe this president I support, this president that I voted for, has a unique style of negotiating. And so I do believe that he is trying to be disruptive to bring this conflict to an end. I don't believe it makes sense for us to delude ourselves into thinking that we're going to take congressional action to resolve this, but I do believe that we need to speak up and encourage the president to have something that is a win for Ukraine and a loss for Russia.
Okay, we need to move along to the audience, but I just want to put one more question out there, and we'll add an audience question to it. And that is the action that 6 of your colleagues took this past week, which was to put a video together and to say that military leaders should refuse unlawful orders. The word unlawful was clearly in that. President Trump accused them including, and they were all military or intelligence veterans, of sedition punishable by death. And then he emphasized had another post that said punishable by death might mean by hanging. So I just put that question out there if you have an observation on that, but let's go to an audience question, and please, there are some very excited people over here. How about on the aisle right there, right near the microphone? Identify yourself, ask a short question, and hopefully we'll have short answers. And can we get, how many can we do, Peter?
Good.
I can't tell. We have 8 minutes. Is that really true? Yep. Okay, 8 minutes.
Roland Paris from the University of Ottawa. Coming back to the issue of tariffs, many of the tariffs on Canada are under the IEEPA, which requires the declaration of an unusual and extraordinary threat to the United States. My question for Senator Tillis is, do you think that Canada poses an unusual and extraordinary threat to the United States?
Obviously, I don't. And if you know anything about my public statements, I've disagreed with the tariffs to begin with, the predicate. If we want to get into using Section 232 or 301 to impose some consequence for unfair balance of trade, that's fine. But in fact, I can't imagine being a free market conservative and reconciling that position, if you truly are, with the imposition of the tariffs that we see today. I do believe that we need to deal with the trade imbalances, but I don't believe that the predicate that's been laid for imposing the tariffs is correct. We'll see if the courts agree. I'm not an attorney, and I don't even pretend to be one. But no, I don't think that Canada poses a threat, except maybe to Angus's lobster industry.
Yeah, right, lobsters. The lobsters were fabulous last night, by the way. Thank you very much.
Yeah, they remain lobsters who they trucked in.
Let's see, anybody over here? Is that the microphone or that's a hand? I can't see any hands here.
No.
All right, well, let's go over here. And if you asked a question yesterday, please don't ask today. Let's ask somebody else. Okay, right here, in this row, third row, over here.
Hello, staying on. All right. Hello, I'm Tim Saul, from New Zealand, part of the 15 at 15 competition. I wanted to ask to all four of you, what do you, when we grow up, when I and these wonderful people here grow up, what position in the world do you think America should be taking, both democratically, technologically, globally?
So you're asking about the future of American leadership? What
Yes.
do we think it should be when your generation becomes adults?
I'd call it non-coercive leadership. Leadership by example, leadership by support for democracy, leadership by, in terms of fostering technology and economic development around the world. And I think that was, I would call it non-coercive leadership in that sense. That would be my thought.
Anyone else? Oh, Peter?
It's a question you've got to answer. All of you who are here, and one of the reasons you're here is because you have demonstrated, each of you, that you've got a commitment to the future and the will to try to create it. You know, we'll be long gone when you're sitting here, okay?
That's kind of sad when you say it that way.
But I just want to salute each of the young people who are here, giving a lot of us hope that that future that Angus just described is one you'll help create.
And I would just add to that that it was John Kennedy who said, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. So part of the answer has to come from you. And you really have to step up if you want to save democracy in the world, which I think everybody here does want to do. Other questions? In the back, a woman sort of right there.
Morning. My name is Kessie Ekomo. I'm from the Central African Republic. And my question is quick. What do you think about the influence of Russia in Africa and the response of the US, or the lack of response of the US?
I'm sorry, say that again.
I'm from the Central African Republic, and I have a quick question regarding the presence and the influence of Russia in Africa.
Presence and influence in Africa by Russia.
US? Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I think,
No, you go ahead.
yeah, I think the presence of Russia is everywhere. I was just meeting with various ministers from Europe talking about Russia's cancerous activities, hybrid warfare in Europe. If you see what they're doing through mercenaries in some cases, the way that they are metastasizing throughout Africa, it's very concerning to me. It's also concerning to me that the United States has withdrawn somewhat through the reduction in USAID. That void's going to be filled by malign influences, whether it's ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Russia mercenaries, China, of course. So it is, and in some respects, South America are countries that I worry about, because when the democratic nations leave, then malign influences flourish. And I think that we all collectively have to figure out how to address that problem. I think that's the thing that we need to focus on going into the future, back to this gentleman's question. America cannot possibly address every risk that we have across the globe. And I think maybe a future America has to actually decide to be on the wing of another country or countries that are going to take maybe an increased role in defense in their neighborhoods, so that we can play the global role that we have to play. I believe that we're going to reach a point to where we have to have, that's why I continue to go back about the investment in NATO. We have to meet the minimums and go beyond that. And we have to figure out a way to be everywhere at once. And the United States cannot possibly do that by itself.
But isn't that the importance of partners and allies?
Right.
It is. But I think it's even more, it's not like helping the United States better posture itself in Europe, or helping the United States better posture itself in Indo-PACOM or any other area. It's about, in some cases, how can the United States help other groups of nations better posture itself.
But you use the word
so that we
allies.
get better leverage. If we don't get the leverage, we're going to lose.
The asymmetric advantage America has is allies.
Right.
China has customers. We have allies, and the West has allies, and our alliances are what. That's our advantage in the world, and to squander that with tariffs, some kind of tariffs that aren't justified in the law, or basically poking our allies in the eye, just doesn't make sense, because it's giving away the advantage that we have in the world.
Our other advantage is our values.
Yep.
Which perhaps we're squandering too. We're out of time. Well, we have 20 seconds, so I promise right there that you could ask the shortest question.
Thank you. Jane, I want to pick up exactly on that, as well as your point about the threat of violence. Tie that to the justice. Yesterday, you talked about anti-Semitism rising, to what Senator Welch was saying about the norms. What are the root causes of the breakdown in norms, and do you see any solutions to try to reestablish norms?
With 0 time, who would like to take that?
Well, the most dangerous thing about what the president said yesterday is that it enables other people who perhaps are unbalanced to say, well, the president said these people deserve death, and so I'll be the instrument. That's what worries me. I've learned in my life that you have to be very careful, because there are people who will take what you say literally and go forward, and that's those people that made that statement. All they were saying was you shouldn't obey an illegal order, which is like saying the sun rises in the east. I mean, that's just a fact. And to signal them out and essentially threaten death, they use the word death. That's dangerous stuff for a leader.
Yeah.
Well, I, for one, think maybe the president could have used more attenuated language. But let's also talk about that video, because it felt like it came right out of the marketing department for messaging in next year's election, right? Because I don't know if anybody has proven that the president has ordered anyone to do something illegal. So it was laying the
He
predicate.
wanted them to shoot the protesters in the legs, and it was the Secretary of Defense who wouldn't let him do it.
All I'm saying is that video to the guy that's growing up in a trailer park that I did could be perceived as, oh my God, the President of the United States is ordering people to execute an awful order. So how can you not, what I've tried to explain, how can you not at least have those who create, why else would you create that video unless you were leading somebody to believe that we were at risk of this ad nauseum list of illegal orders by our military, by our National Guard? It's like,
why
folks,
did the
we're better
Secretary
than
of
that.
Defense fire all the top lawyers in the
See, but
Defense
Angus,
Department on the
that's-
first
that's what I'm
day?
getting to. I'm
There's a
saying,
reason
folks,
for that, because they anticipate doing illegal acts.
all I'm saying is I'm a fact-based person. And I would never have condoned that video if I were running the Republican messaging machine. Because at some level, it's dishonest. And what it's doing is it's preventing those of us who have consistently been either left or right of center to be able to have a productive discussion.
So
The temperature has to be lowered on both sides. And if either end of the spectrum think they're right, they're absolutely wrong. That's what's wrong with political discourse. That's what's wrong not only in the United States, but other democratic nations. We need to lower the temperature. Recognize that most of us want to live in peace with one another, and arguably most of us are somewhere left and right of center, and the extremes at either end of the spectrum right now in U.S. politics are the problem.
It's not extreme to worry
here's-
about the use of the U.S. military.
Here's my wish, and that is that the Senate will stay open, that the dialogue will continue, and that disagreements, which were evidenced here, will occur, but the conversation will also occur. All of us can learn from each other, and I think that has been in short supply lately. And I do want to
Tillis, even though he's wrong about a lot of things.
And I do want to applaud this Codel because it's full of people I personally am enormously fond of, and it's led by a great woman. Thank you very much.
Please join us for a coffee break in the foyer. HFS delegates, please join us in the auditorium. Our program will begin in just a few minutes. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Our program will begin now.
Okay, that was beautifully put together. I think all of us can identify with each of those people and see how we could be number 10 very easily. I'm Ravi Agrawal. I'm the editor-in-chief of Foreign Policy magazine and the host of FP Live. And it's a real pleasure to be here to moderate this discussion. I love the topic that we have, Democracies Discover Dreamers. I'm going to very quickly introduce our panelists, and then we're going to dive into a really fun discussion. We're also going to bring you in, as you know, so I'd love to take questions from you. I believe in the wisdom of crowds. So to my right, we've got Andris Spruds, the Minister of Defense of Latvia. To his right, Kolinda Grabar-Kitarovic, the 4th President of Croatia. And to her right, Rachel Kleinfield, a Senior Fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Let's have another round of applause for them, please. All of you would have gotten the essays that were written by Nobel Peace Prize winners, riffing on each of the plenary session topics that we have. And I just wanted to read a line from the one that was directly linked to this session. It's by Kailash Satyarthi. For those of you who aren't familiar with his work, he is an amazing social reformer in India and really helped bring to light a lot of the issues with child labor and forced labor across India. I interviewed him in 2014 in India when he won the Peace Prize and found him to just be profound. He is a dreamer in terms of how he thought about transforming the country that he loved and grew up in, but saw many problems in. And he wrote in this essay, democracies discover dreamers, but only if they choose to. Only if they protect childhood, nurture education, listen to youth, and act from the heart as much as from the ballot. I wanted to start with that just to channel his very inspiring views. And now we'll quickly go around and just get a sense. Maybe we put our cards on the table first. Do you all feel, very quick answers, and then we'll go a little deeper. Do you all feel that only democracies can discover dreamers? Kolinda, maybe I start with you there.
Yeah, I imagine a girl who was born in 1968 under communism in a village in the suburbs of Rijeka. To the family, father was a butcher, mother was a homemaker. People barely finished high school, but she dreamed big. She became 4th President of Croatia, and she's sitting in front of you. So yes, there are dreamers everywhere.
Including not in democracies. What about you, Andris?
Well, I'm just coming to this distinguished conference from the almost immediately from Independence Day celebrations in Latvia. We have also a military parade with Latvian soldiers staying next to shoulder with Canadians, Americans, Danish, Swedish, Italian, Spanish, and other nations. Back in 1991, when I was as a young boy on barricades, it was a dream. It was a dream to have freedom. It was a dream to have democracy. It was a dream to be part of European Union and NATO. It would have been a dream as well to stay shoulder to shoulder years later with our allies. I was born myself in Soviet Union. I was born myself in the evil's empire. So without dreams, without aspirations, without consistency, it would be impossible to achieve. So that's why actually sometimes, not democracies, but those who aspire for democracy within authoritarian or totalitarian systems might have even stronger aspirations and stronger will to achieve that which is being deprived from you.
Fascinating. So when you don't have something, you dream for it even more. Rachel, where do you fall on this?
Yeah, I agree. People dream all over the world. What democracy, when it's functioning well, lets you do is achieve those dreams. That's why people are dreaming of democracy. It's why people are trying to immigrate to the United States and Canada and Europe and not to Russia and Cuba and other dictatorships. People search out democracy in order to make their dreams come true.
So this is now, I guess, a moment for me to play provocateur. Yes, agreed, all of this. But could a case be made, Rachel, I'm going to come to you on this first. could a case be made that over the last 40 years, with the sense of the end of history and all that came with, and our own kind of myth-making about how not just democracies, but with it, unfettered capitalism, mass urbanization, technological shifts, free and open borders, free trade. We're in a moment where there is a backlash against all of these forces. And one could make the case, I'm not making it necessarily, but one could, that today, people in, say, some, not autocracies, but not quite democracies either, let's say a Singapore, let's say a country that has a troubled ranking on, say, Freedom House, that they may see that they have more hope in the future. Where have we gone wrong there?
So many things can crush dreams. It's not solely your government system. What democracy lets you do is correct. So if your dreams are being crushed because you've got an oligarchic power system, lots of corruption, lots of wealth that's concentrated, as we do right now in the United States, have lots of concentrated wealth, the hope is that you can throw people out at the ballot box. My father used to say that the most important thing about democracy was not who you can elect, it's who you can get rid of. And by being able to get rid of bad leaders, we can change these systems over time and make them better. What you don't have hope for in a dictatorship is the ability to change these power structures without force. And so, yes, lots of things can hold back people's dreams, but by having the ability to change, a democracy has a lot more flexibility to help them achieve them over time.
Mm.
Can I add to that, please?
Please.
Yes, because I started with my personal story. And Croatia's dream of freedom was a 1,000 years old dream. A lot of people think it's a young country. It's actually quite an old country that was part of different state structures. And we tried to get our independence on several occasions. There was the Croatian Spring. Most people heard about the Prague Spring, but not of the Croatian Spring. But we were able to fight and realize that dream only at the end of the 1980s, the beginning of the 1990s, when the external circumstances were ripe enough, where the democratic movement of the democratization of the whole of Central and Eastern Europe made it possible for Croatia to become independent as well. And this is where democracy comes in, when it gives you the freedom of choice. In our case, it was a choice that was dearly paid for in price of life and destruction. We had a war, but we knew what we wanted. We wanted to become part of the Western family of democracies. We wanted to become a member state of the EU and NATO. Many times we were told, don't even apply, you're not ready yet. Mm-hmm. But we pursued, we were doing our homework, we were building the system to integrate into the family of democracies as soon as possible. And that democratic blueprint of becoming a member state of the EU and NATO was exceptionally important for internal changes as well, because it helps you a lot to set the direction in which you want to go. And that is one of the biggest values of democracy when it comes to spreading the values and the rules around the world. Now it's being challenged, but it means that all the more we have to stand for it. Because democracy is not just about preserving the status quo, defending what we have, but dreaming a lot beyond that. And it's about creating, adjusting to the current circumstances and changes in the world, and creating new solutions in how we're going to promote our common well-being.
Mm. You're not in office anymore. Do you think the United States is living up to those values right now?
I don't want to talk about any particular administration, and many people know that when I was president, I really had a great relationship with President Trump. We did find a common language. I do believe in the resilience of the American system, in the checks and balances, and I do believe that ultimately everybody will realize that freedom of choice and knowing where we're going and protecting those values is worth a lot more than catering to autocrats who want to suppress any ideas that would sort of put us all in the same basket, ideological, systematic, and economic.
Ever the diplomat. Andres, let me bring you in on, you know, those videos we just saw of immigrants, really, and your point about how sometimes if you don't have something, you want it more. I'm just thinking about how in society after society, not just in the West, but all over the world, there is a real backlash against immigrants and immigration. And that could also be seen as a backlash against dreamers. How do you process that?
No, I don't think so that there is a backlash against dreamers. I think every generation has its challenges, its revolutions, its upheaval, and also its dreamers and its dreams. Of course, there are, like in life, two tragedies always. One is to get what you wish, and is not to get what you wish, and second was actually to get what you wish. So once you get it, it appears that you need still to work very hard for the next dreams and next aspirations. You referred to Fukuyama's end of history back in the 1990s. There was another paradigm, clash of civilizations, or in general, clash by Samuel Huntington. So I think that what we see, I would not see that those paradigms are self-exclusive, that we are aspiring for the best representative model where each dream can come true, but at the same time we all the time are in clash inside of our societies, in clash with other models of development, and in clash of ideas, in clash with speed, rapid development of technologies. So in this all a fast, speedy global community and landscape, I think the resilience of society, the leadership, the vision is always extremely important. Sometimes it's lacking for objective reasons, but I think the dream is always and must be an integral part of the vision.
Rachel, where are democracies going wrong in general? And if you think about things that leaders, governments need to do to fix basic governance outcomes, I'm thinking of maybe campaign finance reform, things that make democracies less democratic. How do we reverse those trends that seem to have gummed up systems?
You know, a lot of different things are gumming up different systems. I would say, speaking to my own, the degree to which wealth gets concentrated and how that affects power is, we've known that since Aristotle, that democracies depend on strong middle classes, and that when you have strong concentrations of wealth, it really skews things. And I think that's a really important part of changing our democracies. It also makes me think, though, of what has gone right with certain democracies. I mean, I think a lot about, you know, South Korea was a country as poor as Somalia after the Korean War. It was one of the poorest countries in the world. And a military dictatorship got it to a certain level. The chaebols, the concentrated wealth of certain groups in society and business groups, got it to a certain level. You can't deny that the military dictatorship brought it to a certain point. But for it to become what it is now, a world beater in cultural success, in the kind of dreaming success that our current economies call for, that took democracy. That took an end to that kind of repression and an end to that kind of concentration of power and wealth, so that more people, I mean, there's a reason that my 7-year-old girl in her class, 10 different kids at Halloween dressed up as K-pop demon hunters. There's a reason that K-pop has taken over the 7-year-old set, right? And it's because it's fresh, it's new, it's dreaming.
Yeah.
This is what brings democratic economies further, but they have to open themselves up. The kind of concentration of power and wealth that we've allowed to happen is just as harmful to dreams as that kind of grayness of a dictatorship.
Yeah, I love that answer. And I just want to say, I mean, so you brought up K-pop Demon Hunters, which, by the way, if you haven't seen it, you should. It is...
I think I disagree with you there, but...
that one shouldn't see it? You've probably seen it too many times.
Maybe 15 times with my daughter.
I've only had to see it once, but it's very striking and interesting, and actually the values espoused in the movie are kind of fantastic, if I may say so, and very catchy music. But the bigger point I was trying to make, and this is why it's worth watching it, is it is an advertisement of soft power. And one of the things that autocracies simply cannot buy, no matter how much they try, is soft power. And the other very interesting example from this year is China and Labubus. Do all of you know what Labubus are? Okay, these sort of plush, ugly dolls, cute, ugly dolls. But again, the state did not create them, and they're all the rage now. But part of the beauty of these dolls is it was designed by someone in Hong Kong who was Scandinavian-inspired, but it also has inspirations from East Asia. The whole point being that you can dream in unlikely ways that cannot be controlled. And Kolinda, to sort of build on that a bit, how do we encourage dreamers more in democracy and contrast better that this is not something you can do without the environment of freedom?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we take so many things for granted. We have taken peace for granted for way too long in Europe. Then we saw the wars in Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, etc. Then we saw the first wave of incursion into Ukraine in 2014, and then the open war in 2020. And we still don't learn those lessons, that things cannot be taken for granted, that the present, the reality, the presence needs to be challenged. And we need to encourage those individuals to challenge it. So when we talk about dreamers, for me, it's like when I have a meeting, for instance, when I used to have meetings as Minister of Foreign Affairs or President, and I would put forth an idea to move Croatia forward. And then most people around the table would say, oh, it's impossible. And then it really gets you going. But there's this one person who takes down a piece of paper and a pen and starts scratching things, how this could be done, the ways forward. And this is what dreamers are all about. They're not detached from reality. They have to be grounded in geopolitical and security, in governmental, in all the principles. But they have to proceed with some kind of principled realism that is compounded by the courage to dream, the courage to dream beyond that, the courage to disrupt the current situation. Because in this world of flux and volatility, the change, the volatility is not the enemy. Complacency is. If you think that your future is just predetermined, that it's just something that happens, you're going to lose the game today. We need to be able to shape the future, and this is what dreamers do. They have an idea, they develop it, they're ready and willing to disrupt the situation, they're ready to innovate. And as states, as government, as institutions, as alliances of democracies, we need to be able to provide that space to young people, or young meaning young by thinking, not necessarily by age, forward thinking. We need to have our institutions open enough to tolerate that kind of dissent. When people say, okay, this isn't right, we need to go in a different direction. We need to create networks inside our societies and across our societies. And this is what Halifax has been doing also, asking for alliances of democracies in order to protect our democratic values. But we need to be very innovative, because what has become very clear in the past months is that the rules-based international order is being replaced by a powers-based international order, that rules are being broken, whereas new rules have not been written. And we need the power of imagination and of dreamers to shape those new rules in the AI, in the technological department, in technological development, but also in governance and in how we respond to changes around us, because remaining static will not do. The future does not belong to those who complain about the current system and the volatility. The future belongs to those who create.
That's fantastic. I mean, the lesson from there, of course, is that democracy is not a one and done. You have to nurture it, you have to grow it, you have to build it all the time, and you cannot be complacent.
Encourage people. to think
Encourage
different.
people. I want to pick up on something Kalinda said, Andres. This idea that we have to inspire new rules. So assuming that the rules-based order is very challenged right now, there is a sense of impunity. Some rules are being broken. Do you have a sense of how these new rules or the old rules with more strength around them, who is going to get together to do that? And I have to add here, there are a lot of countries that are gray on this spectrum of democracy to autocracy. You don't want to exclude them necessarily. You want them to partake in a rules-based order. How do you bring everyone along in that scenario?
Well, I'm a very practical man as a Minister of Defense. So it's about capabilities, infrastructure, the budgets, but at the same time, of course, it is about the right mindset. And it's not just about my mindset, it's about mindset within other societies, and it's also about mindsets of our allies and partners. For our nation, it is important, the mindset and dreams, and I would say leadership and vision of unity, that we are united. We cannot be on our own, we cannot be alone. It is a mindset and dream of common strengths, collective strengths, as well within NATO alliance and beyond. And it's also the mindset of the accepting, integrating, and moving forward with new technologies, new solutions. And I think in this we can find a lot of also global allies. And I believe that it is becoming increasingly difficult to have those gray zones. And we see it in Ukraine, we see it in Moldova. You have to take stances. Are you with freedom, rules-based international order, or you are opposite? You are trying to undermine it, you are trying to resent it, you are trying to have your 19th century imperialistic ambitions. So I think it's also important to convince our allies and partners, and also within those gray zones where we will have those potential allies and partners, that actually the stance is important to cooperate on some of the issues, but it's a very important to cooperate on a spectrum of issues, which ensures strength of democracies and rules-based international order.
Let me open this up a bit and see if we have some hands. I see a couple here. Do we have a microphone going round? Okay, so maybe the gentleman there, and we could maybe take a couple at a time. So let's go first.
Hello.
Your name and your question.
Ayman Mhanna. I lead a press freedom organization based in Beirut. We work in the Middle East. I'd like the panelists' opinion on a new model that's not the Krings or the outright autocracies and not Western democracy. The model of countries like the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Singapore to a certain extent, where they come to these conferences and we meet them everywhere saying, dreamers want to come to our places. Nobody cares about, voicing your political opinion. As long as you can make good money, as long as the court system is fair when it comes to the rule of law in your business, as long as we have the best scientists coming, as long as all the big companies open their offices in our places, their data centers, their top engineering firms, their top consultants with the highest salaries ever, this is what dreamers want. Forget about freedom of speech, etc., and forget about wars and interference, that this is the model. And today, all opinion polls in the Middle East, but also in Africa, show that this is where people want to go. Rwanda is following that example. So forget about free elections. I can stay in power for 40 years, but look, economic progress. So how do we respond to that type of offer that's now, on display?
That's a great question. I'm going to just take one for now because that's very meaty. Do you want to build on that question? You do. Okay. Let's get a microphone to you. And I say that mostly because I want to stay with that theme. It's good.
Just very, very quickly, building on my friend's question, it has to do with how do we build trust on institutions? Because we complain about how institutions and rules-based order is not working, but then how do we actually build trust so that institutions or democratic institutions can actually deliver what other systems are possibly delivering?
Excellent.
And
okay.
From Mexico.
You also want to build on that? Okay. All right.
Hi, Solange Marquez from Mexico. Just to add to this, democracy is not. It is losing the appeal, especially for younger generations. We are not delivering something for them And that model is much more appealing for them. So how do we construct a new model or a new idea, a new marketing for democracy that fight with this idea of, well, maybe we are not a democracy, but we are going to deliver much more than what democracy has been doing for the last years.
Fantastic. Okay, so I think the through line on these three excellent questions is outcomes are really important. Governance is very important. So if people are given, you know, a great livelihood, great infrastructure, low taxes in some of the countries described, they're willing to take that and trade off to some degree certain other freedoms that we cherish in democracies. If people are choosing that, which is a profoundly democratic act in and of itself, how do you think through that? And how do you make sure that the more liberal idea of democracy comes through in that sort of competition? Which of you wants to take that on? Or maybe all of you.
Yeah,
Belinda.
I'd like to take it to start with and give some initial thoughts. Gen Z and Gen Alpha, I believe, is the next generation. Their span of attention has become really shorter because of the way that they process information. And they are the ones prone to not trust the institutions, but they take up causes. They are very good at taking up causes and multiplying them and creating a snowball effect. So I believe that we need to have incubators who allow for that, like we have for science, for technology, for startups, etc. So these governance incubators, not necessarily in a single country, but regional and international. But I want to go back to the essential dreamers as well. Again, going back to myself, when the war started in Croatia, my American family came and offered me to go back to the States. And in spite of the dire circumstances, we did not know whether we were going to defend ourselves or not. My salary was pathetic at the time, but my choice was Croatia. And I said, I'm sorry, but if I leave, who's going to stay? And today, when I travel to Ukraine, there are millions of young people who stay there just because they want to see a democratic, free Ukraine that will choose their own future. And this is what gives me hope.
Rachel?
I would sort of double down on the last part of that. I mean, it's not that so many people are choosing to go to the UAE or these other countries as opposed to the full democracies. They can't get into the full democracies. We have very strong immigration restrictions. It's very hard. So they go where they can, because if you have to choose between a half a loaf and a full loaf, you're going to take something. So they take something. Now, do we as democracies need to offer more hope? Yes. Do we also need to offer people more of a sense of realism about what their options are in these countries? Yes. Because, I mean, I'll tell a story about someone else here at Halifax. I can't see David here, so forgive me, David, if you don't want me to tell this story. But David Smolansky and I became friends at Halifax, and at some point his parents wanted to come visit him. Now, for those who know David, he was a mayor in a part of Caracas where he was doing amazing work, bringing security to a very insecure part of the world, bringing hope to a part of Caracas that really needed it, really needed that security in order to have people flourish. And for those pains, he was exiled, had to escape his country and come to America. And his parents didn't know if they would ever get to see him again. And they reunited for some strange reason at my house, where they had dinner with his sister on a road trip around the Southwest. And he didn't know, they didn't know, would they be allowed back in Venezuela? Would they be arrested when they got back to Venezuela? Would their business get taken when they got back to Venezuela? Would the parents ever be able to see their child again? Would the sister be able to become a journalist doing free work in her own country? The promises and the shininess of these dictatorships can look pretty good until you end up chopped up in the basement of an embassy that you've been lured to on false premises. These countries are promising a lot, but you don't get to change them. And when you don't get to change, they become shoddy. They become more corrupt. They become more failures, and you don't have a way to alter them. Democracies have deep problems right now, but we can make change, and we have the power to do that without ending up in the situation that David's family did. And as a mom of two, I think about that dinner all the time. I think about, what do we give our children? And when do you lose your democracy? When did Venezuela, as a rich democratic country, lose that democracy? We have to keep that flame alive.
But just to, Andres, just to engage with the spirit of the questions, which I think your point is absolutely valid, but assuming that democracy is a spectrum, right? And there are some countries which are able to offer what comes across as good governance, which is desirable. And I do know people who live in the Gulf or Singapore instead of the West. I think these people exist. They are making choices. They have the ability to make those choices. The question, Andres, I guess, is how do pure democracies, messy as they are, how do they make themselves sexier? How do they convince people that the governance outcomes can actually be good?
By difficulties and challenges, what they're facing.
And also accepting that things aren't always great.
Exactly, exactly. Sometimes it seems that it is no one's world. There is diversity of different developmental models. And we should recognize that different developments and different shades of gray also within democracies. But at the same time, coming from my own personal experience, coming from experience of the Central and Eastern Europe, from being part of the evil empire, the sphere of domination, or directly part of the territory. So for us, dreams of democracy which have come true, we need to work, we need to protect, we need to fight for it, and not to give up. I think belief is extremely important. That democracies are the model where representation of the people is the most intense, the most well represented. And of course, we face challenges in terms of efficiency, in terms of the security, in terms of communicating with other societies. I face it on an everyday basis. All those dilemmas of decisions, all those dilemmas of how to communicate with people. On the one hand, to ensure a sense of security, at the same time being frank and open and honest. But I think these dilemmas teach us modesty, humbleness, that we can be replaced anytime. And I think this is what it is. And at the very end, in a long-term perspective, being tested by the challenging and difficult times provides actually resilience and sustainability to the democratic system. So I am a strong believer in the democratic system, and I am ready that we are defending it together.
Fantastic. You know, and Rachel, also to your point, I want to take more questions, but just to quickly close the loop on, you know, when you mentioned a journalist who can be dismembered and chopped up, I'm a journalist. No one thinks that's going to happen to them until it does. And so it's the complacency that is very important to guard against. So even when there are shinier objects elsewhere, there's a lot, it comes with a trade-off, and one day the trade-off is you. Let's take some more questions. I see a hand over there, the lady in the beautiful scarf. And then maybe we weave our way here. Okay, excellent.
Thank you. My name is Rushan Abbas. I am an Uyghur living in the United States. My people recently facing full-fledged active genocide from China. Ravi, it was very interesting that you mentioned Labubu, the dolls. These dolls are not just ugly, but they are tainted by Uyghur slaves' blood, sweat, and the tears. China uses cotton handpicked by Uyghur slaves. Forced labor is a huge issue, and the current issue, just last year, 2024, 3.34 million Uyghurs are transferred, and which some of them are working on those facilities, factories that they are manufacturing Labubu dolls. So my question is for everyone. How do the democracies address China's forced labor, modern slavery, when it's against every single country's constitution to have goods manufactured by slavery? Thank you.
It's a great question. Should we just address that directly before we take a few more? Anyone wants to take that on?
I'll say a couple of things. First, it's wonderful to see you again. I last saw you in the National Endowment for Democracy's offices, and your bravery, your sister's bravery is incredible. We all owe the Uyghurs and others who are oppressed by their governments a great debt. And on the one hand, we need to enforce our own laws. The rule of law, we talk about democracy. I started my career working on the rule of law. These are ideas that go hand in hand. And if we don't enforce our economic laws, it's not just that we get undercut in trade, which is harming our own countries. We do horrible things to other people. And there are ways we can enforce our own laws. The other side of it, though, is that we need strong militaries. What we risk by having weak militaries where China thinks, oh, we did this to the Uyghurs, we took over Hong Kong, where will we go next? I think we're all very aware of the stakes that we're facing right now. And I will say that one of the problems with having clarity on democracy abroad and allowing real fuzziness in your democracy at home is that it can harm your ability to be strong abroad. And I think in the United States, we're facing that with our military right now. That a real threat to the politicization of our military. Look at the National Guard re-enlistment rates for the Guard units that are being deployed domestically. They are not what they should be, and we deploy our Guard with our active duty military when we send them abroad. So if we deplete our military at home, if we deplete the people willing to sign up for these missions, it hurts the Uyghurs. It hurts all the people who are depending on us for a free military abroad. And the military can't say anything. They have to be subordinate to civilian power. It's our congressional delegation, sadly not here right now, who could speak for them. We need to keep our economic rules strong and our military strong in order to not have injustices like this.
That's a great way to connect the dots. Let me take a few more questions here. Yes, the lady in maroon, and then maybe behind her as well. Let's see if we can connect these questions.
Hi, my name is Diana. I'm from Ukraine. You know, nowadays our life is quite challenging. And in my opinion, it's became more vital to pay attention on people, even on young generation, who really wants to affect positively on our situation. And I'm very curious to hear your opinion about what does it mean to you, to democracies, to discover dreamers in times of global insecurity.
Okay, let's ponder on that. And behind her, just in the row behind her, do you still want to ask your question, ma'am? Okay.
Hi, Kelly Craft, former U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. So I have a comment which is really in line with Gen Z and Gen Alpha. I see a positive in this moment, and that is these generations flocking to faith and looking for rules, looking for guidance in how to be a citizen and how to serve others and in how to be an added addition to whatever country. Do you see this in your countries as well? This was just a New York Times article 2 days ago, and it was really refreshing and also quite optimistic about these generations that are flocking to faith.
Thank you for that. Okay, would you like to pick up on that, Kolinda? I mean, the importance of faith and then also specifically Ukraine here.
Yes, I want to pick up specifically on Ukraine.
Sure.
As I mentioned, that I meet so many young people who just want to stay in Ukraine. They have incredible opportunities to go to all of our countries in the EU. They have special benefits, etc. But they choose to stay home because their home is Ukraine. And I want to go back to the root causes of this war, because I very much resented when we find that convenient excuse that it was us who somehow provoked that Russian invasion of Ukraine, that it was about NATO enlargement. It was not. And defining it as that, as a convenient excuse to assuage our own guilt, that we were not able to stop it, not in 2014 and not in 2020, for honestly lack of will and determination to do so, we are taking the wrong path. To say that Russia's fear for their security and NATO enlargement was the cause of this aggression is not only wrong, morally wrong, it is also very dangerous. Because by ignoring the root causes of aggression, which is imperial restoration, grievances about being brought to the knees during the Cold War, and the aspirations to control the immediate neighborhood by eliminating democracy, because this is what Russia fears most, democracy and democratic developments. And this is what the young people in Ukraine are mostly about. If we ignore that, we're creating a space for the reconstitution of the Russian military force and potential incursion, escalation into the NATO and EU space. So what we need to do is really support the young Ukrainians to be able to stay in their own country in every way possible, for them to be able to rebuild their country and to give them all the rights that pertain to sovereign nations. Because if we say that the might is right, that smaller countries are not allowed to choose their alliances because it upsets the bigger countries, then we're taking the agency away from the smaller countries. We're taking away all the rules of the international system, the sovereign equality of states, territorial integrity, sovereignty, political independence, and the right to choose their own future. And democracies should be about protecting the rights of every single individual, including the smallest one. Which brings me to a very simple story that I used to read to my kids when they were small. Horton, here's a who. A person's a person, no matter how small. A country is a country, no matter how small.
I love how we made it from K-pop to Labubu to Horton. Andres, jump in.
On Labubu or in general?
In general.
My daughter is 12, so
You're up to date.
I have some knowledge as well on this. But anyway, coming back to Ukraine, still, because it is an important topic, because it is in the center of the world, what we are forming together. It will have this extremely strong consequences for the rules-based international order, so the scenarios and destinies of Ukraine. And the root cause is clear. Everything in Russia might change in every 5 years, but nothing changes in 100 years. So Russian imperialism, Russian ambition, which is tragic for its neighbors, but tragic for Russia and Russian people and Russian young people themselves, is part and parcel of Russian identity. And we have to take into account.
But doesn't that doom them? So you're saying they're incapable of democracy? I mean, that's more of a cultural argument. I wouldn't feel comfortable dooming any culture and saying that they're not compatible with democracy. I would like to dream and believe that everyone...
That's an important point. And if you look back in the last 100 years, then Russia has changed, Russia has transformed. It has also stood up against authoritarian systems, but usually it has taken place after some imperialistic ambitions which have been defeated, be it in 1905, be it during the First World War, be it after aggression, invasion in Afghanistan in the 1980s. So I think it should be taken into account that external developments go hand in hand also with domestic internal developments, because part of the Russian political landscape, it is about imperialistic ambition. It's not a cultural argument, it's a political argument.
I mean, but all European countries are quite complicit there, to be frank.
Well, yes, but all European countries have gone through the process of democratization, and at the very end have arrived at democratization, are willing to protect democracy. But coming back to young generation, I think sometimes we say, look, I mean, young generation is not willing, it's not interested into politics. That's not right. I can see it from Latvian experience. What has happened in Ukraine, it has been perceived both as injustice, which has mobilized people to support Ukraine actively on all domains, on all generations. And of course, it also has involved a feeling of insecurity and threat, which has also mobilized that we have to contribute as much as possible to our defense of the values which we aspired for so strongly in 40, 35 years ago. And that's why I see that young people are joining on a voluntary basis Latvian armed forces. in huge numbers. And it was really sort of the upheaval in terms of the patriotic feelings that we need to protect what we have gained. This is a moment also for younger generation, a moment of patriotism, a season for patriotism. And I'm very happy about this, I'm very proud about this. So the difficulties and challenges, it is what also creates and strengthens democracies.
Yeah. Rachel, I'm wondering if you can engage a little bit with Kelly's question about faith. And I just want to broaden this a little bit. Because again, there is a case to be made that in the last 4 or 5 decades, because of a lot of globalization, a lot of immigration, a lot of urbanization, technological shifts, you can make the case that the centers of community engagement, not just religious, not just churches, but also the mom and pop stores that are decimated by all these shifts, that has led to a sense that communities are fractured. There's less trust in each other. There's less mending of differences. There's less debate and discussion. People are stuck on their phones. They're siloed more. Where do you think community and faith fits into these debates about dreaming and democracy? And if we admit that things have gone a little bit wrong, how do we fix that?
I think it's a great question, Ravi. I've been thinking about the question about faith because we have seen this movement toward faith around the world. And we've also seen this deep desire for community and a sense of people not knowing how to get it. They're really confused. They've lacked the skills. Young people are really having trouble just figuring out how to come together. But so are older people. We're not modeling particularly well. The polarization in our societies aren't modeling particularly well. You can't build a democracy of atomized individuals. A democracy is all about the give and take and friction of people with wildly different ideas, different values, figuring out how to live together peacefully. And so when you have people who are having trouble dealing with that friction, when you have people who are used to seamless worlds where you order something online and it shows up at your house and you don't need to transact with anyone, you don't need to deal with that difference. When you live in that world, it becomes very hard to have a functional democracy. I think about when I was 18, I was valedictorian of my high school. There were 19 kids in my school, so it's not a very big deal.
It's still an achievement.
But at that moment, 1994, I talked about, apartheid had ended and the Palestinians and Israelis had actually sat down at that point. Things looked more hopeful. The Soviet Union had just fallen. There was all this hope, but if you looked at the world, it was worse. The overall world had been totalitarian, worse was at war, and you looked toward a hopeful future. Now it's the opposite. Things are actually not that bad. For all that young people complain about democracy, when you look at GDP, when you look at all sorts of indicators, not that bad, but you look forward and it's not hope. You look forward and you see a downward slope because people don't know how to deal with this friction. So if we can figure out how to do that, and bring people back into a hopeful world. I mean, I think about John Alvis, who had so much hope in this system that he sent himself to Baku in order to help. That's very far away. We have people who have so much belief in their own community and their own strength of self that they can go out and touch other people who are extremely different than them and look for commonality. That's what we need to be doing in our democracies. That's where we're going to get that shininess again, that sexiness again, is if we can figure out how we touch other people with that hope. And that, it's not that we're going to have some great innovation in governance. Most of governance, as we've been saying, has been monarchies, has been empires, has been ruling over other people. That's most of human history. Democracy was the innovation. What we need to do is figure out how to re-enliven that with our own hope, with our own touching of one another's humanity and figuring out how to get it back in a more global way so that the hope of Alvis, the hope of Senator McCain himself in this system can be brought around the world again.
That's a great answer. It takes work, it takes dreaming, and it takes maintaining. Ladies and gentlemen, we're out of time. I just want to say thank you for being a great audience and asking terrific questions. And let's just have a round of applause for our fantastic guests.
You're welcome. HFS delegates, please join us in the auditorium. Our program will begin in just a few minutes. As a courtesy to our delegates and presenters, please silence all electronic devices. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Our program will begin now.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for coming to this session. I also want to thank the Halifax Security Forum for including me. This is my first time here, and I've been very just completely impressed and blown away by not just the sessions and the speakers that we've had, but the people in the room. And on that note, expect questions because I'll be coming to all of you. Thank you. That was really fantastic. I don't need an excuse to listen to you two. And also reaffirm my lifelong crush on Larry Mullen Jr., so thank you so much. But I want to start with Democracies, Design Doodads, and I want to ask everyone on the panel to have a go at this before we go to the audience. And who would like to go first?
Maybe Senator.
You've got to ask the question first.
Democracies, Design Doodads. What does that mean?
Oh, well, I can start, but
please do.
There's some people here that are brighter than me on this particular subject. So maybe if we start at the third grade level, we can move on up into the PhD levels, okay?
Okay, so
Look,
just 1 second. Senator Rounds is on the Banking Committee, the Appropriations Committee, the Senate Armed Services Committee, and the Intelligence Committee. So not only does he know how much money there is, he knows where it's spent, he knows what the Pentagon uses to buy its toys, and he knows where all the bodies are buried.
You call them doodads.
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 Perfect.
Look, what this amounts to is we are at the start of literally a 6th gen of development in technology that we have never seen before. And it will be literally huge steps forward from what we see right now with the internet itself. And the reason why I put it that way is we are at the point where, remember back when you were a Mac person or you were a Microsoft person, but you either liked the Mac and you liked the Apple program, or you were on an office and you were using a Microsoft product. And people were one way or the other based on what they'd learned on. Let me start by just suggesting this. We're at that same point right now, but on a bigger scale, because what we're talking about, are we going to use a Western set of platforms and rails, or will we use doodads that are created on a Chinese rail, a Huawei? And what I'm going to suggest to you is this is one of the biggest decisions that we will make, because the developers who are really the customers on this are going to learn to do this on a Chinese system or on a Western built and developed system. Huawei, Microsoft, and so forth. When you take a look at what they're developing today, they're developing doodads that we've never seen before. But in doing so, they will provide us with more opportunities to do things that we've dreamt about in the past. But let me just suggest this as an example. Can you imagine being able to track every single moving object on the face of the earth every 30 seconds? That's a doodad. Okay.
James, can I have you, and I apologize for this because you are a very late entry into this panel, and I appreciate you being here so much, but if you could share a little bit about who you are, what you do, and how you are designing doodads.
Sure. So, and thank you. I carried my own chair out here in case you guys didn't see it. So I'm heading up something called NATO Diana. It's a NATO body, and we're basically NATO's tech accelerator. We find startups and scale-ups with cool tech to try to help meet the requirements that our forces have or will have in future. And I guess I would give, to answer your question, sort of a good news and a bad news story. I think the good news for innovation is I feel like the arguments that we were having 4 years ago have been won in the West, meaning we used to say we need more money for innovation, we need to accelerate rapidly, we need access to commercial technologies, we need to look at startups and scale-ups. And it was a little bit falling on deaf ears. I think very unfortunately for Ukraine, but the Russian attack on Ukraine and the way the war has unfolded has helped us win that argument. So that's a really good foundation, and NATO Diana's part of that. We have an innovation fund that's part of that, and I hope Canada will join soon. So that's kind of the good news, and I can go into the details of the kind of technologies that we find, and some of it's incredible. I'll give you one example in a minute. But I think we also need to kind of be realistic here. We're not the only ones in this race, and I would not say we're winning this race. And I'll give you just two examples. If you take, for example, the latest Australian Security Policy Institute tech tracker, which is one of the best ones, it would say that in something like 45 emerging and disruptive technologies, China is on par or ahead of us in 37 of those 45, in some cases with a monopolistic advantage, even though we're trying to catch up. So we are not winning in that regard. And then if you look at the innovation cycle in the war in Ukraine, and our Ukrainian colleague knows this very well, it's 2 to 12 weeks. We are not on a 2 to 12 week innovation cycle, meaning a new technology is introduced and then neutralized, and then something new has to be brought in. We're not on a 2 to 12 month, I wouldn't say we're on a 2 to 12 year innovation cycle in many cases. So we need a sense of urgency to get things done. But then just to give you a couple of examples of how we can do it. So Diana invested a couple of years ago in a couple of companies, many companies. Canada is very successful in Diana. One of which was a couple of guys with basically a sonar that can look down. That sonar is now on the drones that NATO put into the Baltic Sea to be able to see underwater what the Russians are doing to our cables and pipelines. We invested in a company that can navigate using quantum properties, meaning it can work if GPS is jammed and there are no comms. The front in Ukraine is completely jammed, and I believe we're actually starting to come to the end of the era where we can rely on GPS for military operations. That box was sitting on my desk 2 weeks ago in London. They froze an atom. They used lasers to immobilize an atom, then connected the box to the magnetic fields of the earth, and now it knows where it is no matter what you do. It costs $4,000 per box, and we have it. So there are solutions, and we can invent them. We need to scale, and that's why it's great to work with big companies like Saab that's present here. So there's a lot we can do, but we need a sense of urgency.
Did you bring the box with you?
I have a photo if anybody wants to see it. It's really cold. It's 4 degrees Kelvin inside. It's the coldest place in the universe, and it was sitting on my desk.
That's amazing. I can't think of two countries that have been more iterative or innovative in the last couple of years than Estonia and Ukraine. Some of the things that you've been doing in real time, Ukraine has been such a proving ground for so much technology. Katerina, Minister, do you want to just talk a little bit about how the doodads that you've designed have come to the fore? And I think one of the questions, and I think the sense of urgency that James raised, do you feel like is there like a deadline in your brain that you're thinking of? I know a lot of the folks who track Asia have 2027, 2047 in their brains, but is there something that you are looking at as an even more kind of pressing timeline?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me back to Halifax, and it's always good to be here. And Halifax is very important for Estonia, by the way, because Halifax was the first place Estonian refugees during the Second World War landed. So there is a Pier 21 museum, so if anyone has the time to visit, there is a story about the Estonians. So it is an important place for us. But when we talk about the Doodads, and I actually was looking for the video, and I reminded myself that there was also a story in Britain that there was a guy who invented the knitting machine. And he went to the British government to take the patent for that. And the British government said no, because of the Knitters Union. So the trade union was saying that no, we don't want to have any machine. And then he went to Belgium and got the license. And now is the history. So about what we are wearing. But nevertheless, when we talk about the innovation and all that, what we have seen not only in Ukraine, I believe that in Ukraine we've seen in these, when we talk about the full-scale invasion, and then in these 4 years we've seen at least 4 different wars. So this is what we have to understand, that it started as a blitzkrieg, then we saw big drones like Bayraktars and all that, then we started to see the long-range weapons coming, and then the drones took over. So we've seen something what we have not seen in any other wars before, and we need to take lessons from that. And one of the lessons what we did is that yes, we go up to 5% with the defense spendings, but we also created a Force Transformation Command directly under the Chief of Defense. And the aim of that is exactly that. One, to bring the lessons home from Ukraine. But the other thing is that we clearly understand that we cannot compete with the mass. So that means that when you cannot compete with the mass, you need to be smarter, you need to be quicker, you need to be more precise, and you need to reach longer than your adversary. So this is exactly what we are doing. Is it easy? No. But definitely we are putting a lot of efforts, and what James also was saying about the disruptive technologies. So this is where our strength lies. So we are not building tanks or fighter jets, but we are making those old tanks smarter already today. And unfortunately, we have to understand that at the end of the day, as many gadgets you have, also what was on your table, James, as many gadgets we have, at the end of the day, you need to have people to control the territory, and you need to have the tanks helping to control the territory. So yes, the new opportunities will come to the battlefield, and the battlefield will be changed also. And then the next war, whatever the war will be, unfortunately, there will be a next war also. The next war will not be the war what we see today in Ukraine. Many reasons. Ukraine, unfortunately, isn't controlling entirely the airspace, and the technologies is developing so rapidly that nano drones are coming, drone swarms. When you talk about the very small drones, you can launch a mother drone with 1,000 nano drones, and many other future. So the future is already there. So, but yes, my message definitely is that we just need to be open, and then what I've been saying already for many months and years, that the main lessons from Ukraine, actually is that adapt or die. And then we need to teach our generals, our future generals, to think how to rethink and redefine the battlefield. Not that what you were learning maybe 20 years back, that this will help you on the battlefield. No, it will not help, and you need to be innovative and adaptive. And the cycle, what we heard here, the cycle is actually not more than 2 weeks, at least for the drones. And you know everything about the drones, so it's a good way to give the word to Catherine.
Yeah, thank you for having me here. I came here from Kyiv, I live there, and people in my city, unfortunately, we experience this crucial drone strikes each night. And it's so typical for Russia to send like hundreds of shaheeds to the civilian cities. And in Kyiv, like you need to be lucky enough to be awake in the morning to stay alive. And like the nearest drone strike was like 50 meters from my flat. So they're really like reaching civilian buildings, they're reaching kindergartens, they're reaching hospitals. And there is only purpose to do it. It's actually to ruin the democracy in Ukraine. And we could see the role of like technologies, especially of drone technologies, how the regimes could use them actually to make it pretty hard to live like your stable life, like literally in the center of Europe. And unfortunately, it's not longer like Ukrainian issue. We are seeing like shaheeds in Vilnius, like Russian drones, they reached Poland as well. We saw the case in Denmark. So Russia, they would not stop in our country, unfortunately. And actually, it's a question about like maximization of your production capacities. In Ukraine, we could produce like more than 4 million of drones per year. And our government is procuring actually this number of different drone solutions. But the question is actually is not only about drones itself, it's actually about this complex experience, how to deal with this type of threat. Because imagine like any European city, like I'm 1/4 Lithuanian, so I would be talking from this like part of my personality. I don't want to see Vilnius experience like 300 shaheeds per night, 7 days in a row. And technologically, it's so possible right now. So there is no limits why like Russia regime could not do it like tomorrow. The same situation, unfortunately, is with Stalin. I've been there last month, and like the distance is so small. And unfortunately, when I'm traveling like through Europe, I have the same feeling as I used to have in 2022 in Ukraine. So there is a discussion about that we all together need to find some kind of solution, but actually we have no time for it because it's only like question about distance. And I had this personal story a few days ago. I was getting like my Canadian visa to get there actually. And I went to the visa center, and the lady who was taking a photo of me, she asked like, how is the situation in Ukraine? And I told her about this Shahid's attack and all my experience, and she said she had no idea why I'm coming to Canada. So she said that I hope you will get your visa and you will find a peace here. So for sure, I'm not living in Ukraine. I love my country. I want to live there. But the issue is that I'm not feel safe anymore in any countries in the world. So when I'm in Europe, I could like imagine Russia sending hundreds of Shahid there, and at least in Ukraine, we know what to do with it. So we have EW systems. We have military who trained to hit Shahids. We have a full industry who is capable of producing different type of these anti-drone solutions, interceptors, etc. I'm not like fully sure that each other country is ready the same way as Ukraine could deal with that. So it's more safe for me to live in Kyiv right now than in other country who has the border with Russia actually. And the distance from Canada to Russia is like 1,200 kilometers. For Shahids, it's like capable distance, and like it's the same actually distance as we have like from Russia to Lviv. So unfortunately, we don't ready as like democracy society to face this Russia threat, and like they are maximizing their production capacities, and there is other countries who want to export to Russia technology. Russia is selling their drones to other states who is not fully support the democracy in the world. So it's our common mission actually to face this type of threat and to be capable of dealing with it.
If I may, just one small detail. What you said, that no country is safe. To be honest, today it's the reality that we don't have any 100% confirmation still from the Denmark case. But we can all understand that when you take the maritime law, then every ship can be on the seas, international seas, without any control. And to a container, you can put at least 20 drones. So when you have a container ship close to Halifax here, they can launch easily, without any early warning, tens of drones without you be able to detect them, because the seas are free. And I believe that it's time also to revise the international maritime law, because today, as I said, when there is a ship close to a US coast or Canadian coast, and you have in this ship a lot of containers full of shaheeds, you can launch them, and the new Garand 3 type drone is using already the jet engine, flying over 500 kilometers per hour. So the early warning is maybe 30 seconds here, not more. So this is the reality. And now is the question, when we are not controlling the seaways, then we are all in threat. Doesn't matter, are we sitting here in Halifax or in Kiev?
Major General, before we go to the audience, just a thought from you on adaptability and iterative behavior when you are seeing a threat from all sides, and what that looks like when you have a country like Israel that is very adept at technology, has been using AI a lot in the conduct of the war in Gaza, particularly when it comes to analysis of the battlefield. What doodads can you think would be applicable here to be able to sort of address this kind of urgency?
This conference is inspiring me to share with you some thoughts I do have in my mind, because the topic here is democracy. Now, we have been attacked from 8 directions: north, east, south. There are so many who don't love us and attacked us, but we defended ourselves in a magnificent way, in a historic way, the defense and the offensive. And the innovation that we have developed along the years was a key element in our capabilities. Now, I wonder, it crosses my mind, whether it could happen without democracy. I mean, there are, like China, others, they are stealing secrets, but the great achievements are coming from democracy, because without democracy, it cannot happen. Now, I would like to relate that in Israel, there are, unfortunately and regretfully, efforts by the government in Israel today to change Israel that might become a dictatorship instead of democracy. Personally, I don't like to live in any dictatorship, because there were questions that were raised here. Maybe it's more efficient. Like, I don't want to mention the states that have been mentioned here in order not to find myself in problems with them. However, I prefer the democracy. And in Israel, the democracy, the fighters in demonstrations, in many events, belonging to the democratic forces. And if Israel will, I hope never, will become some kind of dictatorship, we will lose the capabilities for innovation. That's a strategic issue, and I am inspired by this conference to do it. Secondly, another lesson that has been mentioned by my colleagues from Ukraine, from NATO. NATO, there is long mileage to do before they become relevant to the future threats. I don't like international organizations because you cannot share with them secrets. But that's a different topic that you didn't ask me. However, I used to work with NATO, and only unclassified information we could share. But that's not the issue. The issue is you need to take in the free world, not United States, but in Europe, dramatic historic decisions to be able to protect the democracies that are threatened unprecedentedly from inside and from outside. Even there is agreement next Thanksgiving between Ukraine, the way President Trump wants it, it will not stop the Russians. The Russians do have ambitions. I'm encouraged that, for example, we attacked the air defense systems of Iran that are Russians, and all of them have been destroyed. It was also a technological and operational achievement. So my message to you, based on what I'm hearing here in the conference, and of course before it, you need in Europe, in the free world, if you want to survive, you need to be able to protect the democracies. It's not for granted. And that's a dramatic message. And the Ukrainians that are so courageous and brave, but they are learning it from the difficult point of view. And that's amazing. Another issue that I'm ending, we need technological cooperation with reliable partners. Again, not international organizations. For example, we do have unbelievable cooperation with the United States. I would like to thank the senator on behalf that he represents the United States. I cannot imagine Israel without the unique partnership that is based in law. In the American law, it's written to keep the qualitative military edge of Israel. It's including many areas of cooperation, including keeping our qualitative military edge. It's so helpful because maybe some things that Israel is superpower, together with China, we are 1.4 billion people, but the internal division, it's still top secret. We are 10 million. So we need this cooperation, and the cooperation we do have with the United States is a dramatic example to keep the democracy, to keep the free country. That's what we need as a model for the whole free world. So that's it's crossing my mind, especially before the dramatic events that will occur next week, before the Thanksgiving.
Well, Thanksgiving is very dramatic. You know, there's a lot of stuff that happens, lots of football games and food comas, so we'll see what happens. But I feel like your table is going to be very popular tonight. Everyone's going to try to get some secrets out of you. So, I guess we'll get a microphone, and gentlemen here, and please, before you start, tell us who you are and where you're from and what you're doing, etc.
Thank you. I'm Hanna from Lebanon. I lead the Press Freedom Organization. Yes, democracies create doodads. But what about the doodads created by democracy that risk undermining democracy? And while the panel is great, too bad we don't have people from the private sector, big tech in particular. And I'm talking specifically about information ecosystems. So one of the doodads basically is algorithmic curation. What I see on my screen, what you see, what each one of us sees on their screen is keeping us in silos and undermining decision-making, undermining informed decision, undermining basically elections, dialogue in society, tolerance, and truly undermining democracy from within. Are we addressing this? With the big tech, what's their answer to it when you ask them these questions in hearings, etc.? Because ignoring that same technology created by democracy can undermine it is very dangerous. Thank you.
What do you think, Senator?
Okay, I'll start. First of all, you make a very good point in that most of the world sees the advancements, particularly with regard to artificial intelligence, through social media, because it was one of the easiest things to be able to manipulate simply by being able to create things that did not exist, or to take an existing item and to modify it. We talk about doing it with photos, but you can do it with movies, you can create your own program, you can ask an AI model to actually create something and it will create it for you. But you know, elections used to have a real challenge in that the day before an election, people would get postcarded with lots of misinformation about a particular candidate with no opportunity to respond. And at that time, that was a high technology program to be able to send out a really ugly postcard or a series of postcards that would come into the mailbox of viable voters that would then look at this and say, well, how can this be? This person is terrible. I'm not going to vote for that person. And we call it being postcarded. And that became an ongoing program. Well, that's been modified now in that on social media now, there will be attack ads and there will be misinformation ads that look real. So it's not a new thing. And before, when we talked about it, the question was, in the United States is what about free speech? What about the ability to say whatever you want? But if you lie about something and you are caught on it, or you libel someone, if it's not a political program, you can still be sued for doing something to try to harm them. Just because you use AI or a new tool does not change the fact that if something was illegal beforehand, it is still illegal afterwards. The question is, are we in a position to catch it? Now, a lot of the stuff that goes on in the free world is manipulated by people who are intentionally doing so at the behest of other governments, okay? And in some cases, I'll just name let's just say it, just an example. Maybe it's St. Petersburg as an example. And you have people that are very, very good at putting out lots of misinformation. They can be hired by a country, literally by an intelligence agency, to go out and to manipulate and to put bots out to actually attack other candidates in other countries. The only way that you can stop that, in my opinion, is if the countries, the democracies of the world, have recognized how good that tool is, and the tools to stop it and to track it down and to literally eliminate it and to make it costly for them is to have better technology than what they have. This battle for the upper end of technology is not going away. If something was illegal beforehand, before AI is imposed on it, it is illegal afterwards. If it is legal beforehand, it is legal afterwards. What AI does is agentize. It speeds up the processes. And really, when we talk about a lot of the doodads that are out here right now, we're talking about AI enabled or agentized processes. So what are we supposed to be doing as free countries? It means we've got to have a better system than they do. And as we talked about with one young lady that came up to me and she says, I just saw an item that I know was wrong. I know it wasn't correct. I saw it on the internet. I watched it and I was so angry. And she says, and you know that little mark that they've got to have on it because it's AI? It was so tiny in the corner. And I said, what you just told me was, number one, we are catching up to them, but you didn't like the way we were letting you know that it was artificially generated. We can fix that. But what we couldn't do, if we didn't have laws in place that clearly identified if it's artificially created, we should be marking it as being artificially created. On the other hand, if we don't have the tools to catch it, and if the bad guys do, then we're in real trouble. So if there's one message I can leave with you, the technology itself is not going to go away. But we'd better be harnessing it ourselves and recognize that this is a race without an end to it at this stage of the game. And we can't allow those adversaries who are authoritarian in nature, because of the simple directness that they have and the ability to focus all of their interest in it, we can't let them win this race. We have to stay ahead. Therefore, we have to create the systems, we have to have the compute ability, and we've got to have the innovation that comes with free countries. And I'll throw one more thing in it. We have to have the energy to make it work. And that may very well be one of the biggest challenges we have.
I just want to go back to, you mentioned something about information ecosystems and the siloing of information, and that kind of goes a little counter to what the Major General was saying about collaboration and keeping secrets with international organizations. James, do you want to jump in?
Well, maybe not about how well we keep secrets, but
I do.
Two quick thoughts.
Don't take it personally.
No. Thick skin. But to maybe zoom out a little bit from your point, I think there's some important sort of numbers. The number of democracies or the number of autocracies from the end of the Second World War to about 1993-94 was steadily going down. Number of demonstrations in countries that were autocratic was going up, and the length of those demonstrations was going up. Around 94, 95, it all started to change. Number of autocracies has started to go back up. Demonstrations going down, number and length. And what does that match onto? Surveillance technology. Your phone, cameras everywhere, AI algorithms. It is becoming harder and harder for people to overthrow an autocracy. Democracy is suffering also because of technology, and the trend lines are all bad. You can all look at Freedom House numbers to see those trend lines, and they're getting worse and worse. If you want to demonstrate in Russia now, you are picked off before you send your second email. Same thing is true in China, and China is exporting this technology around the world. Smart cities, FlySense, they are training technicians from Africa, from Asia, on these new systems that they are exporting to autocrats around the world to control their own populations. And by the way, the data from those cameras that they are offering to Africa and China are also going back to China to feed their AI systems. They have a gigantic data lake, which brings me to the second point, unrelated but also AI. I think one of the things we have to watch for, aside from the sort of the end of truth, now people don't believe in anything they're seeing anymore. We're sort of reading news that we don't believe and arguing with bots that aren't real. Like, that's what we're spending our time doing. But I think the other point is people believe the AI, right? You get that little paragraph and you believe it. But the Russians are pumping every day tens of thousands of articles, fake news into the data lake to pull the AI into pro-Russian messaging. It's all being vacuumed up and processed by the artificial intelligence so that when you get it, it's blended nicely into your meal and you don't taste it, but it's pro-Russian. And that is happening every hour of every day. So it's very difficult. Be careful what you read, even in what you get, because the data lake is corrupted and increasingly deliberately corrupted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to go to the lady in white, and then thank you. And just tell us where you are, where you're from, and your name.
Thank you, Solange Marquez from Mexico. I just want to build on this because we are believing that, yeah, of course, we can create regulations for AI, for controlling misinformation, disinformation, fake news. But the thing is that how much the people care that what they are reading is truth or not, and they are not caring. If they are starting to read something that is according to their beliefs, they like it, and they don't care if it is fake or it is misinformation. It doesn't care. So how we control this, and this is something that really worries me, because we can create anything. We can create laws and make it illegal. But if the people, if the citizens are not caring, if it is not truth, only because it is something that they believe, they are going to share it.
Minister?
Totally true. Well, just to echo to that, well, I've been telling already for some time that we entered into the era of polarization. That this is a new understanding that, when years back you had, sorry to be blunt, one lunatic in one village, then it was in this village and nobody knew that. Now, all these lunatics all around the world will find themselves very quickly in social media, and they will merge and they will cause problems internationally. And the second problem is that they are, stuck in this ecosystem, and they are reading only this, what they are spreading among each other. So this causes the problems, and this is why I fully agree with the generals that we need to defend the democracies. At the end of the day, of course, it comes down to the educational system, that are we ready to understand what is AI, what is not AI, and maybe in one day you will see in every news that this is verified, that it's not AI created. But this is the reality, because you see how good the AI is, and we will have basically tech fighting against the tech.
Yeah.
And when we come and bring that to the battlefield, this has been something I've been discussing over and over again, that when we talk about the AI and also automated systems, then how far we are from that basically we have the weapon systems already today, which can be on the battlefield without any, human control. And this is the question of ethics. Can we allow us to fall into that there will be no ethical control? that the weapon systems will just shoot or fire at everything what moves, for instance. So many questions ahead of us, and the question of regulating that. But at the end of the day, I'm a strong believer of the freedoms, and as a liberal, I will not tolerate that everything is written in the law. And at the end of the day, as we heard, people don't care about it. Somehow, many are saying that McDonald's is not very good for your health. Still, people are eating McDonald's. So it's about your education. Do you understand that what is good and what is not good, and what is right and what is wrong? But for some, what is right, and for people who are pro-democratic world, this is the right thing to do. And who are autocrats, they believe that this is the only way to rule the world. So what James was saying about the autocracies increasing or more autocracies in the world, unfortunately, it is true. And for a mass, it is easy when someone is saying what to do.
May I just, I'm going to take a little bit different point of view for just a minute. I have to disagree a little bit with your premise in that I think people do care. If they don't, then democracy is in real trouble. Because I really think that most people, regardless of where they live, what they want is what's important to them on a personal basis. They care about their kids, they care about their families, they care about their countries, they care about a way of life. And that, I think they'll listen with interest to the entertainment of lots of different conspiracy theories. There may be some folks in here that aren't convinced yet that the earth is round. And yet we have been able to convince folks through education and through a general explanation continuing that there really is a round earth here, okay? And so but when it comes right down to actually hitting, when it actually comes right down to where it impacts them personally, then I think they really do want to have good information. Because if they don't, then democracy is short-lived. And I guess I have more faith that a lot of people really do want to take the time to learn it. They may not be as loud as other people are, but I think there is still that majority out there that really does want good information.
Okay, I'm going to go to this lady here. There are so many people, and this is fantastic, but it's very overwhelming at the same time. And I want everyone to be able to get in what they have to say, and we do have time. So if you just can introduce yourself and tell us where you're from.
Yes, so I'm Kochav El-Kayam Levi from Israel. We've been talking about sophisticated technologies, and I want to raise the question of the dangers of simple technologies. So I've been documenting Hamas's crimes against women and children for the past 2 years, exposed to the videos that Hamas themselves filmed during the atrocities of October 7th. People burned, mutilated. They filmed themselves celebrating these crimes, taking families hostages, mothers with their children. Let me remind you of the body of Shani Luke being taken half naked into Gaza while the crowds are spitting on her body. Shiri Bibas with her beautiful 2 children taken into Gaza. So it was terror designed for visibility. And I want to ask us, how do we as democracies confront this use of social media to amplify terror? And also the fact that families and victims continue to suffer from this. Thank you.
James, do you want to try?
Ooh,
Well, I think the point about the dispersal of social media of all kinds, right? We've seen that. And as you said, things come up in your feed. It can be disorienting. Obviously, we have so many questions about the sale of TikTok, the control of the algorithm, I think, as someone who is very supportive and optimistic about democracies, I like to think that for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction where, there's an ingenuity and a freedom and a sense of opportunity that democracies have in exploring opportunities to see a problem and come at it with a solution.
So I have a solution.
Go for it.
Maybe not on that, but sort of. On the one hand, I think it's important that platforms police themselves and are, in my view, also encouraged to take a high standard. And I think that in many cases they do that. But where I think I have a solution, or at least a proposal, to try to address this. One of the things that really concerns me, and I think we're making a big mistake that's fixable in terms of information, is that increasingly what I see is that truth is behind a paywall and disinformation is free. Meaning, platforms are free. And therefore, everybody who wants to put disinformation out puts them out on these platforms, and everybody can get them. But the Globe and Mail is behind a paywall, the New York Times, the Economist, the Financial Times, all the places where information is checked, where it's reliable, where you can go to a trusted source, costs money. So we've made lies free and truth expensive. And so my nephew, who's young,
Okay, but at the same time, as a reporter, we need a good business model. Otherwise, it's a dying industry.
indeed.
We already
So I have
know
thoughts
this.
on that.
So, okay.
And we can debate it.
And also, I just think that we want to go to the audience for solutions as well. So, you go first.
I'm trying to be solution-oriented.
I'm
and
waiting.
I think actually the Canadian government had a thought, and I have raised this with many governments, but so this is just an idea. But I believe there was an idea, for example, to give every citizen a credit, to say you can use this to purchase whatever behind a paywall platform, newspaper that you wish. So not deciding what they choose, but to give them money to pay, so maintaining the business model, so they can pay for the Globe and Mail or the Toronto Star or whatever it is. And I really think, and just a final point, I know the BBC, I'm living in London right now, heading up Diana, BBC is under a lot of attack. We need the BBC. Can I just say to the Brits, keep this institution. If you are in Africa, if you are in Asia, the World Service is a vital, free institution of trusted information that everybody relies on. So we need truth to be free and widely available.
Lady in the third row, right, just over here. Yes, please.
Hi, thank you. Julie Smith, last ambassador to U.S. ambassador to NATO. Canada and the Europeans are making unbelievable investment in their defense right now, transformative, historic. We should all applaud it, moving forward with their own defense industrial base. And they are lessening, you are lessening your reliance on the United States for your security. But I guess the question is, in this realm, in the technology realm, and I'd be curious for the minister's thoughts, no doubt James will have views on this, is Europe, however, creating a new dependency on the United States when it comes to technology? If you look at all the big AI companies, they primarily exist now, as James noted in his opening remarks, the United States and China, right? So I guess the question is, as Europe makes all of these investments and weans itself off U.S. security assistance and guarantees, what happens in this sector? Will Europe develop its own ability to innovate through its primes, through the defense tech startups? Or will we see for decades to come a new reliance on the United States or China?
Well, Ambassador, thank you very much for that question. First of all, I still see Europe and US on the same side. That it's not like that there is the United States and there is Europe. So United States needs Europe as the same as Europe needs the United States. So just to be clear. Secondly, when we talk about the investments, yes, the reality is that the pledge what we made in The Hague to go to 3.5%. Estonia goes, by the way, over 5% already next year. So we will go to 5.6 in a couple of years and maybe even further. But the point is that yes, we are looking into the AI capabilities, and this is why we created that fourth transformation command. And Europe is doing a lot. And the reality is that we need to hope that the industry will also ramp up their production, not only in the tank industry and infantry fighting vehicles and fighter jets, but also in AI, because when you take all this money what comes to the defense, then this is around additionally 2-3 trillions in 10 years. So we need to spend it wisely, otherwise we will be left behind. But I don't want to have the competition here among the US and Europe. I want to have the cooperation and collaboration. Otherwise, we will not be successful, because the CRINC countries, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, they will move anyway so fast that we will be in trouble. And when you take also the numbers of population, what the CRINC countries have, add to that, still unclear what India, where they will, fall. Houston, we have a problem. So in a way, we need to be very clear that there has to be a healthy competition, not a rivalry between Europe and United States. And this should be the basis. And unfortunately today, we are just sliding away from this. Also looking at what is happening in Ukraine at the moment. So we should solve Ukraine together, not separately.
Katerina, I was literally just about to ask if you could talk a little bit about what the Tech Force does and how important self-reliance is and how important collaboration is in this context.
Yeah, in 2022, we had only 10 companies who produce drones in Ukraine. Right now, we have around 300 of them. Like Tech Force, we unite 100 top players from Ukraine, and the main challenge for our industry is actually money. So we maximize our production capacities, but our government only has money to procure 30% of all our drone capacities from Ukraine. So right now, when we could solve it together with our partners, it's better to procure from Ukraine. So it's, again, a complex experience. It's not only about technology itself, it's also about military operations. So the whole idea about drone industries in Ukraine is actually to replace people in the front line with robots. Because Russia, they could afford to send thousands of their soldiers to die in Ukraine. In Ukraine, we value people's lives. That is why we want to replace people with robots in the front line. And it's possible right now to run military operation, again, in Donbas region, for example, sitting in Kyiv. So it's perfect scenario when we could optimize the front line. And talking about primes from US, from European Union, some of them, they did not supply a lot of arms to Ukraine. And we, from Ukrainian perspective, we see that any company, even the biggest one in the world, could not be sure that they have efficient arms solution if they did not test it in Ukraine. So it's actually a lessons learned approach. When in Ukraine we test drone, within few weeks we adjust it and we supply a new number of drones to the front line based on the experience from the army. So it really should be a fast track of innovations. And as in Ukraine, we have hundreds of these enterprises. We are opening export right now. So Ukraine is ready not only to supply our army, but also to export our drones to different states in order to supply Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania with Ukrainian solutions. We're really ready to open joint venture production lines, again, in Baltic states, in Poland, etc., in order to maximize production capacities based on Ukrainian experience, because otherwise we could not be sure that this tech is efficient. Because in Ukraine, unfortunately, we should pay with people's lives for that tech. So it's the only way how you actually could test it. It's actually to have your soldiers who use it in the front line. So we hope other states would not pay this type of price. Let's start with funding for Ukrainian industry.
I have neglected this side of the room. Would you like to ask a question? Sorry, one moment.
Kelly Craft, former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. So we're sitting here, we're talking about China and Russia. And I want to really go back to Estonia and Ukraine and the importance of just what the Finnish government has said about the bear is not going to attack a porcupine. And I think it is vital that we all understand that we have to help with drones, whether it's with AI, with technology, for Taiwan, for Ukraine. And I just thank you so much for taking that on and mentioning that today. And I think we're missing that point that we need mass. To beat the mass, we have to be the porcupine. So thank you all very much.
Senator King.
This is a profoundly important discussion began by our colleague from Lebanon. Democracy rests upon the premise that people can make their own decisions about their government and their destiny and their policy. But that premise is based upon a premise of information. And we are living in a world of bad information. And I don't want the government to be the truth police. I don't want the government deciding what's true and what isn't on the internet. I think that leads in itself to a kind of autocracy. The word education has been mentioned twice so far. We've got to be educating people to be better consumers of information. It should be reading, writing, arithmetic, and digital literacy. I met with a group of people from Estonia several years ago. I said, how do you deal with the influx of propaganda and pressure from Russia through your media? You can't turn off the internet or turn off your television. Their answer was wonderful. They said, because everybody in Estonia knows it's just the Russians. In other words, they've been educated to be better consumers of information. And we are living through a very fast revolution. We had 1,000 years to develop the protocols and how we think about the written word, the printed word. We've got about 30 years to figure out the situation we're in now. And we have to realize this has to go down to the 3rd grade, teaching young people how to distinguish fact from fiction, how to go to different sites, all of those kinds of things. Because if we don't do that, the problem is, in our country, for example, we have people walking around in different factual universes. And it's impossible to make good policy if people don't agree and understand what the facts are. So I think it sounds sort of small to talk about, 3rd grade education, but man, that's where it's got to start.
Well, Senator, thank you very much for mentioning Estonians. So yes, we know about Russians a lot. But the reality is, yes, that our educational system has been always, teaching children to have the broad view and to understand that you have to analyze. And yes, luckily we've been in PISA tests #1 in the world already 3-4 years, and we are very proud of that we are not big in mass, but we are big in brains. And this is why we have these disruptive technologies also in defense tech today. But the point is, and what I try to say many times, that when we talk about information, when we talk about being smarter than Russians, then the point is that you have to teach people to see different angles. And when you give them the opportunity, and this is, by the way, democracy, because I was born in Soviet Union. And we had basically one TV channel. So, and then the point is that when you have one TV channel and you see only this is the only information you get. But then luckily Finns turned the antennas towards Estonia, and then we had the option also to see the free media. So that helped us to come out from the Soviet dictatorship. So, but I'd like to, although I'm a professional lawyer and now serving Estonian people as a Minister of Defense, I'd like to talk a lot about the educational system, and because this is the basis of everything. And when you can teach people tolerance and the broad view of the world, then you probably will be also successful keeping democracies alive.
I think there's something to be said for willful ignorance and how that allows, situations to persist. Mm-hmm. and the sort of comfort that comes from that. And that's something that I think that in the search for truth, and you really depressed me with the whole end of truth thing, that was not okay, that's something that we all want to really continue to strive for, and that's certainly a lot of us want to be able to push for. You have 25 seconds, gentleman in the corner, and counting.
2 words, digital citizenship. Democracy depends on citizenship. If we want citizens that know how to operate in the digital era, we have to redefine citizenship for the digital era. Secondly, question to this, or comment to the senator. It's not a question of Microsoft or Apple when choosing AI. It's 2 different models. When you go to the States, you go to any company and say, show me AI, they'll point to the cloud. When you go to China, they'll point to a box in the corner. And that box in the corner is how they sell AI. Now, if you're one of the 189 countries around the world now, deciding on which model to choose, are you going to choose the model that you have sovereignty over, or one that's subject to the rules of arbitrary decision-making, whether that's tariffs or simply a decision that that country doesn't deserve to have American technology? So geopolitics has now made it much, much more difficult to make that kind of choice, And that's the essential crisis we have with AI.
And I think you make a very good point. And we talked about Europe and about whether or not we need Europe with the United States. Let me just suggest this. I do believe it comes down to the technologies that are promoted by Western civilization, what we have right here today, a lot of which is in the United States. And I'll say Amazon, Google, okay, just as examples, but the ones who are making the big boxes, okay? And we'll have the rails that developers will learn on and the ones that will create the applications on. We want applications from all over the world to be based upon those rails that are created by companies in the West. On the other side, you have China, and it will be a Huawei set of rails. And if you trust that China is the place where all that information is stored and so forth, fine. I don't think most of the West wants that, but I think it comes down to two sets of values, two sets of rails that technology is being developed on that lots of developers are going to want to participate in. And I really think that's what it's going to come down to is which one is the best. We fully intend to win that challenge with China. And we do it in conjunction with our allies around the rest of the world that don't want China and an authoritarian government to have access to it. And I agree with you. We've got some challenges when it comes to how we release them and so forth. But the one thing we won't do is release the best, the very best, into China. We won't do that. But we will do everything we can to make sure that products that are developed in the West are shared with allies in the West.
I wish we could talk for another hour, but we are completely out of time. Thank you all so much for being here, and thank our panelists.
Please join us for the midday meal in the Atlantic Ballroom. HFS delegates, please join us in the auditorium. Our program will begin in just a few minutes. HFS delegates, please join us in the auditorium. Our program will begin in just a few minutes. HFS delegates, please join us in the auditorium. Our program will begin in just a few minutes. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Our program will begin now.
Wow, those lights are very bright. Hi, everyone. Thank you again for joining us. I'm here with the Chief Legal Officer and Chief Global Affairs Officer of Amazon, David Zapolsky. David, it's such a pleasure to have you here with us.
Well, it's my pleasure to be here. It's my first time at this forum, and I'm just so blown away by the quality of the panels and the intimacy of the venue. And so thank you, Peter, for having me, and it's great to be here.
We were both very impacted by the last session. It was really extraordinary.
Yeah, we're not going to outdo that.
And oh, come on. No, but I think that there were so many thoughts out there and discussions and a lot of insights that prompted. And I was wondering if you had thoughts and what were your takeaway was from that.
Well, that was a great panel, and there were a lot of really interesting themes, more than I could really cover. But I think two things I would underscore. First of all, Senator Brown's comment about the Western rails is real. You know, you have several, I hate the word, but hyperscalers in the West who are investing historic amounts of capital in order to build out an AI infrastructure that will work for the entire West and for other countries. And I couldn't agree more with the sentiment that I think we all have a shared interest in having as many different countries, developers around the world, developing on that Western AI stack. And so that's one. And then I think the other really remark that resonated with me was the gentleman from Estonia, who said, he didn't accept the premise that there's a difference in interests between Europe and the United States, or for Canada, between Canada and the United States for that matter. We are allies. We're allies through a number of different multinational organizations, including NATO, and I think the long-term strength of the West is going to rely on those alliances and our ability to work together.
On that note, let's talk a little bit about what Amazon is doing in Ukraine. Now, you all were there prior to the invasion.
Yeah, we were there. We were engaging with the country, with the leadership right at the beginning of the war. And when the war broke out, we were able to basically transfer the data from the government, from 24 universities, from some financial institutions, property records, into what I'll describe as high-tech suitcases. And we were able to put them on the back of trucks and get them out of the country literally and upload them to our cloud region in Frankfurt, where the government of Ukraine was then and is still able to access and continue operations using its cloud-based infrastructure from our Frankfurt region before the data centers from which that data came were bombed. And so, and we continue to be integrally involved in supporting the Ukraine war effort. You know, we're helping them in a variety of ways, both in operating their government and militarily. We've supported them with over $100 million of credit and support, technical support, and that's an effort that continues. You know, we were very honored to receive the Ukraine Peace Prize from President Zelensky, and I had the opportunity to meet President Zelensky at the UN General Assembly and underscore our continued support, and not just for the war effort, but for looking ahead for the recovery and rebuilding that we're going to have to do. So it's been a priority for us, and we were honored to be able to play that role.
I think in terms of that continuity and that commitment, what do you see going forward, and how do you, given Amazon's footprint, what does that influence look like, and the partnerships and the collaboration across Europe and elsewhere look like?
Well, about 10 years ago, Amazon made a decision to go all in to support the intelligence community, the defense community of both the US and our allies. And we've built that business. We're continuing to grow it and carry those workloads and work with our public sector partners to build out that infrastructure on behalf of those alliances. Every Five Eyes country makes use of Amazon's web services, classified and top secret services. We work with Diana, we work with the NATO countries, both member states and with NATO itself. Next year, we will have top secret restricted and unrestricted capabilities with NATO. So that's an area that we've invested in heavily. In terms of Ukraine, again, everything about Amazon, one of our mantras is we try to think long term, which means we're typically thinking beyond the sort of short-term turbulence of politics or sort of short-term political sentiment. And so long-term, we all need to be thinking about what does the recovery in Ukraine look like? How can we be a part of it? What are the systems we need to put in place to maintain that country's ability to remain strong even after the conflict? And so, just one example is, we're working with an organization called Halo, which employs AI and cloud-based AI capability to analyze drone photographs of areas of the country that have been where landmines have been laid, and we're able to much more quickly than you could otherwise identify where the landmines are and work with Halo to remove them and return the land so that it's safe for citizens. So things like that, use cases where this technology can be used to sort of speed up and sort of do the work on steroids that we need to do in order to make the country strong and resilient.
The last session we were talking about urgency and scale and sort of being able to innovate and iterate quickly. Do you feel that pressure and that urgency in Ukraine, and in what are the other areas where you want to be able to apply that approach?
Yeah, absolutely it exists in Ukraine, and our systems are part of that 2-week cycle in many cases of iteration and testing. You can't do it without that cloud-based compute and data storage capability. And with AI, you can analyze that data, just huge amounts of it, as Senator Rounds mentioned, in ways that that weren't possible before. Likewise, quantum computing will be integral into speeding up the process of that type of analysis. And so I think we feel urgency to use those technologies to bring that type of speed of iteration, speed of innovation to our other public sector partners, including, we've talked to Diana about it, they're on the forefront in NATO of looking for ways to accelerate that, even down to traditional procurement processes, which can take months. Just drawing from my own experience within Amazon, there are so many ways that we can use AI to automate and speed up processes that have taken months, if not years, to do in the past. From contract analysis to processing large amounts of bid data, to back office processes, and you have to go case by case. It's not a one size fits all thing, and shouldn't be. But I think all of those innovations can be brought to the public sector to enable our armed forces and our allies to move faster and be more nimble.
I want to ask you a question about regulations. A couple of years ago, someone went to the Hill and said, please regulate us. And 2 years later, they said, not so much. Otherwise, we won't beat China. So what does that look like for you? And we have a few senators in the room. Where is that balance between regulating enough, putting in enough guardrails, particularly with all the concerns about safety, and sort of the proper guardrails? I guess you want to put your legal hat on, but what would be the best case scenario for the user, not Amazon?
Yeah, I think in approaching regulation, you have to look at the use cases. Again, the details matter, and work backwards. What are the bad things you want to stop happening or prevent from happening? And work backwards to develop smart regulation that addresses those concerns. Because there's a lot of bad outcomes that are already regulated. If you look at AI and medical devices, well, there's a lot of regulation around the types of uses that can be made already. So we've been a consistent advocate at Amazon of thoughtful, use case-based, governance-based regulation of AI. We think it's fair for model developers to provide a certain level of transparency into what their models are, how they were trained, what they're good for, and what they shouldn't be used for. We think it's useful if everybody who's developing and deploying models has watermarking for images and other media that will reveal if the media is generated by AI. And we're working on ways to standardize and make widely available the methods of interpreting those watermarks so that there are the right types of flags that similar to what was referred in the prior panel. There are in addition guardrails that companies like Amazon who offer these services within a secure cloud-based environment can provide, like tools that will allow deployers to control how the AI behaves. So how toxic it can be, at what kinds of content it shouldn't surface or should surface. And then of course there's a whole raft of testing, red teaming. All of those things I think are legitimate things to expect of folks who develop and innovate in this space, and I think are the legitimate subject of regulation. What's important though, is that we do that regulation with an eye toward what's happening, what else is happening in the world, how other countries, other parts of the world are approaching it. Because if the regulations aren't interoperable, then you're going to create outliers where certain parts of the world, it's either more expensive, less efficient, or just impossible to roll out technology that people need and that can actually bring benefits to our economies, improve productivity, and in the public sector, make our armed forces more secure.
I think we can take a couple of questions. We'll get a microphone over here in the front row. In the front row.
Hi, Peter McKay, Deloitte, local guy, friend of Peter's.
Okay.
You've in part answered the important question, and I think Senator Rounds and others have highlighted this issue of guardrails. How do we keep tech moving in the right direction, being a force for good? By the way, thank you for what you and Amazon are doing with respect to the support for Ukraine. This is the enabler. But as the enabler, we know that we're in this race. This race, some said without end, but a race that is coming from democracies versus the non-democracies, who are not so inclined to put legal parameters or limitations. And so in that context, from the legal and the office in which you hold, what keeps you up at night? Try not to scare us too much.
Well, I get a chance to answer that question a lot on stages like this and elsewhere. And I would say, and it's consistent with the theme of this entire gathering, first of all, I sleep pretty well. I'm very lucky. Not everybody gets to say that. So I do sleep pretty well. But I think the real answer is that over the last 15 to 20 years, we've seen a global drift toward protectionism, toward sovereignty, towards erection of borders, tariffs, gates on the free flow of data, xenophobia, nationalism. All of those trends, and they're not really limited to any part of the world, are, I think, troubling for the citizens of countries all over the world. And from a purely parochial sense, if you think about what Amazon does, we deliver packages across borders. We provide internet services and cloud-based services that cover continents, not countries. All of those things break Amazon's business models. We're deeply invested in every country where we do business. We can't do business without doing that. Here in Canada, we're one of the largest employers in the country. We have nearly 50,000 people. So it's not like we can just sit in America and sort of watch the world. We are actually in all these parts of the world. And whenever there are barriers, whether they be tariff barriers or barriers to data, free flow of data, anything that impedes those open exchanges, it's a problem for us. And so we get to be consistent. We get to be by basically saying the same message. Here in Canada, in Brussels, in DC, wherever we go, we talk about the potential for increased innovation, increased economic productivity, increased safety and security, the fewer barriers like that we have. And so that's a long-winded answer, but that is the truth. That is what keeps me up at night. And I wish I had a solution. That's why it keeps me up at night. Because this sort of global drift, this trend, away from democracy is one that's, I think, troubling, and I wish I had a better answer.
I think one more question. Gentleman in the corner.
Thank you. Eloge Butera with the Raoul Warrenberg Center for Human Rights in Montreal. On a regular week, I have at least 3 interactions with Amazon-related product, whether it's my kids trying to watch entertainment on TV or packages showing up on my doorsteps. That's about 3 more than I do with my member of parliament.
Thank you for being a customer.
Means, in today's democracy, your ability to touch a regular citizen is much greater than that of the state. My question to you is, the nation state we have since the treaties of Westphalia and how they interact with your institutions, what do you see is your role in defending democracy in this time?
Well, I appreciate the vote of confidence that we have the ability to do that. I honestly think there's been a failure in democracy if you have to rely on private companies to defend it. We are there to be partners with the governments that we work with, and we can serve a lot of different ends, and we want to work cooperatively. I don't think we're the last line of defense, though. We really rely on like the senators in the room, the ministers in the room, to do that, and we're here to support. And our business famously relies on focusing on what our customers want and need, and working backwards from that to provide it to them, to innovate in new ways to bring it to them. And that includes our public sector and customers in the military and the intelligence communities in the United States and here and among all of our allies. And so, we are ready to lock arms and be partners with all of our customers and partners. But we certainly can't and wouldn't presume to do it alone.
I'm going to ask you one question because we're almost out of time, but it's very as of the moment. We're in an age where there's a government that puts pressure on companies, people, for his own gain. You have been so steadfast in your support for Ukraine. What will Amazon do if your government says stop?
Well, America is democracy, still is. And the fact is, the president, a senator, doesn't have that power. We have binding contracts, long-term relationships with NATO partners and with the government of Ukraine. And so the only way that we would, we would consider changing what we do for that customer would be if we were legally prevented from doing so. And for that to happen, you'd have to go pretty far down a far-fetched road of, this international sanctions regime, which I just don't, I think is too far-fetched. We're a private business. We're not the government. We're not an arm of the government. We work closely with governments, both the U.S. and governments around the world, our allies. But we have an obligation to Ukraine, moral and contractual, and we will continue to fulfill that unless we are prevented by law.
Everyone, David Zapolsky.
Please remain in your seats. Our program will continue right away.
Hello, everyone. I'm Michael Serapio. I'm a journalist and host with CPAC, and as I like to always tell my American friends, not that CPAC. The Cable Public Affairs Channel, so think C-SPAN with a parka, based in Ottawa. So our panel, I'm going to begin it by reminding you of what we heard from Peter von Prague earlier as the conference got underway, that this year, the Halifax International Security Forum is very much focused on democracy, and that without democracy, there is no security. And the topics that you have heard talked about and will continue to hear talked about through the course of this weekend are the secret components and the characteristics that buttress, build, and grow democracies and democratic movements. So that in mind, our topic for this discussion is Democracies Deliver Dollars. And to help answer what that means and to discuss what that means, we're joined by an esteemed panel, beginning right beside me here, Minister David McGuinty, Canada's Minister for National Defence. Beside him, Minister Ruben Brekelmans, Minister of Defence for the Netherlands. Ms. Nancy Southern, the Chair and CEO of ATCO Limited. And beside her, U.S. Senator Chris Coons, Senator for the state of Delaware. Thank you for being part of the program. So I will go down the line and ask what it means to each of you when you hear that phrase, democracies deliver dollars. But I'm also going to get the audience prepared here because we will reserve a lot of time in the discussion to have you ask your questions of the people here, not so much me. You don't really want to know what I have to say about these things, but we will turn to you. So perhaps start formulating your questions. But when you hear the phrase, Minister McGuinty, I'll begin with you, democracies deliver dollars, what comes to mind?
I think the first thing that I think about is that a sovereign and secure country requires a sovereign and secure economy. I think that here in Canada on the defense front, we've decided to shift things. We've decided to be a bit more direct in intersecting our Canadian Armed Forces needs, our defense needs, our equipment needs with our economy. Something that we traditionally have not done as forthrightly, which is why we're giving rise to a new defense industrial strategy for the country where we are trying to intersect on a couple of fronts. What can we produce well in Canada? What do we need here for our own sovereignty? And what can we sell or share with like-minded allies? So I think about that. I also think about another angle on democracies delivering dollars. If we want to maintain the support of our populations, they need to be more than passengers on the journey when it comes to, for example, financial support for the Canadian Armed Forces. I like to think, Michael, that the Canadian citizenry are shareholders in the project and they understand what we're trying to do. So we need to work carefully. We need to make sure that they're with us, that they understand. They do because they've given us the support. So those are two ways in which I look at that democracy deliver dollars title. And we're hoping as we build this, it will continue, of course, to create jobs and stimulate the economy and make of defense one of our top 3 industrial sectors.
Minister Brekelmans?
I think the key theme of this security conference is the rivalry or the battle between democracies and autocracies. And I think the only way for democracies to win is if we are able to generate enough welfare and if we are able to, in that sense, to deliver dollars. That's the only way that we can outwin in the longer term. If I relate it to defense, I very much agree that we need a strong defense in order to secure our economy and to make sure that we are able to generate dollars. I usually do not talk about defense expenditure, but about defense investment, because it is in the longer term an investment in our economy. But also, if you look at what we need to invest in, it's not only in the traditional equipment, not only in bullets, for example. It's also about innovation, about new technologies, about investing in AI, in quantum, things like that. So I think there could be a lot more spillovers from the defense investments to other sectors of the economy. One final point that I would like to make, I would like to add the word together. Because we as the Netherlands, we are relatively small. We call ourselves mid-sized. And there is a lot that we can do with our industry in terms of innovation. Our semicon industry is leading in the world. But there are also many things that we cannot produce. And we need to work much more closely together internationally in order to ramp up our production and to strengthen our innovation. And I think Canada is a perfect example of that. My colleague has been reaching out to me and also to others to see how can we work together. And now that when our defense budgets are going up, there's also a huge pressure from our population to say you need to spend those euros, in my case, in your own country. But if we keep doing that, then we will not create the necessary skill to scale up. And I think I can explain to a Dutch citizen that I buy from Canada if Canada is also buying something from the Netherlands. And that simple way of working together, creating those win-win situations, those investment packages, in some way we are not able to do that enough. And I think that is a task that every Minister of Defense has in order to make sure, okay, we not only need to strengthen our own industry, but how can we do this together? We need to strengthen our defense together, but also our industries together.
Ms. Southern?
Michael, I think, well, from the industrial or commerce perspective, democracies deliver dollars because investment looks for stability. And democracies provide institutional reliability, regulatory transparency, provides for accountability and legitimacy. And I think those characteristics of democracies are what attracts capital. And certainly tyrannical regimes also look for those types of investments. When you look at Australia, they've figured out, I believe, in quite a sophisticated way how to balance their exports to China while not allowing Chinese investment in their critical infrastructure. And they've done that in a way that's been accommodating for business and building of investment within Australia, while sensitively not disturbing their relationship with a tyrannical regime. The other thing that democracies provide for is protection for citizens and companies. And that's very important. When we look at investments around the world, it is only in democracies. And democracies have lots of warts, and there's always tension between regulators and policy and investment. But it's how we build prosperity. It's how we actually create a standard of living for the people in the countries that are democracies, where we can continue to strive for improved productivity, improved prosperity, and search for affordability. But I do want to touch on affordability because that was talked about quite a bit. Affordability is absolutely important. Efficiency is important. But it is not affordable to continue to develop new technologies. It is not affordable in the sense of how citizens and the body politic are talking about affordability. It costs money. It requires investment. And to recover that investment takes some time. And there's an accountability on all of us, whether it's athletes, artists, the judiciary, constabulary, our militaries, the body politic, the body commerce, to be accountable to each other in harmonizing how we look at development alongside citizens' prosperity and productivity.
Senator Coons.
So democracy delivers dollars. I take it as democracies deliver hope, deliver opportunity, deliver development in the way that Nancy was just saying, prosperity to our citizens and constituents. In the 25 years after the Berlin Wall fell. Global extreme poverty was cut in half. Something like 1.5 billion people who were struggling in abject poverty were elevated to middle-class standards. Now, how that was accomplished was roughly divided between the PRC, which elevated hundreds of millions of people out of abject poverty, and the rest of the world. MIT did a study looking at the former Warsaw Pact countries, at countries that had been authoritarian, and concluded that on average there's a 20% increase in GDP as you move towards democracy. Or just take two of the concrete examples we've spent a lot of time talking about this weekend. Ukraine versus Russia, Taiwan versus the PRC. Taiwan, this tiny island of 23 million people, is the world's leading semiconductor chip innovator and manufacturer in partnership with countries like the Netherlands and Korea, Japan, the United States. Compared to China, which has tried desperately to develop their own indigenous chip manufacturing capacity that has failed after investing billions and billions, because freedom unlocks innovation. The ability to do better for yourself and your family, and then to keep it and protect it, and the ability to worship as you want, speak as you want, petition the government as you want. What freedom brings is also excitement and energy and innovation. The opposite is what we see in Russia, for example, compared to Ukraine, both blessed with a lot of natural minerals, with highly sophisticated, educated populations. But the Russian economy has gone sideways now for decades, as Ukraine before the war, and frankly, in some ways during the war, has shown incredible innovation. They are still sovereign and free really only because of their will and their innovation. Now, the reverse is not true. Development doesn't necessarily bring democracy. Many of us made the mistake in the 90s of thinking if China got richer and richer, inevitably the rising middle class of the PRC would demand democracy. Where an authoritarian state is powerful enough, they can see a rise in standards of living, yet not freedom. And the surveillance capitalism now empowered by social media and AI and continuous monitoring makes that more likely. So the last panel was partly about, as AI accelerates technological change and innovation, unlocks the possibilities because of huge increases in productivity, of dramatic increases in prosperity, we have to continue the work we've long done of ensuring there isn't a vast digital divide. The Belt and Road Initiative by China challenged the West, and in particular the United States, to get back involved in delivering prosperity and opportunity in the developing world. And I'm happy to talk more about that, but there's more we should do. I think shutting down USAID abruptly and the West pulling back from investing in development is causing us real harm. And I think there are ways we can re-engage that are more efficient, more streamlined, but actually also lead to prosperity for emerging and developing democracies around the world.
I'm going to jump off on that point. I do want to hear more about initiatives, because you certainly started a couple of on your own, Senator. But when we think about democracies delivering dollars, you all allude a little bit to prosperity, affordability, the citizen buy-in, making sure that they're more than just passengers on this journey. So connect the dot then. How do you make sure that these dollars actually do deliver democracies, that they actually do buttress democracy? Because if you take affordability as an example, affordability is more than being able to pay all your bills at the end of the month. It's also aspirational. And so if the next generation doesn't feel as if their aspirations will be met, that in of itself becomes a challenge to democracy on the home front. So how do you make sure that the dollars invested actually buttress and foster democracy for generations to come? I'll begin with you, Minister.
I think we need to redouble our efforts in showing measurable progress. I think of my 4 adult kids, their generation, work with a lot of young people who tell me they feel hopeless and helpless. I think one of the areas where we've fallen short is on that aspirational front. We often set very high aspirational targets that we know we cannot meet. And I'll illustrate, as someone who spent 10 years in sustainability, I have a view that the international community, well-meaning, good faith, goodwill, predicated on good science, has set in process a conference of the parties process which has continued to move out targets which the folks who are endorsing know are extremely difficult to achieve. That is not helpful in terms of proving that the democratic process of setting targets and achieving them is showing progress, that people will see that their investments are intersecting with democratic strengthening. We look at what happened last week at the COP conference. I don't know if there were any heads of state there. A few, but I think that one of the things we have to be cautious about now in this next iteration of showing that democracies work for us is to show measurable improvement. And it's not a bad thing that we're hopeful and that, I mean, let me put it this way. When my kids were younger, I would talk to them at nighttime, putting them in the bed, and I would tell them about the way the world ought to be. And then in the morning over breakfast, we would talk about the world is. What I call the world of the ought and the world of the is. And I think we've got to be careful in projecting aspirational targets. I had the same conversation with the Secretary General of the UN. I love the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. I love them all. They read like poetry. Not quite Shakespearean, but okay. No iambic pentameter, but good. It's just that as a legislator and as a young person looking at these goals, I look at these and I say, what exactly would you like me to do with these? How do I implement this in such a way as to show traction, implementability, operationalization, and outcome? I think we've got to be more careful on that front.
I pass on to anyone else, and take it as you will. You know, I use the home front, but it is also democracies of our allies and those who challenge our allies.
I think your question at this point in time is too positive. For me, the question is not how can we strengthen democracy, but how can we protect and keep democracy? Because we do see in many parts of the world, but including in Europe, there are many anti-democratic tendencies. And if you look at all the indices that there are, the level of democracy is going down. And I'm very afraid about what's happening in Ukraine now. Because if we let Ukraine down, then also anti-democratic tendencies can come to power again. It plays into the Russian narrative. The same is true with other countries, especially in the eastern part of Europe. We in the Netherlands, this year, we celebrate 80 years of freedom, thanks to the United States, thanks to Canada, who liberated us. So we have a solid and long democratic tradition also before that, but we celebrated now for 80 consistent years. Many other countries in Europe, more on the eastern side, they only had slightly over 30 years of democracy. So in those countries, the anti-democratic forces are much stronger. And you don't need to go back a long time to bring back some of the sentiments that I think were never there. You know, life wasn't better in the eastern part of Europe more than 30 years ago. But if those countries are let down by us, by countries in the west of Europe, United States, Canada, then you see that the far-right movement, for example, is gaining traction. So I think we sometimes overestimate also the stability of, for example, Europe. And we need to work on this every day to show countries that are part of NATO, that are part of the EU, that they can count on us, that we are an alliance, that we protect each other whatever happens. But also Ukraine is a litmus test, I think. And we need to make sure that we also keep showing Ukraine that we support them. Of course, we all understand that compromises need to be made and then at some point you need to negotiate. But fundamentally, we need to show that to people in Europe who have fought for 4 years, made huge sacrifices in order to protect their freedom and democracy, that we stand with them.
Anybody want to respond?
May I, Chris? I think that I agree with what you're both saying. I believe that as leaders in democracies today, we have the entire constituents, we have oftentimes forgotten about our responsibilities. And our responsibilities is to talk to each other. And it's one thing to say we're going to stand up for Ukraine. But how are we going to do that? We have to understand what you're trying to solve for. We have to understand what Ukraine is trying to solve for. We have to understand what NATO's trying to solve for. We don't have enough munitions. We do not have the technology. And how are we going to get that? To make sure that we put Russia on the ground, to their knees. How do we do that? We all have to be in this. And we have to have the conversations. And trust has been brought up several times throughout this conference. And there is distrust, not just amongst country to country, politics to politics. Politics and industry, citizens, industry, politics, there is a mistrust because we don't talk to each other. We do not want to share what our plans are. We do not want to understand what is required in the planning. When you want to retool a factory, when you want to actually build an industry that none of us, except for the United States really, has been active in building. If we're all in this together, we have to talk about it. We have to be able to communicate. We have to come up with solutions. And at times we have to compromise. If the Netherlands has a great strength, let's use it. If Canada has a great strength, then let's use it. But let's actually understand what our strengths are by talking to each other.
What investments would you make to strengthen democracy? Civics education, history, and service. That's what helps undergird the ability to compromise that Nancy's talking about. My father was a sergeant in the U.S. 1st Infantry. He often said he only really became an American when he was deployed in Germany, responsible for another group of Americans from all different backgrounds and from all over the country. He was a Protestant white kid from Boston, but for the first time in his life, he had people of every background from our nation. Americans who serve at home through AmeriCorps, or who serve abroad through the Peace Corps, or who serve through our military, often find that they learn about themselves and about our nation, and then how to respect each other. So I think we need to ask more of our citizens that they do more service of all kinds. I think we need to assume that we're not educating young people enough in what are the alternatives, because if we are not engaged in dialogue and compromise, the alternative is violence. And so when our political system fails to work effectively, fails to deliver compromise, fails to deliver on simple things from fixing the damn roads to helping grow the economy, then people lose confidence in democracy. But democracy is a verb, not a noun. It is something we have to do and we have to practice. And when we do that, then we help inspire the rest of the world to recognize that our prosperity is rooted in our freedom, which is guaranteed and secured by our democracy.
Yeah, so living the message rather than just transmitting the message to the world in terms of securing democracy. I'm going to turn it to the audience very quickly, but I want to ask you, Minister McGuinty. How do you see, because here we are as a country now involved in creating, or you as a government, about to bring about a military industrial strategy. You're talking about massive investments for this country, as you say, something we have not done for generations. So how do you see Canada doing that in tandem with allies and other democracies? And picking up on Ms. Southern's point, how we support each other's strengths and weaknesses?
Well, the first thing we did was we actually took a long, hard look at what 17 other countries have done. How well has it worked for them? What learnings can we derive? How do we factor that into the design of our own approach for this defense industrial strategy? And along the way, we've continued to build relationships. We continue to do defense agreements. We continue to do trade agreements. The Prime Minister just came back from the United Arab Emirates last night, I think, or is there just on his way in South Africa, announced roughly a $30 billion commitment from the UAE to invest in Canada in different spheres, including defense. So we're going to move forward now and implement, for the first time, let me illustrate. Last week we had 13 venture capitalists at the table, sitting for the first time across the table from Department of National Defense and Canadian Armed Forces members. It had never happened before. So we're beginning now to introduce this notion that we have to do this together, that we're in this together, that the Canadian Armed Forces presupposes a strong military industrial base that we can work with. We're going to domesticate a certain amount of production based on our sovereign capabilities, our needs. We're going to look at what do we need, what can we do, and what can we sell or share. And so that is the design of that intersection going forward. And it'll involve all kinds of exchanges. Comparative advantage between the Dutch expertise in one field over the Canadian expertise in another. That's how this has been working. Canada is a little later to the dance, but we're here, and we're now going to move on this quite quickly. And it turns out there's a huge pent-up demand to do this. It turns out that many hundreds, if not thousands, of Canadian companies want to get involved. Turns out when we actually create our roughly 10 new classified research hubs, like the one we announced yesterday in Halifax, for maritime research and development, a place where our top-notch government researchers, our top-notch defense researchers can interface with our top-notch private sector researchers, buttressed with banking and venture capital and foreign direct investment from, for example, sovereign wealth funds. We're going to create, we believe, a mechanism through which we're going to give an élan, a momentum, to a whole new industrial sector, an improved industrial sector. That's the Prime Minister's vision for the country. Defense will be one of the top three going forward. And all the work we've done in the last 6 months, which is happening quickly, there seems to be a lot of support. So we're hopeful, but we will be working with our partners.
Okay. With that, I'll open up to the floor. Does anyone have we have a question right there, row 2.
Thank you. My name is Alejandro Poiré from Tecnológico de Monterrey in Mexico. And a number of you have actually addressed this issue, but I want to make it fairly explicit. When we look at democratic backsliding and democratic decay the world over, there is one variable that we cannot get rid of in any specification that we try to address. Why is it that these countries are backsliding? And that is inequality. So the question is, if democracies are to deliver dollars, how can we make sure that we think constantly about ways of implementing economic policy making that are going to address this issue?
May I?
Yeah, by all means.
The wage gap is a huge issue, and inequality is creating civil unrest. There's no doubt about that. But that's where I say we have actually been lax in our responsibility in democracies. We, government, regulators, judiciary, we need to hold our companies accountable. We need to continuously improve, and we have to modernize our policies, our regulatory systems. We don't invest in our regulators and looking at forward models. Everything is in the past. And we allow businesses to find loopholes in tax. And I personally feel that businesses should be accountable. Businesses should expect to hold themselves responsible for making sure that the janitor on the factory floor is paid a fair and equitable wage so that he can enjoy the same hopes and dreams for his family as the person sitting in the CEO's chair. And the CEO doesn't have to have, I I hate these things that say this person and this person is the richest person in the world and the next person's the richest person in the world. That does nothing for democracy. So let's hold ourselves accountable. Let's have these conversations and say, how do we fix this? And businesses have to step up. If the minimum wage is too minimum, then we're going to have to find ways to be more efficient, more productive, more imaginative in delivering our products and services. But we each have to actually take that accountability and exercise the responsibility of democracy.
I'm going to jump off on that point. Well taken. Thank you. And that has to do with corporations. But Senator Coons, you were talking a little bit about Belt and Road from the PRC, because that too is a direct challenge. When you talk about global inequity, there's a reason why developing nations turn to the PRC to fund basic infrastructure for them. And you yourself have introduced a program, and this was decades back, or a few years back rather, the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation. Can you talk about that? Because that does go towards fostering democracies around the world, does it not?
Alejandro, to the point you were making, inequality both within countries and between countries is one of the things that does drive instability, grievance. And frankly, corruption is also one of the things that drives inequality in terms of access to markets and what infrastructure gets built by whom, where. A group of us, Republican, Democrat, House and Senate, passed the bill that created the Development Finance Corporation. President Trump signed it in his first term. 2 entities for development have survived the collapse or the crushing of USAID. The Millennium Challenge Corporation, which was created under George Bush, and the Development Finance Corporation. Both of them seek to make available investment funds for development on equitable terms, more transparent, less debt trap diplomacy, in projects designed in partnership with countries and in ways that deliver development results, not just, things that make the leader happy. And that's intended to be in direct competition with other models for investment. And the DFC was designed to be a vehicle that could syndicate with our partners so that we would end up working with the Dutch and the Canadians and the Nordics and the Koreans and Japanese in development projects that were more transparent, more likely to be sustainable, and more likely to have a developmental impact to address inequality.
Minister, I know you want to say something as well.
Alejandro, I think most Canadians believe the government has 2 purposes. First, it gives credence, not credence, it gives shape and form to what the population wants as a people. Through government, it gives expression. I think the second thing most people I speak to after many, many election campaigns is they expect government to be a referee that helps take the rough edges off the free market. There's a reason why Canada has the highest number of women in the OECD participating in the economy. And it has to do with public policy measures which have enabled, facilitated, promoted, assisted women to do so. So I think all of us have to be cognizant that I think it's a foolish jurisdiction that lets human capital slide. I think the notion is we want to identify all of the talent that can be harnessed and deployed. We want to invest in it, and then we want to deploy it. And so I think that's one of the things we're trying to do in Canada. If we look at childcare plans, or we look at childcare benefit, or we look at public health care, or we look at foundational floors that the average citizen stands on, and we made an active decision to agree that letting folks fall too far is a mistake. It's expensive. It creates disembodiment. I can't see myself in this society. I can't participate in this society. And so we're working, I think, actively to say, how do we give folks the support they need while engendering competition and creativity and innovation? So I think that's one of the ways we deal with the challenge that you're talking about. So frankly, a lot of young people don't just check out. It's too complicated. You folks are responsible for this. I don't see myself reflected in this society. It's hopeless and helpless. So I think all of us have to weigh that carefully in the context of our own nation states, in the context of the role that each of our governments play as referee.
And pride.
And pride.
And pride. We have to make our citizens proud of who we are. And we have to cheer for them.
Okay, and we have another question here, middle section, the third row. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Nabe Watanabe from Japan, and I appreciate that Senator Kuhn pick up China's issues. So, now everybody is now maybe watching to Japan is fighting against China's economic cohesion too. And that issue, of course, it's not Japan. Japan experienced several times, and several European countries, South Korea, Taiwan, Australia, experienced China's the economic cohesion. It didn't work, but it sometimes works. So, and because China has a lot of economic power. For example, recently China canceled 500,000 trip to Japan, according to Chinese government. And that's a big impact to the economy. And sometimes democracies are vulnerable to the people are frustrated with a very bad economy. I don't know what's happening in Japan, but I'd like to ask your advice. How democracies could work on to prevent such kind of economic cohesion?
Hajimemashite. The way that we can work together, and there's actually bipartisan legislation in the Senate to try to address this, is to make sure that our governments have the fiscal space and the legal authority to engage in rapid response where there is economic coercion being used to try and change policies. You referenced when the Australians did things the PRC didn't like. They very abruptly canceled all sorts of orders for everything from lobster tails to wine to beef, and caused really quite rapid harm. The same thing you just cited in Japan. Lithuania, when they decided to open an office for Taiwan for trade, suddenly found itself squeezed. We need to partner amongst democracies, but we also need to deliver short-term rapid relief in terms of buying, so that countries that are being leveraged for strategic advantage don't find themselves unable to sustain their positions. I happen to come from a state that grows a lot of chicken. China was our single biggest export market. When they cut us off, I heard a lot from the chicken farmers of Delaware. How are we going to replace this? China is an enormous market, and they do use market access for leverage. Bluntly, we also in the United States should not use market access to the United States and tariffs in a way to inappropriately leverage our partners. There are inequalities in trade. There are unfair trade practices. We can and should be addressing them. But we leave ourselves vulnerable when we weaken the bonds between our nations that are rooted in free trade, when we engage in those sorts of practices between democracies.
I think
Minister.
I think we should work much harder on reducing dependencies and vulnerabilities towards China. What I've seen in the Netherlands at least, but also in other European countries, is that this urgency has reduced because people were focusing on other things. Sometimes what's happening in Ukraine or the Middle East or other economic turmoil. And then when I talk to companies or other politicians, they say, we know that China is a long-term threat or a long-term challenge, but we have so many things on our mind now, we cannot work on reducing these dependencies. But I think in the longer term, of course, that is not a good approach. We now also have an issue with China with one of our chip manufacturers at this point. And we have seen if you don't work on this, then at some point it will become a big issue. And then second, what we also see is that both companies and governments, they don't want to take up any short-term pain. So they postpone the issue all the time. And that's also the situation that we are in now with when it comes to chips. Of course, if China is not delivering, then you feel the economic consequences. But how long can we endure such a situation? And then we see that China and countries like Russia and others are able to take up much more pain in the short term than we often are. And third, we need to show more solidarity. You mentioned the example, rightly so, of Lithuania. When that happened, Europe was pretty quiet. And there was not much support among European countries. And that's an issue. And it happens quite often that one of the European countries is standing up against China, but then the European Commission, other European countries, they stay silent. And then there is, at the same time, we try to be tough towards China, and at the same time, someone is doing a big trade mission, going there and signing new deals. You know, it doesn't work that way. We need to be much more consistent, much more united, and also show more solidarity.
Mr. McGinty.
There's no doubt if we stick together, we're much more powerful. If we work together, we're much more powerful. We're stronger together. On China, my experience, I began working in China in 1993. We've all witnessed dramatic transformation. But I always go back to my mother's sage advice. My saintly mother, who said to me on my wedding day, I only have one thing to say to you, son. Same advice she gave all of her 10 kids. Whatever happens during your marriage, keep talking. When it comes to China, we keep talking. Dialogue, dialogue, dialogue. Now, dialogue doesn't mean weakness. Dialogue doesn't mean frankness is abandoned. Dialogue doesn't mean that we're not prepared to call each other out on our transgressions, on our weaknesses, on our conduct. On the contrary, dialogue is very much about respectful presentation of positions. I have a theory that as the world continues to show tremendous stress in terms of the carrying capacity of the planet, I believe that we are going to be catapulted together. We're going to be thrown together in a way that we're not quite aware of, as we see the collapse of different systems. I'm not a big, the world is crumbling fan, but when I look at the state of rivers in China, and I look at the fact that Panasonic's building 18-story buildings now that are food walls, because so much of the soil in China is too toxic to grow food in, we're going to see ourselves, I think, thrown together to deal with carrying capacity crises, the loss of DNA, the loss of bioprospecting, the loss of biomimicry, the loss of functioning eco-services and systems, which are going to compromise our ability to survive as a species. The Chinese know this, we know this, and I think it's one of those areas where we can find common ground, where we have to admit that we're going to be dealing with this together. There is only one planet. It's like that famous scene in that movie. What's the car? Risky Business. Porsche, there is no substitute. Nature, there is no substitute. So I like to say there is national security, but there's also natural security. And I believe that our relationship with the Chinese can be improved and built on that front.
Okay. We have one more question. Young man to the left of me.
Hello, I'm Nicholas from Ecuador. Regarding inequality, the previous question also, what should the countries do if the government if it has a conflict of interest, as it investment from corporate money or from people that are the ones who have to pay more taxes or under the level of richness to make it more equal for the rest of people, have influenced the people in power, or are the people in power? So what should a country do in that case?
Anybody want to try to tackle that one?
If I understand your point, that is part of the challenge of democracy, is to demand often through demonstration, through speaking out, through protest, that the system of the democracy of Ecuador or any country deliver better for everyone. The fundamental principle, the fundamental goal of the state is to deliver security, but in a democracy to also deliver opportunity, and to deliver opportunity in a way that also advances justice. If it is only delivering opportunity for the very richest and best connected, or through corruption, it's not delivering opportunity in a just way. Ultimately, that's the purpose of engagement, of bringing a generation of young and more optimistic and more demanding people into the conversation. The Arab Spring really happened because young Arabs were refusing to accept a future where they had no chance of leading a better life. Most people want a better life for themselves. And just because there's elections doesn't mean there's a democracy. It also requires a free and open market, a system of laws, free opportunities, the ability to worship as you wish, a free press. And many countries that are democratic, they have elections, do not deliver economic justice for their constituents. So I'd urge you to continue to believe in the Ecuador that could be, and to not accept the Ecuador that is.
Michael, could I just add to that, because this is a great opportunity. I have something that I hold close to my heart, the people of our company really work and strive towards, is our definition of excellence. And if we all are working towards excellence, going far beyond the call of duty, doing more than others expect, this is what excellence is all about. It comes from striving, maintaining the highest standards, looking after the smallest detail, and going the extra mile. And excellence means caring. It means making a special effort to do more. And that's really incumbent upon all of us in all of the democracies around the world.
We have 5 minutes left. I'm sorry, I'm going to cut the questions off here because I want to steal a little bit. I do want to steal the last few minutes to go right down the row, because when you talk about democracies deliver dollars, it's a wide-reaching topic, and we've talked about inequality, messaging, communication, investments in military, working with allies. What is the call to action from each one of you under the subheading of democracies deliver dollars? What is the call to action to the people here at the summit? Minister.
Which one?
You. To my right.
It's worth fighting for. It's worth working towards. We're stronger together. I never like to talk about the magnitude of the challenge on anything unless we're prepared to talk about the magnitude of the opportunity inherent in addressing the challenge. I think this planet is breathtaking in its beauty, breathtaking in the gift we have of life, the rich variety, the diversity, who we are, the species. It's unbelievable what we have in front of us. It's a gift. And so I think the message is we redouble, quadruple, quintuple our efforts, come together. We may be 50 or 60 mid-sized countries, a couple of very large countries. It's absolutely wonderful to have our colleagues south of the border here today, this weekend. But the unity of purpose that comes from coming together is available to us. And ultimately, if we build nobility of purpose, why are we doing this? What do we believe in? I think we can do this, and I think we will. I hope that's the message of the weekend.
Minister Berkelmans.
So our enemies and our adversaries, they try to divide us, and we are letting it happen. I think there are too many topics in which we as allies and friends are not standing besides each other, but are standing in front of each other. And we need to make sure that we are united and that we stay close, because we're all facing extremely difficult dilemmas that are putting our societies under pressure. In the Netherlands, we are now thinking about how to increase our defense spending from 2 to 3.5%. And that's going to be a big challenge. It will require some difficult choices. But how do we do this in a way that is not raising inequality further, for example, or that is, for example, raising taxes further so companies are leaving and we will not generate enough dollars. So, and we are all facing these same dilemmas and these same issues, but only if we stand together, work together, make sure that we not only think about our national interest, but our joint interest. I think this is the only way to have democracies in the end outwin, because as we said, at the core, we are much stronger and we can be much more prosperous.
Ms. Southern?
Oh, I completely agree with both ministers, and I know I'll agree with Senator Coons, but conversation, a willingness to compromise, accept and exercise our responsibilities as citizens of democracy. And then I would add pace, pride. We need to engage everybody to feel good about what it is we're accomplishing.
Senator Coons.
Democracy is messy. Democracy is slow-moving. Democracy can be frustrating. Democracy can at times fail to deliver. It is the worst system of governance ever devised by man, except for all the rest. And as my country comes upon a 250th celebration of the soaring words written in our Declaration of Independence, but frankly, after the wreckage of the Second World War, broadly embraced by the world, as we reflect on the service and sacrifice of so many Canadians, Dutch, Americans, British, Australians, others who served and fought in a last global cataclysm between democracies and authoritarian states, after which both Japan and Germany joined us as democracies. I think this calls for all of us to reassert our faith. Democracy, at the end of the day, is faith in the spark of the divine in all of us. Whether this is religiously based for you or not, the idea that every single one of us is worthy of respect, to have our own dreams, to take our own initiative, to seek our own future as we see fit, is essentially what democracy is about. It's the system that embodies each of us being created and an equal child of God, or each of us having that spark of the human that deserves expression. So Martin Luther launched the Reformation with a number of principles. One of them was the priesthood of all believers. This moment calls for all of us to be believers in democracy, to be missionaries for democracy, to not just observe it, to not just think about it or talk about it, but as so many of you here have, to actually engage in it with your full faith and character and intensity, and to rededicate yourself to the cause of democracy, without which the next 80 years will not be as free, will not be as prosperous, will not be as hopeful. I think a lot about my not yet born grandchildren, who my wife and I pray for all the time, and about which we will be pressuring our children at Thanksgiving. I want my grandchildren to live in a free society where they are free to find their way in the world. And I am so grateful to our Canadian, Dutch, and other brothers and sisters from around the world who continue to be committed to democracy alongside us. Thank you.
Minister David McGuinty of Canada, Minister Ruben Brekelmans of the Netherlands, Senator Chris Coons of the United States, Ms. Nancy Southern, thank you very much for the conversation.
Please join us for a coffee break in the foyer. HFS delegates, please join us in the auditorium. Our program will begin in just a few minutes. HFS delegates, please join us in the auditorium. Our program will begin in just a few minutes. HFS delegates, please join us in the auditorium. Our program will begin in just a few minutes. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. HFS delegates, please join us in the auditorium. Our program will begin in just a few minutes. Please take your seats. Our program will begin now.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, welcome to this afternoon panel discussion with the topic Democracies Defeat Dictators. I'm Vladimir Kara-Murza. I'm a Russian opposition politician, historian, journalist, and former political prisoner, and it is my distinct honor to moderate this conversation. And I would like to, first of all, introduce our first speaker. Tawakkol Karman is a Yemeni journalist, politician, and human rights advocate. She was one of the public faces of the Yemeni revolution in 2011 that ended the Saleh dictatorship. She has co-founded and leads the organization Women Journalists Without Chains, and she's a co-recipient of the 2011 Nobel Peace Prize. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon all of you. I'm so happy to be with you here today. And really, when Peter sent me an email and told me that the theme of the Halifax Security Forum is about democracy, I was truly so happy. So happy. And I said, finally, that those people who believe in security, that they will think about freedom and democracy at the same time. So unfortunately, for many years and through my trips around the world, when I was talking about our demanding, our desire for democracy and freedom, I didn't say that really believe on that stability in the region will come with freedom and democracy. So with this title, I think there is a new knowledge there is a new movement that gather, that link peace with democracy. And we told them that real stability cannot come from dictatorship. And they told us that, no, you have to choose between security or freedom, between stability or democracy, as if these values cannot be together. But the reality is democracy is the real foundation of both the national and international global peace and security. The truth is that the absence of democracy is the greatest threat of both security and stability. Now, democracy, as you know, and as I said, that builds stability because it rests the legitimacy, not repression. Institutions, not individuals. Participations, not exclusion. So when people have voice, they defend their states, not fighting it. Democracy prevents crisis before it happens, because creating peaceful channels for grievance and competition, it's guarantee that to prevent the conflict before it erupts. It also guarantees the peaceful transfer of power, which is very, very important. Without that peaceful transfer of power is the main resource of igniting the wars and conflict. The democracy guarantee that, the peaceful transfer of power. If the transfer of power is not peacefully, of course, it will lead to the conflict and war. And it reduces extremism, and this is very important. It reduces extremism and it reduces the terrorism, which is, when people can participate, vote, protest, criticize, and organize freely, the appeal of violence disappears. It also fights corruption. It fights the abusing of power. And corruption and abusing power is really the source of the conflict and wars. Transparency will be there. Accountability will be there. People will be their voice will be the one who will ask the people in power on what they do and what will they do for the future of their countries. But the authoritarianism is something opposite. It fuels chaos, wars, terrorism, and mass displacement. Any attempt to build security without democracy produces a temporary and fragile security and peace. So now, today, the world is witnessing rising tension and collapsing security. Not because of people, no, not because of people, but because of the regimes that despise the law. That despise law, because regimes that despise truth, because regimes that despise institutions and people. Yes, war has many causes, including economic injustice, climate crisis, but the primary driver of conflict is the authoritarian role. It is now considered that the major wars of the last century were launched by the undemocratic regime. We saw that with the Hitler-Nazi. We saw that with Mussolini. We saw that with the Imperial Japanese. We saw that with the Stalin Soviet. We saw that with Saddam Hussein. We saw that with many dictators. The last century, most of the wars was a result of the dictators, of authoritarian regimes. And now, Russia, Iran, and China turning the same pattern. Look what is happening in Ukraine. If Russia were a democratic nation, they wouldn't invade Ukraine. So the war in Ukraine wouldn't happen if Russia were democratic. It is the product of an imperial mindset that views nation as territories, to be so loud. In Yemen, my own country, regional autocracies, Iran from one hand, Saudi Arabia and Emirates from other hand. Both of them participated in collapsing my countries. And both of them participated in collapsing Arab Spring countries because they are afraid from democracy. Iran supported Houthi militia from one hand, and Saudi and Emirates, they have their own agenda to control Yemen, to occupy Yemen, and to practice their influence and hegemony in Yemen, and to divide Yemen. And they are an authoritarian regimes. In Sudan, the authoritarian regimes, UAE, fueling the war there, supporting the RSF militia, toppling the dream of Sudani people to reach to democracy, turning the great victory of peaceful revolution from a peaceful transition to the democracy to the civil war. And in Gaza, in West Bank, unfortunately what is happening there, the Israeli committing crimes there and the occupation there, it's really something seen of the authoritarianism and the new authoritarianism there. We see that also in Venezuela, in China. So even now, that is with the authoritarian regimes. Now let's talk about democratic regimes. Let's talk about the democratic regimes. The democratic regimes, you know, they have new forms of authoritarian are emerging. The first, the war on Iraq and Afghanistan, occurred, you know, by the United States and Britain and some of the Western countries. Yes, they are democratic countries, but they didn't practice the democratic values and principles. So the democratic value, it is not just a system of government. It's continuous commitment to the rule of law, human rights, transparency, accountability, and human dignity. When those principles violated, any state begins to drift toward authoritarianism. And also, from other hand, what we see now, that now the democracy in these countries, in Western countries, is really in decline. What we see with the universities of president or faculty are being, you know, dismantled. Students are being arrested. Freedom of expression are being eliminated. So, and also there is another tyranny there, which is the rise of hatred, of racism, of Islamophobia, of anti-Semitism, of xenophobia, and this kind of new authoritarianism. We should fight it, and we should stop it. So what should we do? What should we do? We must hold firmly to democracy. We must defend democracy because it is the only weapon that we can face the dictatorship around the world. The most important weapon. And we should start, I am from the global south and suffer from dictatorship and fight and still fight and sacrifice for democracy. But while I will not give up, my people will not give up their freedom and their will to reach to democracy, and we will win that battle one day. Sooner or later, we didn't, and we will not give up. But I'm saying that now we have to start from here, from the Western countries. From here, the Western countries, that they should defend on their democracy. Because if the democracy fell here, it will fail everywhere. So we need people in these Western countries to gather all the Democrats, all the people who believe in democracy, they have to gather themselves to be governments, organizations, media, individuals. We have to be one hand to face all this, deterioration in democracy in the Western countries. And when we talk about defend on democracy, it is not just to go to the vote, to vote for a Democratic Party or Republican Party or any parties here in Canada or any. No, it is not just going to vote. It's a full recipe. Start with accountability. You should hold, I know that all of you are officials, but I'm telling you, and I'm telling myself, that you should be held accountable. That's very important. Accountability is very important to protect your countries. Otherwise, those people they will hijack the power and you will not regain your countries again. You will betray in your countries and in the coming generation. So it's very important, full recipe, accountability, human rights in general. Start with the freedom of expression, freedom of the universities, academic freedom, freedom of students, the freedom of assembly, all transparency. I'm shocked with the absence of transparency that is happening now in the Western countries. I'm shocked because it was the biggest model that I dreamed for my country. But now all what I suffer, not all, not all, but there is a lot of things that I was against in my country. Now I see it, at least in the United States. So this is very important. Depend on your democracy, the dependence of your judiciary system, the check and balance. That is very important, and also stop supporting dictators. Stop supporting dictators. They are the one who collapse in the global security. And because of them, now you are facing all this deterioration in racism, in xenophobia, in everything. If we give big alliance, we can tell you how dictators in our countries spread their hands to your countries and collapse your democracy and collapse your coexistence and attacking your social fabric. So it's very important to stop supporting dictators and to stop playing double standards. That is very important for democracy. That is very important for democracy. And this is, from our side, we will not stop fighting, sacrificing for democracy, for freedom, and we believe in that. And that is our destiny. We will not give up, no matter how much the price that we will pay. And now, you have a lot of challenges, I will say just 3 challenges, or 3 many important issues, and I will end my speech. The Ukrainian war is a test for democracy in the democratic countries and democratic camp in general. So the so-called Trump plan is, in a sense, a plan to hand Ukraine over and legitimize Putin's aggression and occupation, rewarding him for his destroying cities, displacing millions, and occupying, the cities of Ukraine. Such proposal do not end wars. It's embolden Russian fascism and encourage another tyranny everywhere. So the West must ensure that Putin gain nothing. He should gain nothing, Putin, in this battle. And that Ukraine remains fully free, independent, and sovereign within all its borders, from the first kilometer on the Polish frontier to the last centimeter along the Russian border. This should be the free land of Ukraine. If we want to stop the authoritarian regime, we should stop Putin from his occupation and war in Ukraine. And Ukraine is the first line of defense of all Europe and all humanity. The second issue is my country, Yemen, and which is, you see, when you ignored the will of people for democracy and for freedom, what is happening? That there is a militia attacking the Red Sea and the whole entire global security and peace. So the democratic camp must support the Yemeni people against the Houthis and against Iran's project behind them. The Yemenis, look, supporting Yemenis, supporting us, we Yemenis are able to stop Houthis, not bombing Yemen, not occupying Yemen, not supporting Emirates who divide Yemen. This encourage Houthi and make Houthis stronger and stronger. So if you want to stop Houthis, you should support Yemenis people for freeing their countries. And you should support, and you should stop Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Emirates from playing that bad role on dividing Yemen and playing hegemony and guardianship in Yemen. Palestine, it's very important. And I'm saying that not just for Palestinian people, also for Israeli people. It's very important that peace to be there. It's enough conflict, enough war because of the Palestinian issue, because of the Arab-Israeli conflict. It's the time to give Palestinian people their rights. It's the time for their self-determination. And it is not a luxury. It is not a gift. It's a right written by the international resolutions. That is very important for global security. It's your time now to stop. And it's very easy. Very easy. Give them right to self-determination, to build their new state, and they can. They can live with Israeli people. All of us, all the people in the region, this is nonsense conflict and wars. We Muslims are Jewish, Christian, none really can live with each other. But we need a brave leaders, like yesterday I said we need a brave leaders that give the first step for giving Palestinian people their rights for self-determination. So, thank you so much. I will end with a very few words that the authoritarian regimes wins only when democracies fear and abandon their values. But when democracy unite, believe in themselves, and defend their values and principles, democracy prevails, democracy defeats dictatorship. Thank you so much. Thank you.
This was an amazing way to introduce our conversation, so I want to thank the Halifax International Security Forum video team for this film, and I want to, before anything else, present our other distinguished speakers this afternoon. So to Tawakol's left is Olena Tregop. She is a Ukrainian civil society leader and a longtime champion for transparency, accountability, and good governance. After Ukraine's Revolution of Dignity, Olena worked at the Ministry of Economic Development and Trade, where she coordinated international assistance and launched several major reform programs. Since 2017, she has served as the Secretary General of the Independent Defense Anti-Corruption Commission, known by its acronym NACO. And alongside her anti-corruption efforts, Olena Tregop works to identify and close loopholes in international sanctions mechanisms directed against Putin's war machine. Olena, thank you so much and welcome.
Thank you.
To her immediate left is Dr. Comfort Arrow. She's the president and CEO of the International Crisis Group, an independent, non-profit, non-governmental organization that works to prevent conflicts and promote policies for a more peaceful world. She has spent her entire career working either on or in conflict-torn countries. Alongside her previous work with the Africa program of the International Crisis Group, Dr. Arrow has also served at the International Center for Transitional Justice and worked with the United Nations mission in Liberia. Dr. Arrow, thank you so much for joining this conversation. And last but certainly not least, on my immediate right is Andris Kubilius. Andris Kubilius is a scientist, a statesman, and in my view, one of the most visionary and strategic thinkers in today's European Union. A co-founder of the Sąjūdis movement, the movement for Lithuanian independence from the Soviet Union, Andris Kubilius twice served as Prime Minister of Lithuania and was a member of the European Parliament, where he was the standing rapporteur on Russia until last year. And since last year, Andris Kubilius has been serving as the first ever European Commissioner for Defense and Space, perhaps the most important and the most challenging portfolio in today's Brussels. Andris, thank you so much and welcome. So our title today is Democracies Defeat Dictators. And for someone from my generation, having grown up in the 1980s and 90s in the Soviet Union and then Russia, the title of this conversation is non-negotiable truth. Of course, democracies defeat dictators. The 80s and 90s were the time of Huntington's third wave, Fukuyama's end of history, a time of unparalleled expansion of freedom when countries as diverse as South Africa and South Korea, Brazil and the Philippines, the whole of Central and Eastern Europe, and Russia itself shed dictatorial rule and opted for democracy. And I must confess that despite everything that's been happening in these last many years, I still believe that this maxim is true. It may take longer, it may take more effort, it may take more commitment, but I fundamentally believe that democracies still do defeat dictators. But when I put myself in the shoes of my children's generation, my oldest daughter is 19 years old, and I'm thinking that, people from that generation in Russia, they've spent their whole lives under the Putin dictatorship. They never knew any other reality. And if we look at what was happening globally, the story has also been far from glorious. Freedom House has now documented continuous decline in freedom around the world for 19 consecutive years. And in their estimates, the proportion of the world population that is living under unfree societies, 40%, is the highest it has been in 3 decades, since the mid-1990s. And we also see that dictatorships behave in an ever more brazen fashion in geopolitics and in international affairs, and that democracies do not really provide the pushback that we all hope they would. And this introductory video was just a perfect illustration of that, and we need not go any further for examples than to go to the news story that has dominated conversations at this forum, the Trump ultimatum to Ukraine, the so-called 28-point peace plan, which to me, frankly, reads more like Vladimir Putin's Christmas wish list. And so the first question I want to pose to our speakers, and I would like to go in the reverse order of presentation, so starting with Andrews. Do democracies still defeat dictators? And if the answer to that question is not certain, what do you believe the free world should do to make sure that democracy and democracies do in the end prevail? Andris Kubilius.
Well, thanks a lot, Vladimir, and pleasure to be here. Well, you presented me as a former scientist, it was so many years ago that, immediately I started to bring back my memories. And last year I understood some paradox in my life, that it was exactly what, it was possible to calculate, that I spent 34 years under, Soviet oppression, and 34 years in Lithuanian democracy and European democracy. So I have, some kind of experience. And when I was looking at such a nice movie, it brought me again some of my memories from that, pre-democracy time at that time in Soviet Union, and how the change came. And the change came because at that time, the West has very strong leadership for democracy. First of all, President Ronald Reagan, Margaret Thatcher, and we can name and name and name, John Paul II, and the West had strategy. And that's what, in some way, at the moment, we're still missing. But since I came from physics, again, many years ago, I still have some kind of love to some kind of, try to find the law, regulation, and so on, what is behind the processes. And I was very much impressed by Samuel Huntington, third wave, where he explains that, democratization of the world in the 20th century was going in some kind of waves. The first wave was, back in 1920s, second one after Second World War, the third one was exactly 1980s, 1990s. And as former physicist, immediately I calculated that the distance in between of those waves is around of 30 years. So we're coming to the, exactly to the fourth wave of democratization, if you look from that point of view. Now, more precisely, or more practically, if to speak, I see really, my now responsibilities and my wish is really to look into European continent and to raise some kind of, again, very simple but very big questions. Can we imagine that on the European continent we can live in sustainable peace? Not only with peace in Ukraine, but for the whole European continent. To try to bring back this again, what I would call dream or whatever, or formula of all the Bush,
Europe whole, free and at peace.
Yeah, Europe whole, free and at peace. Because what we are, especially my country, Lithuania, Baltic states, we're living for hundreds of years in a permanent threat of Russian, authoritarian, Tsarist, whatever, Central Committee, aggressions, and so on and so on. The question is very simple for us. Can it be different? And if it can be different, then how we can go into that? I know that this topic, can Russia be different, is dividing the Western, community. There are a lot of people who have a lot of arguments why Russia is not able to become different, that Russia forever is authoritarian and so on. I'm always saying that this is not an argument which can, be very much convincing. Because I do not believe that nations can have a genetic disease which does not allow it to become democratic. Somebody is saying China never will become a democracy because of Confucius, philosophy and so on. Let's look into Taiwan and Taiwanese democracy, which we can, simply sometimes even envy. Or let's say, I know some Russian historians are saying that Russia cannot become a democracy because still it lives, with some kind of legacy of Tatar-Mongolian, ego, occupation, and so on. Let's look into Mongolia. And Mongolian democracy, different, global democracy evaluations looks quite good. So that's my argument. Now, coming a little bit, closer to so what's really what we can do and what is needed here. And in my view, really we still are missing, first of all, some kind of European Union strategy, how we can help transformation of Russia back to normality. That is, in my view, when we are talking about can authoritarian, can democracies win against authoritarian regimes, I would say, or can democracies defeat authoritarian regimes? For me, the question is not can we defeat Russian authoritarian regime or not. For me, the question is can we win Russia back to normality? And here comes the question of our strategy, how we can help. Of course, we shall, all the changes can come only in Russia itself. Changes, Russia can become a normal country definitely without Putin. I do not believe that Putin, can change itself into good friend of all the democratic countries. And so then the question is, I see very crucial moment exactly now. Because the changes or possibility of transformation in Russia can come, first of all, if we as Europeans would have very clear and strong strategy towards Ukraine, and if we would understand that exactly strategy towards Ukraine, creation of success of Ukraine, is a possibility to assist Russian transformation. So that is what is needed at the moment. That is why we need to see our support to Ukraine, which that Ukrainians deserve all our support, but we need to see also that this is a gate to something bigger, to possibility of strategic changes, geopolitical changes, tectonic changes in the whole European continent, and this is the way how we can get possibilities to live in the European continent with a sustainable peace.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Andres. And I think it is an undeniable lesson from Russian history that internal repression and external aggression are always two sides of the same coin. And whenever the government in Russia is disregarding the rights and freedoms of its own people, it's not going to respect the borders of its neighbors. So I think that your message couldn't be clearer that, frankly, the only true guarantee of long-term peace and security in Europe is a democratic Russia. Dr. Confedero.
Thank you, and thank you for this particular theme, but for the entire weekend. I just want to pick up and really thank you for your speech, because I want to flip and dismantle the title of the session. Because as a conflict prevention organization, we don't principally work on democracy, but it's one of the key indicators that we look at. And we have been facing this challenge for quite some time. But suddenly it's taken on a different meaning. Why? Because suddenly we find the West, which was a concluding part of your remarks, we find that the West itself is in crisis. A crisis about self-doubt, about its confidence, but a lot of the values that it has underpinned its own societies. And suddenly, this big question about defeating dictators, dreamers, things that the rest of the world, quite frankly, has been battling with for a long time. So first, credit to the Halifax for putting, I would say, the West on a spotlight, because that is my big takeaway from this conference. It is about the challenge, whether it's existential or not, I don't know, but it really is also about Western version of democracy. I think we should be frank about also what we're talking about as well, and that's what you are going to. Because a lot of these issues that we're raising today didn't start on February 2022. Didn't start also with what was going on in Gaza. In fact, Gaza is a symptom of that as well. These are issues that have been at the forefront of the struggle for governance, for rights, political rights. Somebody early on said, if you have innovation, if you have development, if you give people creativity, that itself allows you to have democracy. Sorry, no, people want basic, simple rights. They want to be able to compete in the political space as well. So I just want to say thank you for what you said, because you put the spotlight on what I actually think is the core conversation that we're having today, which is about the threat of democracy in the Western Hemisphere, in the Western society, from North America to Europe and these regions. Because this is not an unusual conversation for Yemen, for Sudan. Thank you for raising for Sudan, for Haiti, for Venezuela. I want to credit you also for saying to you that you fought the regime change already last year in the elections, and that was lost to you also. And when you look at places like Myanmar, where people have been fighting for these things for a long time. And the reason why you get a debate now about the double standards is because on the altar of the fight for these things in other places, democracies themselves, oftentimes Western democracies, have compromised the fight that a number of these societies have been trying to have. So when societies say to you that every 5 years, we don't go to elections and assume that the outcome is a democratic process in somewhere like the Sahel, and you sacrifice our democracy in the name of a security-first approach. And then you wonder why the countries like the Sahel push you out of their region, because you have stolen their version of democracy, because you came and told them a different story about democracy. They thought democracy was about governance. They thought democracy was about basic rights, and suddenly they were told it was a security veto. And then suddenly the West is surprised why you kick them out. And then you look at somewhere like Sudan, where people struggled and fought for revolution. They fought for justice. They fought for governance. And at the moment of asking for the things that will be crucial to underpin democracy, we abandoned them. That is why the revolution was lost in Sudan. And that is why you gave space to the Rapid Support Force and to the Sudanese army. Let's look at the Democratic Republic of Congo. If you're worried that the norms are being eaten up, we are presiding against mass expulsion. We are facing down territorial grabbing. We are facing the worst norms of non-aggression. It's not just happening in Europe, it's happening in the Great Lakes regions. But there's no consensus, there's no unity among those who are the custodians of democracy. They abandon those rights, they abandon those values on the altar of the Great Lakes. And let's look at Venezuela. When it suits you, you talk about democracy. When it doesn't suit you, you talk about trafficking. The same with Ecuador. In Ecuador, you decide, well, this is the kind of government, this is my friendly government, so I ignore the fact that most of the drug trafficking that we're watching today is also taking place in Ecuador. But we quite like the government there, so we'll abandon democracy as well. So I think we should also call out what we're really talking about, that we're seeing an existential crisis in the Western part of the world, where there's been a high-stakes complacency about what democracy means, and you wake up and suddenly you find out that the values and norms and principles that you espoused, that you preached around the world, suddenly is being torn down on your borders as well. And that is why now you have this unfortunate contest, an unfortunate doubting, an unfortunate questioning about what we mean about democracy, when so many people have been fighting for democracy for a long time. So I really want to thank you, because you put a spotlight on what I think is the other elephant in the room, is that what do we in the Western world really understand about democracy, and making sure that we do not undermine the values that you seek to implant in other places of the world. Do not sacrifice them for the sake of a security-first approach in other parts of the world to get your own national interests secured as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Arrow. Olena Trego.
Thank you. And I'm honored to be here, and I want to start by thanking Halifax Forum and Peter for the moral clarity of this gathering, for how much you put Ukraine at the spotlight, and for you to help everybody understand that Ukraine war, it's not just one of many conflicts in the world. It is the war that will determine the future of democracy, the future of freedom in the world, whether we will be able to preserve our security, our way of life. And it will influence not only the future of Russia. I agree with Andrews, of course, that the future of Ukraine, the Ukrainian victory, it's the best recipe for transformation of Russia. That's 100%, but it's not about Russia only. It's about the future of South Korea, the future of Taiwan, the future of China, of Iran, of all those beautiful leaders that we saw in the video. We in Ukraine now are at the forefront of this big fight between two models, dictatorship and freedom and democracy, and we essentially became the victim of Russian aggression just because Russia did not like that Ukrainians are democracy, Ukrainians are free people. This aggression started after Euromaidan revolution, after our people demonstrated their power, and Putin hates those kind of things, and Putin doesn't want a big European country next to him where people are like that. And thank you that at Halifax this message is very clear, because I go to different conferences, and believe me, it's not like that everywhere. I have to deal with a lot of disinformation, and I'm actually even convinced that dictatorships, including Russia and China, they are winning their information war, because the messages I hear about even from Western speakers, like the British journalist, about staged Western coup in Ukraine, or from a German historian about Ukrainian Nazis. I hear all of that even today in 2025 in European countries. And this is very disturbing. This is absolutely true. It's happening because democracies, the West, they lost the clarity. They started to have doubts in themselves, and I hear these conversations in the West, in Europe, where people are saying, hey, we cannot build children's hospital for 25 years. We are so incapable, but Chinese would build it in 1 year. And China now has better technology, and why don't we all be like China? Or let's look at Russia. Russia has such a great charismatic leader, how great it is. And when I, as Ukrainian, hear this, of course, it's very painful, because my nation are actually the people who are ready to die for values, who are ready to die for freedom, for democracy. And those are not empty things for us. And just to give you like a little perspective, I wanted to use this opportunity to explain to you how genuinely in Ukraine we are able to defeat Russia, and we are able to win this war, and we are still standing after 4 years of a full-scale war because we are democracy. That's the main reason. It's a symmetrical war. Russia has almost 5 times more population. At the beginning of the war, Russia had 10 times bigger defense budget. Russia has its allies, but we are still standing because in Ukraine, our society demonstrated innovation, creativity, demonstrated a lot of initiative in order to defend their own country. And I am Ukrainian myself, but I myself was amazed at our Ukrainian people, how they stepped up and how they decided to defend their country, not just in military terms, but civilian-based defense, meaning that in Ukraine we have this network where everybody thinks, how can I contribute to defense? If I am IT developer, I would want to develop maybe software for drone, and it's incredible if you think about it. Our very successful information management like software for the frontline called Delta, which is owned now billions of dollars, was developed by an NGO, and it was proposed to Ukrainian army after beginning of the war in 2014 that, look, you have a paper army, our army was not reformed, and it's very hard, and you need to have a short decision-making cycle, around 7 minutes from top to bottom. Why don't we make everything cloud-based? Why don't we digitalize everything? So citizens came to military and they cooperated and they made it happen. The same thing with the fact that, of course, we are now the drone capital of the world. Who created all these things? Ukrainian citizens, the civil society did this drone innovation. Other things like basically everything you see in Ukraine, even I myself, I represent Anti-Corruption Council of the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense. How do we have Anti-Corruption Council in Ukrainian Defense Ministry? It's just very simple. After we had a corruption scandal at the beginning of the full-scale war related to procurement of food, we came to the ministry and we said, Ukrainian society is not happy about what's going on. We would like to propose that you create an oversight body, you select 15 people from society and empower them to oversee some big procurements and give them access to information, because this is what society wants. And in Ukraine, usually officials say yes to these proposals. And that's incredible, because there are not so many countries in the world where state and society is that open to each other. And this is our secret weapon. And it's very sad that Russia and Putin, they don't understand the power of one single person, the power of society. Putin, why did he decide to attack Ukraine after he saw Euromaidan revolution? Why he did not understand that all those people on Maidan, they stood up against corruption, against Russia, because they wanted to be free, they wanted to be European. He decided, he did not believe that those are people. He decided that this is all somehow staged by his enemies, by the West and so on. Then he tried to invade Ukraine in 3 days, but then those same people who were standing on Maidan, they went to defend Ukraine. They prevented Russia from taking over. And this is very sad, that those dictatorships essentially, they don't believe in the power of each individual person. I think we should win this war. We should prove that every person matters and the freedom of individual matters. And actually, democracies are stronger than dictatorships because of that, because of all this creativity and innovation. And now, in particular, my organization, we are studying in detail how Russian war is sustained by cooperation with China, North Korea, Iran, how those countries are providing lifeline for Russia when it comes to Russian technology, Russian ammunition, Russian covering up internationally Russia, defending them from sanctions, from economic collapse. And what we see actually, that this war, it's not only about changing our world into a multipolar world, but it's about essentially building this authoritarian alliance. And we see it more and more, especially after 2022. And we will soon release our study where we analyze in detail about how they exchange intelligence, how they exchange technology, how they essentially work together to defeat democracy. And it's pretty scary, even though it's not an alliance where those are 4 countries that are really trusting each other, and it's not a multilateral alliance, it's more a patchwork of bilateral agreements and relationship. But the way they intensify this cooperation and the way they basically have this target to destroy and to undermine and to build the war machine, it's pretty scary. And I hope that we will become awakened by this here in the West, in Canada, in Europe, in US, because essentially I think everybody in this room doesn't want to be living in a dictatorship, and we still believe that democracy can be successful and a wonderful place and environment to live in, and we should be ready to defend it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. And I think it's a very important message that it's Ukrainian democracy that Putin sees as the threat. You know, when Putin talks of Ukraine as a threat in his propaganda sort of sense, there's actually a grain of truth in that, not of course in the sense that he means it, because yes, we know that the hot phase of the war began in February of 2014, but actually if we go back to the hybrid methods of the war the Putin regime led on Ukraine, It goes all the way back to 2004 in the presidential election when the Kremlin tried to push its puppet Yanukovych to power. And then after the success of the Orange Revolution with all the energy blackmail and the gas wars, this has been going on for more than 2 decades, because I absolutely agree the biggest threat that Putin sees is our closest neighbor becoming a successful democracy, because it would only be a question of time when Russian citizens would start asking, well, why do our closest neighbors have all these rights and freedoms and we do not? So this is a central message, I think. It's not only the Ukrainian state, it's Ukrainian democracy that Putin finds so threatening to him and to his dictatorship. Tawakkal Kraman.
I like all the comments here, but something is very important. You said that comparing between the China and as a authoritarian regime that has all that successful in development, while there is deterioration in the development in the democratic countries. With this, China built one hospital in one day, and for me, I want to fix my bedroom. It will take 1 year in the US, for example. So this is very important comparison, and but it's dangerous, and we shouldn't accept it. We shouldn't accept it because, and before I'm selling going to the details, there is a very dangerous war against democracy as an idea. And that is very important thing. It is not just the occupation, it is not the authoritarian regime wage wars and make violence, but there is another war, which is creating a new narrative that democracy is not helpful. Democracy is not working for nations. Democracy is lazy. Democracy, etc., attacking the idea of democracy, and we shouldn't allow that. Because the problem is not with the democracy as an idea. It's because of the democratic countries didn't implement the criteria of the democracy itself. This here is the problem. We shouldn't, and I listened to this question many times. Many times, it's through 3 years. Does this democracy works? Is it a good tool of governance? It is. So no, this is not the question. The question is, did we implement the democracy in a very well way? Is there a real democracy in the United States, for example? I will tell you, no. No. Democracy that doesn't guarantee accountability, that allow, for some people who, in other, belief, but who allow that a president who is accused with corruption and with sexual assault to be a president without accountability, that is not democracy. So if we go with so that is not democracy. Democracy that doesn't questioning their rulers is not democracy. So what is happening? The deteriorating is because we didn't, because I am one of them, we didn't implement the democracy as it should be. And now, saying that China as an authoritarian regime is the good example for ruling, no, it is not. First, there is no transparency in China. You don't know what is happening in China. The transparency here, because this is why we know our shortages in democratic countries. Do we know how many people are poor in China? How many hidden conflicts in China? China, who kills millions of people in Uyghur people there, are they? Is it a good tool of governance? So and with this this is what they said for us. When we make the revolution against the dictators, they said, no, don't make the revolutions. The dictators is bringing the stability. No. What happened, the chaos that happened after the revolution, came because the dictators didn't build strong institutions. When they leave the authority, then this institution will carry the country. It's the tool. It's the producing by the authoritarian regimes that build everything to be just in their size. And when they leave, the country collapses. And this is what happened with Russia and with China. And don't we know that China, you have to be very strong. China is not a good model. It is not for stability because it's a fake stability. Any stability under dictatorship is fake. It's fake stability. And for us, when we make and this is a very important point for us, as I belong to Arab Spring, that we dare to challenge the dictators, went to the street, peacefully with flowers, with dreams against the dictators, calling for freedom and democracy. And we won against those dictators, 8 dictators in the region through just 15 years, 8 dictators. We forced them to leave the power. And inside the transitional period, we made a great successful. 2 years, 3 years, 4, there was some small mistakes, but we did a great successful in the transitional period, with democracy, with freedom of expression, with many things. But what happened after that? What happened after that is the counter-revolution. Counter-revolution that doesn't want democracy to prevail. Counter-revolution that toppled the democracy in Sudan. Counter-revolution that toppled democracy in Yemen, led by Saudi, Emirates, and Iran. And with the complicit of some of the Western countries. And they see to us that we don't deserve democracy. Those people doesn't deserve democracy. They let dictators rule them. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. We deserve democracy, and we will gain our democracy, and we will serve the world with this democracy. And it is not for our sin, it's for all the humanity. Really, it's for humanity. So we are in that battle, and we know that democracy deserves that we die for it. Yes, democracy, and we will continue that. So no one tell us that China is a good model, that Putin is a good model, that even America is a good model. No, we have our own model for democracy. Full recipe. Full recipe. Accountability, transparency, rule of law, the independence of judiciary system, freedom of speech, women's rights, kids' rights, all this, and this is what we will do. Promise. And we have to be together to do that. You have to believe in yourself, and you have to believe in the people. Really believe in the people who were very brave to step down Bashar al-Assad, to step down Muammar al-Qaddafi, to step down Ali Abdullah Saleh, to step down Hosni Mubarak, Ben Ali, who ruled Yemen, the region for decades. They are, and to step down Putin. I trust that Ukrainian people, you don't need even the American support. You will free your country. Don't give up and don't accept the Trump recipe for the peace. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this. And to the point that, you know, this false argument about dictators offering stability, I think it's actually difficult to think of a more unstable system where everything depends on one person. As Mikhail Bulgakov wrote, the problem is not only that a human being is mortal, it is that he's mortal unexpectedly. And this is the most unstable system, I think, that we can find on the planet. We have a few minutes for questions from the audience. Please, when you ask a question, identify yourself. Please stand up, please identify yourself and indicate whether your question is directed at the whole panel or at any particular panelists. Sir, we'll start with you, and there's a microphone there.
Thank you. Rafael Rohozinski, SecDev. It's a security conference. One thing that struck me about the video, that not only were we talking about dictators, we were talking about nuclear dictators. I think that's something that really bears us to think about. Are there limits to the way that democracies can defeat nuclear dictators? In the sense that moral assuasion, I'm with you. You know, democracies offer a model that perhaps dictators don't. But at the end of the day, if we look at why Trump's 28 plan to Ukraine is being talked about and why Europe's plan probably never will, it's because the US is a nuclear power.
So I think that's a very logical question for the European Commissioner for Defense, Andreas.
Well, I would not answer the question, will Europe have, nuclear power or not? Because who knows? We are now, standing for independence of Europe, as Commission President always is repeating. So let's see. But well, yes, nuclear power is quite a important argument. But nuclear power is important in some way when you are talking about relations or disputes among members, among different countries. I don't know if nuclear power is very strong in defending dictators against their own people. And what, and when we are talking about democracy defeating dictators, I am not so sure that this is a very, how to say, precise formula. Dictators usually are, defeated by their own people. The question is, how can we help those people? How can we encourage those people? How can we help the countries of fresh democracy? Because if you will look into, developments of democracy, sometimes it's more difficult to, stabilize young democracies and to remove dictators. And that is what we have seen with Arab Spring and so on and so on. And where we can come, with a lot of different assistance instruments, how to help those young democracies. So nuclear is nuclear. Nuclear is, there are some military people from Europe, they can explain much more than I, about nuclear developments and how Europe will move. But nuclear is not, in my view, is not so powerful when we're talking about dictators against their own people.
Thank you. Professor, please have a microphone in this area. Yeah, that one's closer.
Hi, Rosa Brooks, Georgetown University. I come from a country that used to call itself the leader of the free world. And I wonder if you could talk about, from your perspective, as many of you, what does courage look like from US allies today in talking to and about the United States? And you've emphasized the importance of courage, and many of you have taken risks and suffered enormously for standing up for human rights and democracy. We're at a moment when I think it's fair to say the elephant in the room is that my country is sliding in the direction of dictatorship. And we're all here being rather polite about it for most of the day. What should diplomats say, diplomatically or undiplomatically, to and about the United States at this moment to help it remain the democracy that we all want it to be?
Thank you. Well,
I will say it.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it.
You want to say?
No, you'll
Please,
say.
yeah, no, I think that Ukraine is now the leader of the free world.
Yeah.
We demonstrated it by action, not words. And regarding United States, when you talk to US people, you see that Americans in their heart, they all cherish freedom. So it's hard to imagine how they can turn into being a dictatorship. And I believe that US will bounce back from the current environment you have. But I think it's important right now to reach out to people, to have this people-to-people contacts. And when, I see a lot of support even among people who are supporting Trump, who support Ukraine, just because there are a lot of people who see this war as freedom war, and America has always been for freedom. So I don't believe that you can change the whole nation just because currently your leadership has a little bit blurred moral compass and hugging with dictators. Because America, it's American people, not leaders.
Yes, yes. I agree. I agree with this, that American is American people. I lived in America last years, and before, I love them so much. I really, not just American, all Western countries, people, they are so kind. They are so, when they listen to your stories, they really want to help. And in general, the problem with you is with policies. not with people. And now we have a very big rising in the, look, there is a rising of dictators, but at the same time, there is a rising of people, of the awareness around the world. And this is the biggest victory for the humanity now. And this also came by the social media, by the Gen Z, that they are so brave, and they say the truth. And this is also what I want to tell you about your question about diplomacy and diplomat people. You have to say the truth. You don't say that I am a diplomat and you hide the truth, because you have something that my country has their, their agenda or their policy in some time, so I will give them advice on the law. When you see something, tell them the truth. Tell them the real advice. One of the things that make Yemen fell under the Houthi militia coup, it was the misleading and misinformation came by the ambassadors. By the ambassadors to their countries or to the world. They said, and if you read the statements of the ambassadors in Yemen, while Houthi militia wage their coup, you will hold them accountable. We told them that they are militia. They don't believe in democracy. They are racist. They will kill Yemen. They said, no, they just came and they will eliminate some traditional power. They helped them. They raise, reports. Because they hate some group or one group or that group. No, say the truth. And now, even with what happened in Gaza, and I have a lot of friends, they are Israeli people, they are Jewish people, they are against what's happening in Gaza. They said that there is genocide there. So you should say that there is war crimes in Gaza. Say that as ambassador. Either your government accept or not accept, say it. Say it. So it's say the truth. Sleep with your conscience is, satisfied. That's it. Enough. Again. What happened in Yemen? Just look what ambassadors wrote when Yemen fall under the Houthi militia coup. I invite all of you to see what American ambassador said. They told him that they raised the death of America, death of Israel. He said, no, it is just slogan. They don't mean it. He says that. The same thing with the European ambassador, British ambassador. They play a very bad role on helping Houthis to invade Yemen. And the same thing then with Saudi Arabia and Emirates when they waged the war. Thank you.
Dr. Aaron, last word goes to you.
Oh, no, I mean, again, the elephant in the room, the reason why I'm glad that Halifax put the spotlight on this is that I don't think this is about the rest of the world. I think this is about democracy as it's been played out in the West and the double standards in which it has been approached, the degree of complacency. We pay lip service to conflict prevention. We pay lip service to early warning. We pay lip service to all these governance rules, and suddenly you're seeing a tsunami of events that, quite frankly, the original sin, where do you want to put the original sin? 2014 or 2004 or 2009? Every effort that could have been taken to avert a Ukraine situation, right? There was so many I told you so situations. So, Peter, thank you for putting this on, because this is not about the rest of the world. This truly is also about the compromises, too many compromises, that have been made by a number of countries who, quite frankly, knew what was going on, but in the name of national security, chose shortcuts. And so this is why we have the catastrophe that we're seeing today, not just in Ukraine, by the way. And I appreciate the focus on Ukraine. But we are watching catastrophes in so many other parts of the world. And I'm sorry, but if you think the norms collapsed in Ukraine, they collapsed quite some time ago, in Syria, in the height of Libya, in the height of Egypt, in the height of Sudan. you're not even the final chapter, I'm afraid to say. And we keep paying lip service to all these things, and I'm sorry to say you're not even the final chapter, because we saw Gaza, and Gaza is not even the last chapter.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you for raising this, Peter, but we cannot afford to continue to be complacent, because we will be back here next year, and I will have a list of other countries for you to be concerned about. If you think the rules have been smashed, they were smashed a long time ago, before you got to the doorsteps of Ukraine. I'm afraid to have told you that.
What I meant is that it got to a new level. What country before Ukraine was invaded and its territory was annexed last time before in history?
First state-to-state territorialization in Europe since the Second World War, with Crimea in 2014, in 80 years.
But even worse than that, do you know how many times we've said never again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know how many times? I've lost count.
Yeah, of course.
Which is why I say I'm sorry to say you're not the last. Gaza will not be the last. You will sit here next time and we'll count the amount of times that everything is breaking up. But faith in people and everything that you said.
We'll reconvene in this room at 5 o'clock for the Halifax chat with the former Prime Minister of Israel, the Honourable Ehud Barak. Meanwhile, please thank our speakers at this panel, and thank you so much for taking part.
Please join us for a coffee break in the foyer. HFS delegates, please join us in the auditorium. Our program will begin in just a few minutes. HFS delegates, please join us in the auditorium. Our program will begin in just a few minutes. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Our program will begin now.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a moment of strategic inflection in the Middle East and the larger region. There is a fragile ceasefire in the war between Israel and Hamas. Despite ongoing, and even today, some violence, the violence has come down dramatically since the end of the war. And many diplomats and military officials in the region are focused on what's known as Phase 2, moving the Israeli military out of Gaza and an international security force to come in. The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, has just been welcomed at the White House, a royal welcome, walked away with 48 F-35s, the US's most advanced chips, and Saudi Arabia is now a non-NATO major US ally. Iran, despite 12 days of war, begins to reconstitute, or tries to reconstitute, its missile program and perhaps its nuclear program, but remains quite naked in terms of being able to defend itself against Israeli and US attack. Syria has a new leader that was also welcomed to the White House recently and has begun a course that it wants to see a version of normalization with Israel, but also a different future for the region in which Iran is not able to use Syrian territory to move weapons into Lebanon. And of course, Lebanon itself has made great strides, according to the people I talked to, trying to dismantle Hezbollah, but a weak Lebanese government and a weak Lebanese armed forces, the LAF, continue to struggle, and Hezbollah itself is trying to reconstitute as well. So, in that strategic environment, we're going to do something a little different than you're used to today. I'm going to introduce the man to my left, and he is going to take your questions. I'm going to sit off to the side, facilitate, try and keep things civil, but this is going to be your chance to ask questions about the region or, frankly, anything you want. So, he doesn't need much of an introduction, but Ehud Barak, of course, was the Prime Minister of Israel from 1999 to 2001, and a reminder, from 1991 to 1995, he was the Chief of the General Staff of Israel at the time of his retirement, the most decorated soldier in Israeli history. So get your questions ready, and Ehud Barak.
Give me back my pen.
Oh, I took your pen. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You have to be careful with journalists.
All right. Yeah. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. All right, so again, I'm going to try and facilitate this, but this is your chance to ask the former Prime Minister of Israel questions, and we've got plenty of time, so we're going to go around the room. All right, first, sorry.
Please ask your question slightly slower than you usually speak in order to make sure I understand the questions. I have too many shootings near my ears, so I don't hear as I could hear a decade or 2 decades ago. So go ahead. I will collect several of them.
Well, let's start over here, and then we'll come across the room. Thank you. Hello. Thank you. Over here. That wasn't helpful. My name is Justin Ling. I'm a columnist at the Toronto Star. As you may have seen, Benjamin Netanyahu just posted in the last couple of hours a piece by Jacobin magazine, what a world, entitled "Jeffrey Epstein Claims to Have Meddled in Israel's Elections," that features you quite prominently in the piece. I'm wondering if you'd like to respond and what you make of the Prime Minister sharing this type of content about you.
The publication was in a kind of publication named Jacobin or something like this, which is extremely anti-Semitist and extremely anti-Israeli publication. I wonder how it comes that the Prime Minister found the time to identify it. Probably it was held by his son, who spent his time now not in the front but in Miami. And the whole story is nonsense. You know, it's probably Epstein tried to aggrandize a little bit his role and his activities and so on. I regret of ever meeting him. I was introduced to him in 2003 in a public event by Shimon Peres, and the event with hundreds of Americans, including the Clintons and many others. And I was quite friendly with him for years, met many times on business issues and others. This story of intervening in Israeli election is total nonsense. Never happened.
Okay, I saw a hand in the middle before. Yeah, right here. So second row.
I just sent a photo that we made before to Salam Fayyad. He's sending his regards. And the question is connected.
Introduce yourself, sorry.
My name is Jakob Bizil, the founder of the World Forum and Cinema for Peace Foundation.
You want to stand up just so we can see you, sir?
Okay, I'm first time here, I don't know the rules. So in order to have a stable peace between Israel and Palestine, obviously it will need some Palestinian leadership, especially for the transition in Gaza. Who do you believe could take on that role? Or would you have any suggestions? Obviously, some things like this are dealt very confidentially, but maybe there's something you can also say publicly.
I think it's not our role to help the Palestinians to find their leaders. They should do it on their own. Salam Fayyad is a great person. I negotiated with him very intimately all along the time that he was prime minister. He was a real serious one, didn't touch internal Palestinian politics, but he was a respected economist working probably with the IMF or the World Bank. And he really dealt with social security, with transparency, with services to the Palestinian public. It was a very promising period. Unfortunately, he didn't want to go deep into politics, Palestinian politics, and some other politics in the Middle East are not the best place to enjoy your time. I'm hopeful that people like Salam Fayyad will enter once again the arena. And I think that he's a professor now in one of your universities in America. I hope we'll see people like him leading the Palestinian people.
I'll go to this side. I got a bunch of hands here, so let's start here, and then we'll move all the way around. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Ariel Moutsatsos. I'm Mexican-American, U.S. Bureau Chief of Televisa. Simple question. Do you see any Israeli government in the near future accepting the two-state solution and implementing it? Thank you.
Israel tried to go very far. And it started probably with Rabin and Peres. They are all not with, both of them are not with us anymore, but they started very courageously with a tailwind from the rest of the world as a result of the first Gulf War. In '91, there was the Bush Senior and Jim Baker created an atmosphere where the whole Middle East was ready to negotiate. It created a window of opportunity that continued over 18 years or 17 years up to 2017, where everyone tried to really make a breakthrough in Palestine. It started with Rabin and Peres and Oslo. As a result of it, we get only kind of interim agreement with Palestinians about bringing back Arafat and his team from the Maghreb to Gaza. And as a result of it, we had the peace with Jordan. Peace with Jordan would not have happened without the precondition of agreement with the Palestinians happening. And then Netanyahu replaced Rabin, or namely Peres at the end, after Rabin's assassination. And suddenly he found a friend. After the first half of the night that he spent with Arafat, he found a friend. Neither Rabin nor myself never fell in love with Arafat. We respected him as a leader of the other side, but no more than this. And Netanyahu gave him the second holiest place to the Jewish religion, namely Hebron, and promised them another 13% of the Judea and Samaria, also known as the West Bank. And I replaced Netanyahu. I tried to go to Camp David and make it clear whether we can reach a breakthrough with the Palestinians or not. And then I followed by Ehud Olmert, by Sharon, who tried and decided. He was, to those of you old enough to remember, he was a quiet right-winger hawk. He was one of the prophets of Jewish settlements in the Gaza Strip. And he decided that not as a favor to Palestinians, because Israeli interest, because Israel's future identity security, whatever, that we have to dismantle all the settlements in Gaza Strip, bring them back, not just the settlements, the synagogues, the cemeteries, everything. And in order that no one believe that that's the end of the story, he even dismantled 3 small settlements near Jenin, at the northern part of Judea and Samaria. So then followed by Olmert, who tried to bring about an agreement with Abu Mazen, and it stopped by the adventure in Lebanon in 2006, which led to his leaving power and some corruption court, a precedent for Netanyahu to come. And so basically the window of opportunity was closed. So both myself as a commander of the armed force and Rabin as a minister of defense and prime minister said in 92, immediately at the beginning of this window, we said we are now facing a window of opportunity and we have to do whatever could be done in order to reduce the tensions before a new wave of radical Muslim terror will overwhelm the whole region, and before Iran will turn nuclear. It was 92. And we tried. So Israel tried. We couldn't always find a partner on the other side. In fact, there is a urban legend that I said no partner, there is no partner, and by this act I closed the door on it. It's not true. I said something very technically. I said we do not have a partner in Arafat at the present. That's all. It was just honest reporting. So now situation is very sensitive. The events of 7th of October, which was the worst in the history of Israel, even the Jewish people since World War II, created immediately a compelling imperative to Israel to make sure that Hamas will never reign over the Gaza Strip and can threaten Israel from there. And this caused this series of events that you have just described. As a result of it, we had a huge, impressive military achievement, intelligence achievements all over the Middle East, correcting in a way the shock that Israelis suffered in regard to trust in their armed forces and intelligence on 7th of October. So it seems to be an opportunity, but there are problems. It's even with the Israeli public, it's not easy to come. The trauma is still very fresh on the Israeli collective. In spite of all these achievements, there is very strong feeling of pain, a very strong kind of rage, deep frustration, feeling of humiliation, calls for revenge. When you talk to ordinary Israelis, labor voters, they tell you, you start to talk to them about the need, inevitable need to reach this engagement for Palestinian and a two-state solution. You see their close, their attention. You lose their attention, you cannot talk. It will take time. But leaders should be sensitive to what the public feels. They cannot go too far ahead of the public, but they should never lose sight of the objective. An objective, the only sustainable way to solve the problem and not drift into eternal, infinite war, is to have a two-state solution. Because the whole thing is simple, but or painful, but simple. If there is only one political entity reigning over the whole area from the sea to the river, where some 15 million human beings are living, half of them Jews, half non-Jews. If only one political entity named Israel reign over this whole area, it will, if they cannot vote, it will become, no, if they can vote, it will become overnight a binational state, and within very short time in historical terms, a binational state with Muslim majority. That's not the Zionist dream. And if they cannot vote permanently, they cannot vote in Judea and Samaria for only 58 years, but that's temporarily. If it becomes permanent, that's not democracy. And that's also contradict the very foundation of the Zionist dream. So the need to go to two-state solution, it is not a favor that we are generous enough to bestow upon the Palestinians. It's not because of the Palestinians, because our own history, future, security, destiny, identity. And leaders should follow it, because there is one old Roman saying that if you don't know which port you want to reach, no wind will take you there. And leaders, it's the role of leaders to see beyond what the public is ripe to see and navigate in a way that won't close any option. In this regard, we are now facing great opportunities. Certain dangers, but great opportunities as well.
All right, let's take a few questions, and then we'll collect them.
Oh, no, a lady, Jane.
Yeah, exactly. So, so why don't we do these two? So Evelyn and Jane, why don't you guys both ask your questions? And then we'll start with two, and then we'll expand to maybe three at a time.
I love her. That's why I intervened. Yeah.
You.
Yeah,
I still
you
have to.
gotta stand
Oh, sorry. I'm up. Thank you for all your efforts for peace.
Jane, sorry, introduce yourself. Sorry.
I'm Jane Harmon. I'm a recovering politician and long time, and very long time, traveler to Israel and care enormously. But I wanted to say a few things. Thank you for your efforts for peace. But also, I'm old enough to remember when Sharon did what he did and gave Gaza back. And I literally went there with the Clintons when he was president and Hillary was first lady, and we stayed at some fancy hotel on the Mediterranean. I think Trump might have liked it. And then we inaugurated an airport, and there was an AID facility, and it looked like we finally were going to get there. And the Arab National Congress changed its charter. Dennis Ross was crying to eliminate the section of calling for the annihilation of Israel, and the rest is the rest. But my question is this. Could Bibi form a different coalition at this point of the center? And he would stay as prime minister. I'm not sure this is at all doable, but it's a question. He would get a promise of total pardon, or would be given a total pardon from his corruption, the corruption claims against him. And with them, he would help to form this pathway to a Palestinian state. And then, if the election, I guess, is next year, he wouldn't run again, or can't imagine he would run again, but I don't know if that's even possible. But he would stay as prime minister until that election. He would step down, and then he and Donald Trump would get the Nobel Peace Prize.
All right, Evelyn, why don't you go, and then we'll. Hold on, Ms. Prime Minister.
Okay. Evelyn Farkas, I run the McCain Institute. Fantastic exposition, Mr. Prime Minister, of the two-state solution and why it's so important. Can you talk about the West Bank today, though, and the impact? How do you get from here, where we are today, and I know you said through leadership, but how do we get to a two-state solution given everything that's happening on the ground?
Yeah. Okay.
First thing in regard to Jane's question. Hypothetically, Bibi can change. He's very effective and impressive in the way that he can change positions as long as it strengthens or stretches his staying in power. But I'm not, it's for sure, it's not the worst or the optimal trajectory for Israel, and I hope it won't happen. Number one, there is an alternative. The alternative is just to replace Netanyahu with a government to which this trajectory is natural. It's not something that he has to impose upon himself in order to stay in power for whatever price. I think that the whole idea of giving a pardon to someone who with a trial that had not been ended, with a verdict or at the end, and who is not even ready to admit any responsibility to what happens. I think that it's a bad lesson for democracy to see this happens. And the reality is that no one in Israel really believes that even if he commits himself to leave politics once he is out of power, once he is pardoned, that he will go for it and execute it. No one expects the inner club of believers, of kind of admirers of him, do not believe it. So it could happen. It might happen. I hope it won't happen. And the better this government will be replaced is better. I want to quote Netanyahu himself. After this war that I mentioned under Olmert in 2006 in Lebanon, Netanyahu was head of opposition. He said the following: the destiny of a nation cannot be the private march of a prime minister to save himself from accountability. And he even wants a metaphor that somehow related to Halifax. He said to tell us that the one who failed will be the one who will repair the whole thing is like saying that the Titanic captain, if he would have survived, should be given the command of the new ship of the company. And so I think that he set the norms by his own, but basically something that people do not understand in the world. It's my main message to foreign leaders and foreign publics, especially in the free world. Netanyahu and Israel are not the same. The interests of the security and national interests of Israel and the interests of Netanyahu are not the same. They are in many cases opposing. Netanyahu is focused now on personal survival. He understands that the day the war is over and the implementation of the rest of the 16 points from Trump plan start to be implemented, it's a day of reckoning for him. The acceleration of his criminal court case for bribery, fraud, and breach of trust. It's a time for national or state inquiry commission led by a Supreme Court judge, and something that people in the rest of the world do not know, that he came to power recently after almost being in power all the last 15 years. But he came recently to power 3 years ago, promising everything from destroying Hamas, we know how it ended, and to improve the cost of living in Israel. But he started immediately with judicial reform a day after election, which we call judicial coup d'etat, where basically he was very successful in castrating the legislative branch. No law could pass in the Knesset if it doesn't come from Netanyahu's desk. And already now there is any effective overseeing of government activities by the Knesset, nothing. And now he attacks under steroids the judicial system to make sure in Israel there is no constitution, no tradition of checks and balances, no filibuster, no presidential, there is nothing. Only the independence of the Supreme Court. So the government decided that they do not recognize the president of the Supreme Court. They do not recognize the general attorney. And they just put on the Knesset a few weeks ago a series of 9 laws, each 2 of them, and here and there only 1 of them will make Israel an autocracy, a de facto. Not Putin's version or Xi's version, but clearly at least like Orban in Hungary or Kaczynski when he was strong in Poland. So basically we are fighting against turning Israel from democracy into autocracy, even at the price of having someone else, not Netanyahu, to bring or seize the opportunities that are now opened.
Next question was West Bank. So we've seen public moves toward annexation in the West Bank. We've seen a lot more settler violence in the West Bank.
We have a lot of problems now in the West Bank. Some groups, groups of youngsters are living on the hills of Judea and Samaria. Some of them originally Israeli, some are immigrants from the United States and other advanced countries, but extreme Messianic guys. I compare them sometimes to the Proud Boys. What happened in the Netanyahu government, think of taking those leaders of the Proud Boys who are now in jail if they were not pardoned. I didn't follow it for 15 or 20 years, and nominate one of them to be Secretary of Treasury with certain well-defined role in the Pentagon, and the other one Secretary of Homeland Security. These guys were the guys under the investigation of our Secret Service for their terrorist-like operations in Judea, Samaria, and Israel proper. So we are in a very fine situation. These guys are not. The authority in the West Bank is of the army. Army watches it, but he doesn't have the authority to arrest people. That needs the police. The police is under this Messianic zealot minister. So they got an order, not an explicit order. They're reading the spirit of the minister, and they do not intervene. So Jewish youngsters are making a pogroms in Arab villagers or citizens of the region. It needs another government. This government cannot do anything. But if you ask me if it's possible, for sure it's possible. If a normal government stands and state its intentions clearly and demand the heads of the Secret Service, police, and the military to do what is needed. I was commander of this region, and I had the commander of the, later on as a chief of staff, I had another guy, some of you know, Boogie Alon, as commander, and I remember my order to him. Not a single illegal new settlement should see daylight. And if it happens on Friday night, wait another 24 hours, not once the Shabbos is out, make sure that they don't see daylight. And it worked very well. And now the reason it's all about leadership and determination. People should read that you mean what you say and you really intend it to be executed, and they will do.
All right, let's try and take 3 questions because there's quite a few here. So we'll start with Paula and then the 3 hands that are up right now, and then we'll get through 3, and then Steve, and we'll keep going.
Thank you so much for coming. I'm Paula Dobriansky. I was a former Undersecretary of State, and I'm with Harvard University. I have a 2-part question. Would you mind commenting on how you see the relationship between Israel and Saudi Arabia going forward? MBS was just in Washington meeting President Trump and again reaffirmed that Saudi Arabia will not move forward unless there's an acceptance of the 2-party state, as you know. And then the second, what is your assessment or your view of Israel's relationship with Qatar? There has been a lot said about Qatar and what role it has played. I'd be curious as to your view.
All right, so behind you, Paul, is Roland. Oh, no, okay, right back there then. Okay.
This is Mauricio Meshulam from Mexico City. And my question, Mr. Barak, is regarding how Israel is being perceived. For one part, Israelis and a part of the Jewish community feel the victim. An important, most of the world perceive Israel as victimary. So the question here is, has Israel been incapable of communicating its stance in a better way, 1, and 2, what would you do, what would you say in order to reduce the gap that is being perceived between these 2 stances?
Okay, and then right at the end there. Yeah.
Thank you. Elliot Pence with Dominion. Canada and the U.S. are in the process of transforming their militaries to be more agile and innovative. Israel obviously has a history of having an agile and innovative military. I'm wondering if you could speak to, sorry.
Speak a little bit slower to make sure they understand.
I'm curious what lessons the U.S. and Canada can learn from Israel's military technologies and innovation ecosystem. Thank you.
Do you want to start with the last one? What can the U.S. and Canada learn from Israel's military industrial base, Israel's ecosystem?
About relations within Israel and Saudi Arabia. You know, with some of the Gulf states, we had a very intimate relationship many years before it surfaced in the Abraham Accord. We had much more limited contact with Saudis. Maybe some of the princes from Bandar to Prince Turkey and others felt confident enough to have a dialogue with Israel, but mainly it was closed. When this crisis started 2 years ago, there was initiative that proposed to Biden and in a way adopted by him of Egypt, the UAE and the Saudis, that basically argued the obvious, that even members of Netanyahu's war cabinet addressed within the cabinet but could not get an answer for. It is the observation that the only way to answer the compelling imperative that I described earlier, namely to make sure Hamas will never reign and threaten Israel from the Gaza Strip, is to replace it by another body. It's not to run after the last terrorist with RPG or Kalashnikov. That failed in Vietnam, it failed in Iraq, failed in Afghanistan, it will fail always. It's to replace the Hamas by another body. But this body or entity should be legitimized by the international law, by the international community, by members of the peace agreement, namely Egypt and Jordan, members of the Abraham Accord, the Emiratis and others, and by the Palestinians themselves. So it cannot be Israeli entity. It cannot be, it was always hallucination to think that there will be a transfer of the willing of some 2 million or probably 1.5 million Palestinians and a great Riviera. I always remembered our audiences that there is still the Riviera on the beautiful shores of North Korea waiting for implementation. So don't have too much hopes of this new Riviera. And there is a need to replace it by a body, cannot be even European, Scandinavian or something like that. It should be something with Palestinians inside. So the idea was clear, bring in an inter-Arab force backed by a majority resolution of the Arab League and if necessary, UN Security Council resolution, and bring them for, let's say, a year and a half or 2 years, during which the reconstruction of Gaza will start, financed by the Emiratis and the Saudis, and Egypt and Jordan will be part of this force together with the Qataris, and they will train a new security force made of Palestinians, probably certain influence of the Palestinian Authority, and all this could be done under a kind of experts government make of Palestinians. And the Palestinian bureaucracy, you need some 50 or 60,000 people in order to run 2 million, and probably you can bring another 1,000 from Ramallah, but basically it's the Gazans. So this idea was backed by Saudi Arabia. And at the time it was very easy to achieve it because it would have been perceived by the Arab world, by their own publics, the Arab publics in the streets, and the Gazans themselves as an effort to save Gazans from the suffering and Gaza from destruction. A year and a half later, in the recent months, it became much more sensitive because now it seems as an Arab effort to save Israel from sinking deeper into the mud in Gaza, especially when it's clear from the conversation that Netanyahu will reject it. So how can a Saudi crown prince find himself asking for something that seems to be helping Israel to go out, and be rejected by the Israel. They cannot stand the predicted kind of response from their own streets. So it changed into a new idea to bring Indonesians and Qataris and Turkish, which is, I don't buy the idea that Turkey is a threat to Israel. It's a member of NATO. I happen to know very closely both the previous heads of state before Erdogan and Erdogan himself. It's not.
Mr. Prime Minister, I'm just going to, we only have 5 minutes, so I'm going to move you along, keep you going here.
Yeah, okay.
So bottom line, is normalization possible?
Bottom line, I don't believe that at the present MBS will change the formal position that he said. But it doesn't mean that if something develops and an opportunity, concrete opportunity to create beyond the F-35, beyond the civilian and nuclear power, beyond the new executive order to have some Qatar-like agreement, he might have a second thought if it becomes concrete.
What can Israel learn? I mean, what can the United States and Canada learn from Israel's military-industrial complex? Very quick answer.
Israel is a great place for high density of talents and a very entrepreneurial spirit and high level of experience in kind of modern warfare. We started with armed drones, weaponized drones, 15 years before McCain started it in America. And we started with Iron Dome long before Gold Dome had been announced as a project for America. And we are very successful because unlike the Americans that reach the moon, because they go systematically all over the front and make sure no mistake is done, Israel has the technological chutzpah. They make heuristic guesses about what will work and what not, and because of having battlefield experience, the same guys who build the helmet for fighter pilots in the United States, they were fighter pilots themselves, not just electronic engineers. So it's very successful. We can join hands about it. I proposed to Netanyahu in 2015, where there was this debate whether he should go to the Congress and fight against Obama. I told him, instead of fighting, make sure we got a better terms to the next 10 years and start running a joint effort with Americans on what's called future combat system. It was 10 years ago. Now it's much riper with the new technologies. We can contribute a lot. It cannot be discussed in this facing a camera, but behind closed door, a lot could be done in order to improve for both sides, benefits of both sides.
And the fundamental other question, is Israel the victim or the aggressor?
You know, it's clearly on the chain, causal chain, at the top of the causal chain of all these tragedies stands the Hamas, the Hezbollah, Iran, and this ring of fire that they try to establish around Israel and now was totally destroyed. But having said that, you don't need to be kind of with any kind of supernatural powers to observe that certain things that happened in Gaza needs accountability. That's why we demand that there will be an inquiry, state inquiry commission that will be nominated by the Supreme Court and had the Supreme Court justice at the head of it, that takes all the things, including what brought us to the 7th of October. How comes Netanyahu came to power on the promise that he is the only one who can destroy Hamas? He got paying them protection money through the Qataris and then got October 7th. So we should, in order to protect ourselves, I believe that we should run independent Israeli inquiries, not by the world, not wait for anyone from abroad. We should establish a group that will check case by case cases, and there are such cases in any war. You know it from your experience. I remember the British Special Forces admitted it. There are some places in a war where things go beyond what is legal or allowed, and it should be kind of interrogated or clarified, and anyone who is responsible should be accountable.
All right, we're going to do one more round here, okay? So, oh wow, there's 2 questions there. All right, but Steve first, because he's been raising his hand, so right in front of you, yeah? Yeah, oh, okay. We're going to go here, and then we'll go down here. So this is going to be a lightning round. Yeah, very quick questions, everyone, please.
Steve Sang from SOAS in London. If I might, 2 questions. One is that we are where we are with the situation. What will you see as the necessary conditions before Israel will look at a 2-state solution again? The second question is, what does Israel want in its relationship with China, and what price is Israel prepared to pay for that relationship with China?
Good, okay, right here, right in front of me right here, great. And then we'll come around.
Hi, Julie Zarowitz, parliamentarian here in Canada, chair of our Canada-NATO parliamentary group. I have one question. Middle power democracies...
Cut it into 2 and propose it.
Middle power democracies like Canada, what additional steps, so what clear actions can we take at this moment to help ensure a lasting peace for both Israel and Palestine now?
Okay, all right, couple of questions down here. Yeah, oh, sorry. Down here all the way in the front? Yeah, Vigo and then Randy.
Hi, Vago Muradian from Defense and Aerospace Report. Great to see you again, sir. Nick, terrific job. Peter, spectacular.
Vago, we got no time, so go ahead.
Okay.
How many questions you have?
One question,
2 questions, very quickly.
No, one question.
Part 1 of the question is, Israeli leaders throughout history were always interested in maintaining global public opinion behind Israel. Every action was seen as a justified action. The response was seen as a measured action. The actions over the last couple of years have fractured support, as Mauricio was pointing out, to the point where it's even undermining US support for Israel. So it's a 2-part question. What does Israel need to do to rebuild global public support for the state of Israel, which then has knock-on effects in anti-Semitism? And the second part of the question is, if the United States becomes an unreasonable or a difficult or a challenging ally, what recourse does Israel have strategically in that case?
I don't understand the second.
Yeah, well, okay.
What happens if the United States is no longer the guarantor of Israeli security, ultimately?
And Randy.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Prime Minister, Randy Schuneman, Halifax International Security Forum. U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, recently met with Jonathan Pollard, which brings up a difficult period in U.S.-Israeli relations.
Who meet with whom? I didn't get it.
Ambassador Mike Huckabee
met with Jonathan Pollard, which Jonathan Pollard, famous spy, which led to a very difficult period in the 1990s. I wondered if you had any comment on that meeting.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna keep you moving. Okay, let's take China because we haven't done that. How does Israel strategically see China? Very quickly.
I spent a lot of time in China, both privately and as a guest of the time of Jiang Zemin. And I knew very well the military leadership. Israel is part of the free world, and it doesn't have a full freedom of choice how to relate. Once America set its sights on China as a major arch rival, Israel has certain limits on how far it can go with any cooperation with China. We basically know where we live. But as an observer of geopolitics, I have my own view about China. I think it's a grave mistake of the United States of America to define China as arch enemy. China is a challenge. I think that historically speaking, the coming of China to become a major power along this coming century, a major power on land arena, on a global arena, is unstoppable. We should take it as a given. Now, the better way to define China is as an entity, big, important. We do not agree with their policies, with the system, with the non-democratic aspects of it. But there are a sizable power, effective both in soft power, not yet in hard power, and it deserves to be treated as at the same time being a rival, not arch enemy, but rival, competitor, and a partner. And there is a need to do it. It sounds unlogical. How comes it is emerging a huge, and there's a good friend of mine, Graham Allison from Harvard, already wrote a book, the Dictators trap, to those who remember Dictators, which gave some 19 examples. The new power race, it should end with a war. Not true. The only 3 cases that did not work this way were the cases post-World War II with nuclear powers. It changed.
I'm going to keep you moving. I'm going to keep you moving. Canada. So what can Canada do to bring about, or what can Canada and other middle powers do to bring about Israeli-Palestinian peace?
I want just to add last remark, 20 seconds on China. China should be contained. China should be contained through a series of alliances, not necessarily militarily. It should be both cultural, economic, and militarily all around China. And there should be established, that's for the people in uniform, a working channel, hot lines with China to make sure that some accident, some misunderstanding will not deteriorate before anyone understands into full-scale clash. I believe that looking at Putin unable to cross on the land 150 kilometers from Belarus to Kiev, she has a lot of thoughts, second thoughts about whether he can cross the straits and take Taiwan. He might prefer as an alternative to do it by soft power, seducing the billionaires of Taiwan to have economic operation in China. It's a different story. It's not about the chrome paper annual publication of some intelligent body in America that described the new catastrophe emerging from China that never fought outside of their immediate neighborhood.
What can Canada and other middle powers do to bring about Israel?
Canada, like many others, I never pretend to help the Palestinians with their politics, the Canadians or not, even the Americans. You should be only indirect, supporting democracy, calling for real democracy, not fake democracy where there is an event called election, but it doesn't represent what really happened in the public will, and supporting the protest movement in Israel, not in present. Don't send the Canadian citizens to fight for us. It's our role to correct Israel, and there is a lot of things to be done. We need tailwind from the world. The same kind of tailwind that I described earlier from 91 to 2008, it might occur right now because history has certain cunning. Sometimes after the big disaster on 7th of October, big victories all along the next year and a half, there come the second thought. Is Iran really delayed forever? No. Is the Hezbollah cannot come back? No. Do we know whether we have a new Giuliani in Damascus or Mr. Eshara, which is more benign? We will learn it along the way, but we should never close any opportunity, never lose eye contact with the opportunities. The dangers will play for themselves. You just have to be ready and to remain strong and self-confident. That's what Israel needs.
Quickly, Jonathan Pollard, famous Israeli spy, met with Mike Huckabee.
I didn't hear of it. I don't know what Huckabee has to talk with Pollard. It's probably, probably some of you were ambassadors, and there is certain freedom of action from the ambassador. This is a creative ambassador. And they probably decided to want to see these citizens. It's between him and the State Department. I don't think that we have anything to say about it.
And just for the record, the White House said that they were not aware, the president was not aware of that meeting, but the president supports Ambassador Huckabee.
We have to believe
That was the statement. And then finally, and this is a great way to end Vago's question, and let me just add something here. So 2 years ago, you and I stood on this stage, and I asked you a lot of challenging questions, and frankly, there was a lot of criticism of me in the audience afterward for challenging you 6 weeks after October the 7th.
Too much or
Too much.
not too much?
Yeah.
I don't remember this experience in such.
Whereas,
you never shoot, you just ask questions, so I just give
exactly.
answers.
You can handle him. You can handle him. Whereas in the last day, even Jean Shaheen, one of the most pro-Israeli members of the Democratic Caucus, was talking about her concerns about Israeli actions in the West Bank, and there was applause in this audience. So the question was, how can Israel gain back globally its reputation, and how does that interact with anti-Semitism? And that can be your final word.
Anti-Semitism is there and having been there all the time. I didn't find it in the Confucian world or the Hindu world, but in Western civilization, it's always there. I don't pretend that we will end it. But there is a certain relationship between, to think that that's the whole picture, that anti-Semitism, it's only part of the truth. There are certain things that people see on the screens, and especially in the young generation, including Jewish young generation. It comes underneath the skin. It's not easy to tell them, oh, it's no problem. It's remember what the Hamas have done on 7th of Hamas have done terrible things, and we have here a young Israeli woman who told you probably about it. Terrible things. But that Israel should not and pretend not to go that low and kind of copy the practices of Hamas, of course. We are a free world society, supposed to be a democratic, open society with accountability. You know, we have a rule within our armed forces. Every officer learn it. Even NCO, they learn it in their training, that if you get a patently illegal order to do something that it's blatantly illegal, you don't have the permission not to follow it. You have the duty not to follow it, even if it comes from your commander. If one of the recent chief of staff, now political leader, Gadi Eisenkot, was asked what it means. Give us an example. He said, when a 12-year girl comes with a pair of schizos to attack a fortified Israeli block on the road, and an order comes to shoot her, that's a patently illegal. You committed not to follow it. And the same rule followed by our legal advisory to the attacks. And still, you cannot deny that some of the pictures, some of the kind of short videos that were taken by soldiers kind of testify that something wrong happened that should not have happened. And it's, once again, it's our responsibility. We should not wait for anyone from... That was our practice in any previous war, and it happens in other previous wars all around the world. When free world nation faces such cases, it interrogates them, and our own judicial system should sit down and decide what to do. That also will help us vis-a-vis the International Criminal Court and other agencies, because there is a kind of principle called a complementarity principle, namely, if the given country has a really independent judicial system, it is respected, no one intervenes. Now, that's part of the damage that Netanyahu caused it to the brand named Israel, to brand named Jewish people. By allowing this and not being the one who demands that this inquiry committee will sit immediately and try to find everything from his role in leading to the 7th of October, what happened during 7th of October, what happened in the next 2 years. All this had to be described, and the damage is really huge. I want to add one last point. There was one question about what Israel will do if it loses support and what Israel's attitude should be. So we had our founding father, Ben Gurion, realized that there is a huge asymmetry in the Middle East. When you look at the geography, demography, and resources, we will never be able to compete small Israel with the rest of the hostile region. So there is a basic asymmetry. We have to win every single battle. For the other side, any round is just another round. If they do not succeed, they will try again. We never threatened the continuity of national existence of any neighbor. And the neighborhood threatens Israel once and again. So he set rules how to operate. He said the following: if you compel to have a war, do it aggressively on the enemy's territory, very short, in order that you reach the end of it when you still enjoy the legitimacy that was behind you when you started it, in order to be able to translate the achievement in the battlefield into sustainable diplomatic and political results. And always have a superpower on your side, and never, that's the most important, never lose firm grip on the moral high ground. We are not alone in the world. We cannot work without holding it. Netanyahu behaved as if he either didn't know or suffered from self-imposed blindness about these maxims of war. Not to mention Clausewitz and Dr. Kissinger and others who basically repeated once and again, war is not an end on itself. It's just a means to an end. The end should be clear, otherwise you cannot know how to roll there. And he was rejecting this end because it would destroy his whole concept developed over a year that Hamas is an asset, Palestinian Authority is a liability, and rather than the other way around.
Ehud, Barak, everyone. Thank you very much.
That concludes our plenary programming for today. Please proceed to the Via Rail for a reception before departing for your assigned dinner.
How's it going? Thanks so much for joining us today. We are going to get started in just a minute here. Just wanted to cover some ground rules. The press conference will kick off. Each of the senators will give deliver some remarks. We'll start with Senator Shaheen and Senator Rounds, the co-leads, and then each senator will say their remarks. At the end of that, we will open it up to audience Q&A, at which point you're welcome to join in the aisle here. There are some microphones at the back of the room right behind where we're seated to line up and ask your question. When you do, we ask that you just state your name and your outlet so that we can identify you. And we're just going to keep it to one question per person until everyone gets their question, and then we'll line up and do follow-ups in seconds. Any questions before we get started? Awesome. Thanks again for being here.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for joining us for this very productive bipartisan delegation and visit to the Halifax International Security Forum. We've had, throughout most of the weekend, we had an equal number of Republicans and Democrats here. We have lost Senators Tillis and Hoeven, who had to go back early. But I think it was very important for us to be here to, again, reinforce the importance of the U.S.-Canada relationship at a time that it has been viewed as fragile by many people, including many of my constituents in New Hampshire. I want to begin by pointing out that earlier this afternoon, Secretary Rubio spoke with members of our delegation. He's on his way to Geneva. He was on the plane when he called us. To meet with our European partners, to meet with a high-level Ukrainian delegation to discuss the 28-point plan that's been circulating. Throughout the weekend, I have made it clear that I believe this is a Russian proposal. I hope that tomorrow's negotiations in Geneva focus on a real framework for negotiation that guarantees an outcome that benefits Ukraine rather than Russia. I think any real peace plan needs to be sustainable and backed by Ukraine's government and its people. It should be developed in full consideration and consultation with our allies who are going to help guarantee a ceasefire and any long-term peace deal. It should include meaningful security guarantees that assure Ukraine and our allies on the continent that we won't see Russia invade Ukraine again in a few years. And I think the United States Congress, on a bipartisan basis, including here at this forum, if you listen to the members of this delegation, have reiterated our support for Ukraine. We believe it's critical that we maintain intelligence sharing and military assistance should remain in place until a real peace deal is reached. So again, let me just close by pointing out that this is my last trip to the Halifax Forum in an official capacity. I have been very honored to be able to join this forum over many years and have been especially honored to lead the U.S. delegation for the last many years. So let me turn it over now to my co-lead from South Dakota, Senator Rounds.
Thank you, Senator Shaheen. And let me just add, first of all, my congratulations to Senator Shaheen for the work that she's done and our appreciation for the bipartisan manner in which she has conducted herself at all of these events. It has been and it is truly a pleasure to work with her. She is results-oriented, and she is a very special force within the United States Senate. So we've appreciated the working relationship with her. Senator Shaheen mentioned that Secretary Rubio did make a phone call to us this afternoon. I think he made it very clear to us that we are the recipients of a proposal that was delivered to one of our representatives. It is not our recommendation. It is not our peace plan. It is a proposal that was received, and as an intermediary, we have made arrangements to share it, and we did not release it. It was leaked. It was not released by our members or our representatives. So as we move through on this thing here, Representative Rubio has made it clear that this is an opportunity to have received it and that it has been utilized and delivered to the Ukrainians and that they will have an opportunity to respond. And that in doing so, you now have one side being presented and the opportunity for the other side to respond. And I just want to say one more thing. I'm going to come back now out of that particular issue, and I just want to share with you, it is truly a pleasure to come here and to be a part of this. I'm from South Dakota, and South Dakota has lots of friends in Canada. We appreciate the working relationship. We've appreciated the ongoing trade relationships. We know that there's a real discussion regarding trade. We just hope to be able to take care of those differences, get that behind us as quickly as possible, and move back into a position to where everybody is comfortable with the trade arrangements that we have. We still consider the Canadians to be some of our closest friends, and we appreciate the working relationship, not just on the economic side, but on the military side as well. So we appreciate the hospitality here, and we most certainly look forward to continuing a very good relationship with our friends and colleagues right here. And with that, I would offer now Senator Coons, who is one of the members who has continued to come up here and be a part of it, and we appreciate his friendship and working with him as well. Senator Coons.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Shaheen, Senator Rounds. You've done a tremendous job leading this delegation. It's been great at this moment in U.S.-Canada relations and in developments in the world to have a robust bipartisan delegation of 4 Democrats and 4 Republicans across many different committees. I first came to Halifax at the insistence of late Senator John McCain. And for me, one of the highlights is always getting to hear the award of the John McCain Prize this year delivered to John Elvis, who gave his life in Azerbaijan, I believe 15 or maybe 25 years ago, while serving with the International Republican Institute, and for our delegation or members of it to meet with representatives from many countries. We met with defense ministers or parliamentarians from Canada, from the Netherlands, from the EU, from Colombia, from Ukraine, from Taiwan, from Venezuela, many other countries, folks who represent aspirations for freedom from all over the world. We are in a challenging moment for our relationships in the world, and I am personally deeply grateful for the friendship between the United States and Canada, for the opportunity to have frank and open conversations. My little state of Delaware, our biggest export market, has for decades been Canada. We have long benefited from tourism from Canadians, and it's my hope that we can move past the current challenges in our trade relationship and get back on track for a positive relationship in the near future. I'm the senior Democrat on defense appropriations and was very encouraged to hear about the passage of the recent budget, significant investments in joint Arctic security, and in the likely path forward in terms of our shared security contributions. And in particular, I'm grateful for Canada's sustained partnership with Latvia in security. I'm now going to hand the podium over to the former governor of the great state of Maine, someone who serves on the Armed Services and Intelligence Committees, my dear friend, Senator Angus King.
Thank you.
First, the real reason Thom Tillis left early was the shameless beatdown I administered to him on the panel. That's a joke, you all. Please don't write that down.
They're not laughing.
I know. Jokes don't play well in print. Have you ever noticed that? This has been an extraordinary weekend, both because of the sessions that we've had with people from all over the world, but also because of the communication, as was mentioned today, from Secretary Rubio and the leaked 28-point plan, which, according to Secretary Rubio, is not the administration's position. It is essentially the wish list of the Russians that is now being presented to the Europeans and to the Ukrainians. it does provide a guideline to try to narrow the issues between Ukraine and Russia. And the encouraging thing to me is that the administration is not attempting to negotiate this agreement unilaterally, but indeed is in close consultation in the next few days with Ukraine and with our European allies. So I think that's an important development. All of us read that statement yesterday. We're alarmed by it, I think. That's a fair statement. It turns out that it is a sort of a beginning point for negotiations, and we'll see where the discussions go from here. Everyone wants this war to end, but we want it to end on a fair and just peace that respects the integrity and the sovereignty of the country of Ukraine, and does not reward aggression, and also provides adequate security guarantees so that something like what occurred in 2022 does not occur again. Programs like this you've seen us. We've been in the various plenary sessions, but we've also, as was mentioned, had a whole series of bilateral meetings with representatives from Ukraine, Colombia, the Netherlands. There have been a long series of meetings today. Those are always very valuable, and it's ones that we will take back in our work in the U.S. Senate. So this is a very important conference, and it's one that I think has been especially valuable this year in terms of the forefront of the Ukraine issue, which is exactly where it belongs. I want to turn it over to Senator Kramer, who just is beginning his second term in the Senate and is a valued member of the Armed Services Committee, and we've worked together on a number of issues, and we look forward to the work that we're going to try to finish in the next few weeks in terms of the National Defense Authorization Act, as well as the defense budget and other budget bills that should be coming up between now and the end of the year. So, Senator Kramer.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator, Governor, Chairman. What Angus didn't share with you that I thought would be high on his obituary or resume would be the fact that he and I are the founding co-chairs of the American-Canadian Economic and Security Caucus, a very large and active bipartisan bicameral caucus. So the relationship between the United States and Canada is an everyday roll-up-your-sleeves working job for the two of us, as well as the rest of us. I also obviously represent a state that borders both Manitoba and Saskatchewan, have lots of friends, family, been to weddings and funerals up there, and the personal relationships are enduring as well as the diplomatic relationship, and we've got work to do on it, but I was very encouraged by these last couple of days with regard to the relationship with Canada. The meetings with Canadian members of Parliament, Minister, and others was very reassuring and very encouraging for me, and I'm grateful for that. I'm also very grateful to Senator Shaheen for thinking me worthy, frankly, and inviting me here to Halifax. But without question, is intriguing and compelling as some of the panels were, the bilateral meetings really were of utmost importance this weekend, and I'm grateful for all of that. I would also just maybe emphasize the point that while we're here celebrating democracy, it's important for all of us to remember that whatever is going to be determined by the negotiations between Russia and Ukraine, whatever role the United States, Europe, and all of our allies play, the decision is none of ours. It solely lies with the people and the democratically elected leadership of Ukraine. And we will be praying for them, we're cheering for them, we're encouraging them, but the ultimate decision will be theirs. And with that, I turned over to my very good friend, former colleague in the House before, I'm really glad he's with me in the Senate, Senator Peter Welch of Vermont.
Thank you. Senator Shaheen, I just want to salute you for your steadfast leadership on this, and your partner here, Senator Rounds, as well. I was here 2 years ago, and there's two issues this year. One of them we didn't have last year. One is Ukraine, and this has been a grinding, brutal war. And the willingness of our EU allies and the United States are being put to the test as to whether we can stay by our Ukrainian allies who have been brutally attacked and are continuing to face the onslaught of brutal attacks on civilians to help Ukraine defend itself. And the good news is there is constant, strong support from all of the participants who've been here, and that gives me a great deal of hope that we'll stay the course. The second thing that's new, is, of course, is the tariffs. And 4 of us have borders with Canada. We're very close, great bonds of affection as well as enormous interaction economically. And in fact, 34 states, not just the border states. Canada's our biggest trading partner. Frankly, I think the tariffs were a huge mistake. They're doing enormous disruption to the economies of a lot of our small businesses and having a real impact on Canada. So we've got to work through that. And one of the things that I think is very important about us being here, a bipartisan delegation, is to make it very clear to our Canadian friends that we're your friends. And we're going to do everything we can to put things back to the wonderful relationship that we've always had with Canada. Thank you.
Questions?
We'll have folks lined up at the microphones here in the aisles. And just to reiterate, we're going to stick with 1 question per person until everyone has had the opportunity to, and then we can do follow-ups in seconds.
Oh, maybe
Joe?
not.
Maybe not. Joe, you want to kick us off?
Thanks so much for doing this. I wanted to ask you, one of the points in this
Would you identify yourself,
Oh,
please?
sorry, Joe Gould with Politico.
He's teasing, he knows who you are.
For everybody else, one of the points in the 28-point plan involves security guarantees, NATO-style security guarantees. If I know that that's under negotiations, but would that need Congress's approval? And so, in a sense, would Congress get a say over whether, if that were included, would Congress get a say over a final deal?
I don't think that's clear. My colleagues may have a different point of view, but I think it is probably the most critical issue in terms of peace negotiations, because what we don't want is to have an aggressive Russia come back again in a couple of years, as they did after Crimea, as they did after Georgia, and continue to invade another sovereign country. So I think that's going to be really critical, and who performs those security guarantees and the size of Ukraine's army, I think, is a critical issue. Ukraine now has the most competent, largest, most experienced army in Europe. And that's important not just for Ukraine, it's important for Europe. And we need to ensure that they are able to continue to maintain that force. I don't know if anybody wants to add.
The only thing that I would add to that is if they're talking about a NATO guarantee, remember, it would require NATO members to be able to approve that as well. Right. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, hi, Mike Blanchfield, Politico Canada. Senator Kramer, a moment ago, you said you're seeking reassurance in your meetings today. Can you expand on what exactly did you need to be reassured about? What troubles you about the state of things these days?
I don't recall saying that exactly, but what I
okay. Did you need reassurance?
Frankly, what I was most reassured by today, and maybe that's what I was alluding to, was the conviction of the other European leaders we met with, and not just European, Taiwanese, in a private meeting with South Koreans that I had. I was very encouraged by their steadfastness. And the reason I say that is because while the United States, and particularly President Trump, has been a bit of a pincushion at this event for people, it was him who called on NATO to step it up, and NATO responded. But what really got NATO members stepping up was, of course, necessity. I don't know that Sweden thought much about being a member of NATO before, but it's damned important now. And I just was very comforted by, again, the strong commitment that I heard from the various European leaders in terms of their conviction and commitment to increasing their defense spending and modernizing their defense systems.
Hello, Justin Ling. I'm a columnist at the Toronto Star. I'm wondering if we can talk a bit about how it is that this plan came out. We were to understand that Dmitriev and Steve Witkoff had gotten together to develop a plan. This version came out. The White House said that Ukraine had to Thursday to agree to it, or else there could be a cutoff of supply and intelligence. It was then kind of spun that this was an attempt to get Ukraine at the table, to compromise. But now we're being told that, in fact, it was all a mistake and it's just Russia's position from the very beginning. The Americans, Europeans, and Ukrainians are left kind of doing, pardon the phrase here, but the Kremlinology of who exactly in the White House is calling the shots about this negotiating position. Can you shed any light on any of that?
Look, I'm not going to speak for the White House on that. But what I will say is that it is totally unacceptable that that plan got out, representing only Russia's perspective on a settlement with Ukraine. And what is in that plan, from my perspective, is whether we're talking about NATO guarantees that there will be no further NATO enlargement, whether it is giving Russia control over Ukraine's military in the future, whether it's a discontinuation of intelligence sharing. There is so much in that plan that is totally unacceptable if we're going to have a real negotiation that is going to actually produce a peace deal for Ukraine and Russia.
Okay, let me just fill out, because, look, we're doing this on a bipartisan basis. We were there when Secretary Rubio made the phone call, and the number one, I did ask, can we say that we've received the phone call from you? And he says, yes. And can we explain basically what had occurred? And he said, yes. And so what we can share with you is the federal government, or this administration was not responsible for the release of this information in its current form. But we can also tell you that at this point, they want to be able to utilize it as a starting point for where Russia is making demands. And in doing so, the response is we're going to share it with Ukraine as an intermediary, and we're going to ask for them to respond back in a timely fashion. And that in responding back, that now begins perhaps a negotiation in which there may be lots and lots of space between where it's not hardly doable to bring it together, or maybe there's enough there to begin talking about what could be acceptable, what is not acceptable, and what might be acceptable if further negotiated. But the intent was to take what had now been publicly discussed in news reports and to allow the Ukrainians the opportunity to respond back to it. But and I can also share this with you, we are not aware of any discussion by the administration of limiting support based upon that discussion.
Nick?
Nick Schifrin from PBS NewsHour. I think we should keep going on this. Senator Rounds, you started a sentence earlier. It is a proposal that was received. So just to be clear, did the Russians give this to Witkoff? Should there be consequences on Witkoff, as McConnell suggested? Is the threat of the U.S. pulling out of Pearl and intelligence cooperation off the table? Did Driscoll know this was a Russian document? And how in the world would the White House stand by what Rubio knew was a Russian document for the last 4 days?
What I can share with you is what we've received today from the Secretary, and what he told us was that this was not the American proposal. This was a proposal which was received by someone who has identified and they believe to be representing Russia in this proposal. It was given to Mr. Witkoff. We don't know among ourselves right now whether there was further questioning or any modifications that were done at that time, any other suggestions along that line. But what we do know is that while that had been received, none of the information that was released on this particular proposal came back from the administration. It was released apparently by the entity that had originally discussed it with U.S. representatives. But to be clear, and our concern was that there be any misunderstanding that this was a United States proposal. It is not.
And so therefore.
Furthermore, with regard to the discussion that there would be threats of items taken in terms of information being withheld and so forth, the Secretary did say that he was not aware of any of that. So
no threats.
all we can do is share with you that he was not aware of that.
And if I may just ask again.
Nick, we'll go to this side here.
Nice try, though.
Michael McDonald, Canadian Press. This is a question for Senator Kramer, but I'd also like to invite other members of the delegation to speak up if you feel the need to. Earlier today, Senator King said that he had noticed that there had been a cultural break between Canadians and Americans. He said that Canadians now see Americans as adversaries. I'd like to ask you what you think about that, considering you border right on the Canadian.
Being aware that I'm standing right behind.
Yeah, behind is the important geographic situation. But so I think there's become a tension. I will tell you, and I've asked the ambassador this a couple of times, I will tell you that I think it's manifest largely in much less travel from Canada to the States for pleasure. In North Dakota, that happens to be shopping in the malls and staying in the hotels, buying lots of beer and groceries and other things. For Florida, it's you're going to the beach, and as it is for some of my colleagues up here. And those numbers are down because people are angry. They are bouncing back a little bit. I mean, I've talked to my tourism people in North Dakota. They're bouncing back a little bit. One thing about it, as winter comes on, I know a lot about the weather in Canada. It's a lot like North Dakota, and there's only one direction to go. And so I suspect that it probably won't keep some people from going to warmer weather. Having said that, it's such an unusual situation for us because, as Angus pointed out, I mean, and Peter, I mean, our relationship with Canadians is very, very personal, you know, in certain circumstances and in specific ways. I will say, though, at the same time, I've asked the ambassador this a couple of times. I might have even asked Prime Minister Carney. I don't quite understand why, I guess I don't offend that easily. Maybe that's the best way to put it. I don't offend that easily, so it's hard for me. It's why I'm so offensive, quite honestly, probably because I'm not sensitive. But the best way to fix this is to get back to the negotiating table and fix whatever it is that separates us on the trading table. Now, we know that of a couple of the high, softwood lumber, for example, and dairy, some of those sticking points, but there are a couple, maybe 4 dozen or more, what I'd consider small, non-tariff barrier nuisances. I just say, let's get back to that table and fix those things up. This is not a situation that can't be recovered. This is not a family breakup that's going to result in, in people hating each other. Both sides are convinced. People in both countries are anxious to reunite, symbolically as well as literally. My uncle still comes down occasionally to North Dakota, and I get to see him just this last summer, in fact. So I suspect that's what Angus was speaking to, but I think I know what he's talking about, and we all sense it.
All right, and just flagging, we have just about 5 minutes left. We'll try to get as much as we can in during that time. So Jamie, please.
Jamie Tarabay, Bloomberg. Question for Senator Shaheen. Can you tell us more about this phone call with Secretary Rubio? Like, how did it come about? Did you reach out to him? Did he reach out to you? And when did this phone call happen? And for Senator Rounds, obviously there's a lot of, you can tell, bewilderment at the idea that the administration had allowed this plan to sort of be out there in the world as a legitimate plan that the administration was taking phone calls from international leaders about and that we've been talking about all weekend. How do you square that with the Secretary now telling you to tell everyone that is not even an American plan in the first place?
Well, let me say that Secretary Rubio reached out to me, and Senator Rounds and I were both on the call. He also had separate conversations with some other members of the delegation.
Was that this evening or?
This afternoon. It was this afternoon. And he called, as I said, en route to Geneva for the negotiations. And I think it was very helpful to hear from him. I don't know, Mike, if you want to characterize any other
I would just say,
aspects of
look,
it.
it was our request. One of our members made contact and said, hey, can you tell us the rest of the story here? This doesn't look like normally something that would come out of our government, particularly the way that it was written. It looked more like it was written in Russian to begin with. And so we just wanted to get what actually happened. And he got on the phone, was very frank about it, and just said, here's the rest of the story. And we said, can we share that story? And he said yes. And so, you know, I don't know if we can give you all the details, because I'm not sure we got all the details from him in terms of time delays, except remember, these folks are moving around the world right now. And so I'm not sure what the time delay is from, I'm not even sure when this was actually released to begin with. I think we got a hold of it yesterday, is when we saw it, I think, when we got here. So,
That's correct.
yeah, so I can't answer that. And I think Angus was there. You had a phone call as well with him.
Yeah, I served for 12 years with Marco Rubio on the Intelligence Committee, and we got to know each other pretty well. And I texted him this morning based upon my concerns about what this plan was all about and what we were seeing on the leaked document. And I got a text back this afternoon and said, are you around for a call? And so he and I had quite a lengthy conversation, which basically was the same as what is characterized from Senator Rounds and Senator Shaheen. And I think it's fair to say that this document represents the Russian position. It's now been presented to the Europeans and to the Ukrainians, and they're going to review it and come back. And the question is, are there things that they can accept and things that they won't? And what are the red lines on either side? And how are they going to try to get from 28 to 12 or 14 or whatever it ends up being? In terms of, somebody mentioned the president mentioning Thanksgiving. If you read his whole comment, he said something about, well, there are deadlines and then there are deadlines and they should get back to us at Thanksgiving. I don't think that was meant as a hard and fast deadline, and there was no discussion that I've seen of, if you don't get back to us by Thanksgiving, we're going to cut off intelligence sharing or support for the equipment necessary in Ukraine. So I think right now we are in the midst of an honest negotiation, and it may end up not going anywhere. But I think I didn't know that Senator Rubio was going to call these guys. I just reached out to him myself because of the concern that I had.
Thank you. Thank
All
you.
right, we're just almost at time. Let's go to the Kyiv Independent, try to get a few more in. Speed round.
Alexei Sorokin, Kyiv Independent, traveling from Kyiv and speaking to Ukrainian leadership. Ukrainian leadership feels cornered right now because of this American-Russian proposal. So my question is practical. If President Trump actually goes down on his promise and says that he will cut military intelligence to Ukraine and he will insist for Ukraine to accept these terms, will Congress put forward the sanctions bill finally on the floor and show President Trump that Congress supports imposing sanctions on Russia? And also building on this, is Congress planning other means of stopping President Trump from pressuring Ukraine to give up Donbass and Ukrainian territory to Russia? Thank you.
Well, first of all, let me just point out that, as you've heard, there's nothing that we understand that the administration has said that they intend to cut off either the Pearl program or intelligence sharing. There is language in the defense authorization bill that is about to go through Congress that has been negotiated that addresses intelligence sharing and the need to notify Congress. Hopefully those provisions will stay in. You have probably heard me say, I know some in this room have, that months ago we should have taken up the Graham-Blumenthal sanctions bill. There are two bills in the House that they're looking at a discharge petition on. One would deal with sanctions, and one would deal with not just sanctions, but additional support. I think either one of those would be helpful, and in fact, at this point, the Graham-Blumenthal bill and those secondary sanctions has a waiver you could drive a truck through. So I think we need to have something that's stronger than that. The Senate Foreign Relations Committee passed out 3 bills, the first bills that have come out of our committee, going after Russia. One would sanction Chinese companies that support Russia's war machine. One would allow us to use the seized assets in the United States to benefit Ukraine. And the third, which I'm always forgetting, do you remember? Yes, the state sponsor of terrorism. Thank you. I'm glad you're following it. For the kidnapping of Ukrainian children. So I think all 3 of those bills we are very interested in moving through the floor of the Senate, and I think there's a lot of support in the House. So I think Congress, you're going to see the kind of support that's been reflected in this delegation reflected in Congress writ large. And if you saw the responses from Mitch McConnell, who chairs the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, and Senator Coons might want to speak to that, and Senator Wicker, who chairs the Armed Services Committee in the Senate, they were very strong in opposition to that 28-point plan and the need for us to support Ukraine.
Just to be clear, we unanimously see this as a war of Russian aggression against Ukraine and are grateful for, impressed by, and intend to continue to support those Ukrainians who have been fighting for their sovereignty and freedom since Russia began its invasion of Ukrainian territory back in 2014. On the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, Chairman McConnell and I, the ranking member, have worked hard to put back into our defense appropriations bill this year significant support for Ukraine, both on the intelligence side and the defense side. It passed our committee 26-3. It is ready for action by the full Senate. It should be the next thing we move to when we return from our Thanksgiving recess. And bluntly, I think we should be moving legislation that makes clear that we will not threaten to withhold intelligence or access to American munitions, particularly the surface-to-air defense missiles that are so critical to defending Ukraine and Ukrainian civilians from the daily assault by Russia. This proposal should not lead to Ukraine having to surrender territory, having to make a concession under duress by the United States. Speaking for myself, I think that is the wrong thing for us to do, and we should instead continue to join vital and trusted allies like Canada in continuing to support Ukraine in its fight for freedom. Thank you.
We'll unfortunately do last question to Stephen.
Hi, Steve Chase with the Globe and Mail newspaper. Thank you for coming to Canada, and we really appreciate your insight, and you are an important component of this event. I want to return to the Canada-U.S. relations. I want to ask, you talked about how 34 states have Canada as their biggest export market. My question for you is, we're not at the table because your president broke it off over images on TV. So this is not a genteel dispute about dairy and softwood. It's something akin to economic warfare. He's got 50% tariffs on steel, destroying the steel industry, 50% tariffs on aluminum, 36% tariffs on softwood, 25% tariffs on cars. Most of those industries grew to supply your country. So what are you doing to get Mr. Trump back to the table?
I'm going to let my Republican colleagues answer that, but first let me just say that the 2 women who are in line, we're going to take your questions before we go. Don't worry. And what I will tell you what I've done. I've introduced legislation to address the ability under our IEEPA law to invoke tariffs, because this is not an emergency as far as I'm concerned, and I think the Supreme Court seems to have serious reservations about that. I led an amicus brief with 36 other senators, bipartisan, and 171 House members to the Supreme Court in support of that position, that the President does not have the authority to invoke these tariffs under U.S. law. And by the way, I also think we ought to take up We ought to urge the administration to take up USMCA, get this trade deal done so that we can stop the tariffs, because they are not only damaging your economy, they're damaging our economy. In New Hampshire, I can quote you business after business that I've visited that has told me that the tariffs that have been invoked on Canada and what's happened with the relationship has been detrimental to their business, and it's affecting our economy. So I certainly share the view that we need to address this.
Yeah. Thank you for the question, a good observation. With regard to the President's response to Premier Ford's very ill-advised TV ad, one thing about President Trump, I know him quite well, he understands that 340 million is 300 million more than 40. And that when he gets pushed back like that, he's going to respond. Now, I wish I'd have been with him when the ad ran, because I would have said, sir, just think about this. This would be like you being held responsible for a governor's actions. I love Doug Ford. I think he and Donald Trump should be best friends, quite honestly. But having said all that, you're right, we should be able to put that behind us. With regard to the steel and aluminum and automobile piece of it, that is, I think, of the most importance in terms of the actual trade part of this. I don't know what the line is where the president, I do visit with Jameson Group pretty regularly, as well as Ambassador Hillman. I don't know where exactly the line is where he'll say, okay, that's enough of it, we're going to have enough of that here in the United States, they can have the rest, or I'm not sure what the thinking is. I understand the integration of our supply chain and that it's actually intentional by the companies that did it, and he just wants to change that formula. However, I'll tell you what I'm encouraged by, and nobody's talked about yet this week that I can think of, maybe in one of the sessions, but the announced deal with Ambassador Hillman and Secretary Noem on the icebreaker issue, it's one that I was involved in very early on, was a very encouraging sign. To me, it was a warming of, a thawing of the trade piece of this relationship. It acknowledges an acknowledgement by the president that we're not building ships very well in the United States, an acknowledgement that the company up here, along with Finland, is good at icebreakers, and by golly, they needed some extra manufacturing space, and they chose Texas. Those are the kinds of deals that turn into bigger deals. I'm fairly confident that that was the first of several things to come about. And all I can say is I stay in pretty regular contact with the administration on these things. I've been a little bit frustrated, as you have, by how many cooks are in that kitchen. But I do feel like it's becoming pretty clear to everybody. And by the way, if you hadn't noticed, the president has been taking down some tariffs, little by little, country by country. He is noticing the inflationary outcome of some of those specific tariffs. I happen to think that the softwood lumber, and I know Peter and I have talked somewhat about this, or Chris and I have talked somewhat about this, that's probably the most obvious next inflationary product, because it gets into home building. And everybody needs a home, and our home builders need product, and it's becoming more and more inflationary. So I'm hopeful that the combination of all of those things, please, make sure that Danielle Smith or something doesn't, challenge him on something. She won't. But if you leave it to the negotiators, I think we're in a pretty good place. Yeah.
Danielle.
I think the tariffs are economic folly and illegal.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And that's the one good point, though, that Gene raised. The Supreme Court is going to have a say on that IEPA piece of all of this.
Danielle.
Women only from now on.
Thank you, Senator Shaheen, for your act of rebellion. Senators, a European official has confirmed to me that the reports of a threat by the president to cut off military intelligence sharing with Ukraine are true. And starting with Senator Rounds, what makes you certain you are being told the same thing by the administration on military aid and intelligence sharing as they are telling Ukraine and Russia?
All that I can share with you, because I specifically asked the secretary this afternoon whether or not that was an accurate statement regarding that threat. And he told me, and his message, and I believe I can say this precisely, he said he was not aware of that threat being made. So that's all I can share with you, is he was not aware that that threat had been made.
Final question.
Last but not least, Amy McKinnon with the Financial Times, and thank you, Senator Shaheen, for the extra time. We've been speaking to the administration about this plan for the past few days now, but there's also plenty on the record, and I just wanted to read out a couple of statements. And Senator Rounds, I'd like to get your reaction to this. Here's one from U.S. Army spokesperson Colonel Dave Butler, who told reporters in Kiev that Driscoll and Zelensky had agreed on an aggressive timeline for a signature of the peace plan, that it will be an agreement between the U.S. and Ukraine for starters. On Thursday, Caroline Leavitt at the podium in the White House said that Special Envoy Witkoff and Secretary Rubio had been working on this plan quietly for a month. She also said that Trump endorsed the plan. So now Rubio says that this is not a U.S. plan, it's a proposal that they received, and it should never have gotten out. So it sounds like somebody's being dishonest, but who is it?
No, I can just simply share with you what Secretary Rubio shared with us today. And that was the information that we had received, that we looked at and said, this looks more like a Russian proposal. We asked, is this, where's this come from? And he said, this was a product that had been presented to Mr. Witkoff, and that, it was not our proposal, and that it was an opportunity, though, for the U.S. as an intermediary to bring it to the attention of the Ukrainians, and I believe the Europeans as well. And that's where he left it. And so when we asked, is this, where's this stuff coming from and so forth, he did share with us where it came from, who the individual that had brought it in and so forth, and had delivered it to Mr. Witkoff. And that afterwards, it appears that that individual had also shared it with the press. But it was not Mr. Witkoff that had done so, and that it was not a U.S. proposal, but it was one that had been received by the U.S. as the intermediary, and that it had been shared with us.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. It's clear as mud, right? That's it. The translation's clear as mud.